Lydia snapped, her voice cracking with exhaustion and raw nerves. Chase flinched, his shoulders pulling up to his ears as he took a half step back. He looked genuinely taken aback. His hands frozen in midair for a split second. A weird, awkward silence hung over my porch, broken only by the distant, rhythmic hum of the Forney neighborhood. Scanners. Well. Chase muttered, his eyes darting to the floor as he started fidgeting with his sleeve. This wouldn't be the first time I've been told that. Or the 10th. Lydia let out a long, shaky breath, her face softening as she realized he wasn't just trying to be annoying, he just couldn't help the way his brain was wired. She looked at his slumped shoulders and felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, she whispered, leaning against the doorframe of my house for support. I'm really tired and it's been a lot. I shouldn't have yelled. I know you can't help it. Thank you for waiting for us, Chase. Really? It's cool. Chase replied, but his tone had a sharp, observational edge to it now. He gave her a quick, tight smile that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze lingering on her for a beat too long before he stepped back to let her into the foyer. Totally cool. I'll just be keeping an eye out, making sure everyone stays comfortable. Come on, Chase added, his voice returning to a forced perkiness. Everyone's in the living room. Let's not keep the rest of the group waiting. So, what do we do now? Chase asked. Ryland leaned against the counter, his tactical visor glinting under the fluorescent lights. Well, for starters, I did some digging, he explained, his voice low and steady. All those ICE rumors. They were fake. We panicked for nothing tonight. But, he added, his gaze sharpening, stay on your guard. Just because it didn't happen tonight doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. We need to be ready for when the ghost stories actually start growing teeth. The room went quiet, the tension thick, until Lydia suddenly spoke up. Since we're all just sitting here, she said, her voice chillingly flat, we should probably just share our traumas. Like a circle. Get the bad stuff out so we don't have to carry it. My family, they think everything is my fault. Every argument, every cent they lost, it's like I'm the lightning rod for them. They sent me to that mental hospital when I was 10 because they couldn't deal with me. She leaned back against the island, her eyes staring at nothing. There were other kids there, she said, her voice soft but strained. It wasn't a good place. She fell silent for a moment, and the weight of her words settled in the room. The room went deathly silent. Chase just blinked. I don't really have anything like that, he muttered, shifting his weight. I'm just here honestly. My biggest trauma is probably when the Wi-Fi goes out. Jack leaned forward, his face twisting into a grin. I'll kick you in the back and scream, he barked out. The sudden outburst made everyone break. The kitchen erupted into a brief, strained fit of laughter. Grant wiped his eyes, but his face fell as he looked at Lydia. Lydia, I really hope you're making that story up, he said, his voice thick with concern. Because that is absolutely horrible if it's true. It makes the world feel smaller, doesn't it? Like there's nowhere left that's actually safe. I look at Hala and I think about people like that girl you met, or people with badges who think they have the right to decide who stays and who goes. ICE. And the new norm would want someone like her gone. She's a person of color, she's autistic, and there are other things about her, things they'd hate even more. I'd burn this whole town down before I let them touch her. I'd be the monster they're afraid of. I'll be the one they have to go through. I'll burn it all to the ground first. Lydia's mom's car pulled into the driveway. She said her goodbyes and headed out. Watching her go, it was apparent she had no clue about the new norm, but she had already lived through a war. Ryland looked at the situation. Tonight was just the pilot. The rumors were fake this time, but they're just warming up the engines. The group filtered out, leaving only Chase behind. He stood by the window, his eyes narrowing as he watched the tail lights fade into the dark. Well, since I'm spending the night like we talked about, what do you want to do? Chase asked, his voice echoing in the suddenly quiet kitchen. He was finally starting to settle down, though the restless energy from the sugar was still humming in the air. Not really sure, I mean. I started, trailing off as I looked at the empty chairs where the others had just been sitting. The weight of their stories, Lydia's scar, Grant's desperate protective streak, Dyson's fear was still pressing down on me. I brought my quest and there is still a ton of pizza left. Chase interjected, clearly trying to steer us away from the heavy atmosphere Ryland had left behind. I'm not saying we should just sit here and eat pizza until we pass out, though that's a solid plan B, but since it's late and everyone already cleared out, you wanna hop on VR chat? I looked at him. Sure, let's do that, I said, offering a small nod. We headed upstairs to my room. As we loaded into the world, the real room vanished. The virtual cinema was a cavern of artificial silence, a cathedral of crimson velvet seats and digital dust motes dancing in the projector's cold blue light. Chase's avatar, which was some person in a fox/cat mask, hopped over a row of seats and flopped into a center chair with a canned, muffled thump. Man, this is wild, Chase said, his avatar tilting its head to look up at the massive, unlit projector lens. Sometimes I forget how much things have changed since we were kids. You know? Back then, it felt like people actually accepted us for who we were. I've spent years wondering why the vibe just died. Like the world woke up one morning in 2017 and decided we were the problem. I never could figure out why it shifted so fast. He went quiet for a moment, his digital tail twitching rhythmically. I was thinking back to third grade recently. Do you remember when things started getting strange? There was Leslie and Adam Bone, they were cool, but Harley, Hayden, Cora, they started acting like we were made of glass. I wonder what ever happened to them. Honestly. It's like Leslie and Adam just fell off the face of the earth after that year. I sat down next to him, my avatar's hands resting on the cold digital armrests. I listened to the names, but they were just hollow labels for people I couldn't picture. I don't really remember them, Chase, I said softly. The names don't stick anymore. Though, now that you mention it. Aiden did mention talking to a girl named Leslie at one point recently. But, I added, my voice dripping with a forced skepticism, the odds are pretty low. It's the same Leslie. I mean, what are the chances she'd still be around here, right? Chase's avatar jerked, his head tilting sharply toward me. Wait, are you sure? Because, back in third grade, wasn't she nonverbal? She didn't say a word to anyone. If she's talking now, I don't see how she'd just be around and not say anything to you. People change, I guess, I said. But like I said, it's a long shot. Probably just a different girl with the same name. Chase didn't seem entirely convinced, but he let it slide, his trackers jittering as he looked back at the floor. Anyway, you have to remember that Special Olympics event. We got loaded onto that bus just to skip school. I remember being so hyped. I told you to just run and jump over the bars, and then you hit your face on one. I remember thinking, at least I can win this for us. I remember the finish line. I remember the cheering. He stopped. His avatar stayed perfectly still for several seconds. Wait, he whispered, his voice cracking through the mic. I was thinking about the run. I always told myself I sprinted. But I'm thinking about it now, Logan. There was a shadow next to me. Someone was holding my hand. I wasn't running on my own. I was being led, like I couldn't find the finish line myself. They never really accepted us, Chase, I said, my voice flat and clinical. The hate was there from the start. The system just made them act like they accepted us. That event. It wasn't for you. It was a photo op for the school. To look heroic for handling us. They didn't want you to win, they wanted you to be a prop. But they were so loud, Chase argued. The cheering felt real. It was a performance, I told him, staring at the empty silver screen. It was a script they followed because they didn't have an excuse to stop yet. They didn't change. Overnight they just got a manual on how to be cruel. You know autism speaks. You see the blue puzzle pieces everywhere in Forney. But they didn't tell people we were neighbors. They put out that I am autism. Narrative telling the world we were a predator that ruins marriages. They gave Forney a green light to stop pretending. I turned my character to face him. By 2017, the awareness they preached had turned into a green light. For every bully in Forney. People saw the TikTok challenges mocking tics and didn't see it as bullying, they saw it as a joke about the broken kids the charity told them we were. They didn't help you run that race because they were proud. They did it because they thought you were a burden they had to carry. The cheering was just them congratulating themselves for being patient with us. Chase sat back, his digital eyes fixed on the blank screen. As the realization that his proudest childhood memory was a staged pity play finally began to sink in. The virtual auditorium felt colder the longer we sat there. The rows of empty seats stretching back into a pixelated infinity. Chase's Fox avatar was hunched over, his digital tail draped over the edge of the chair. I just can't wrap my head around it, Chase muttered, his voice crackling with a bit of headset static. If that shadow was holding my hand in third grade, if they were just guiding me to the finish line to make themselves look good, then every memory I have of being accepted is just a lie. I thought Forney was home, Logan. I moved to Caddo Mills thinking I just missed the good old days. But you're saying the good old days were just a high-budget rehearsal for the hate that came later. It's a hard pill to swallow, I said, leaning back and looking up at the dark projector lens. But look at the timeline. Autism Speaks spent a decade telling parents that their kids were stolen by a monster. They aired that I Am Autism PSA that sounded like a horror movie trailer. You can't tell a town for 10 years that a group of people is a tragedy and then expect them to treat those people like equals once they grow up. 2017 wasn't a freak accident, it was the harvest of everything they planted while we were kids. Chase let out a long, digitized sigh. He turned his avatar's head toward me, the blue light of the screen reflecting in his eyes. So, what's it like there now? I haven't been back in years. Give it to me straight. What is Forney actually like? For someone like us today. I adjusted my headset, the foam feeling heavy against my skin. You want the short version or the long version? Whichever one makes it make sense, Chase replied, his voice small. Okay, I started, my avatar pacing the front of the theater. So it all really started when I moved to Greyhawk. Wait, Logan, hold up, Chase interrupted, his Fox avatar holding up a digital paw. I've kept up with the headlines. I know the broad strokes, everything from the school drama up to Trump passing that bill. I get the political side of why things are a mess. I mean now, what's actually happening on the ground in Forney since all that went down? I stopped pacing and looked at the blank silver screen. All right. The ground level reality? After I got back to school following some misunderstandings with girls named Hala and Riley, you wouldn't know the atmosphere shifted. I started getting these strange looks. People would just stop in the hallway, look at me, shake their heads while closing their eyes, and then just walk away like nothing happened. It was localized, quiet, and constant. Chase tilted his head. Like they were disappointed in you. Just for existing. Exactly. And keeping in mind that all three communities were being targeted by the new rhetoric, I was worried about my friends. I talked to Jack, and at first, we tried to chalk it up to paranoia. But then I noticed this random girl who was always there, just watching us. Jack suggested they were marking people targeted by the bill. Like a warning. And let me guess, Chase cut in with a dry, digitized huff. Knowing your luck, you were wrong and it was actually nothing. We were actually so right, I said, my voice dropping. Especially after Cole Carpenter showed up to tell me point blank that me and all my degenerate friends were going to die at the end of all this. Between the looks, the threats, and some even weirder stuff, it all came to a head in the choir room. I looked at Chase's avatar, which had gone perfectly still. Abby and I were planning to go to homecoming together. We were in the choir room when we overheard a conversation we weren't supposed to hear. There's a pep rally coming up, Chase. It's called Lights Out. The new Norm group plans to use it to launch an actual attack on us while the school is gathered. They think we have no idea. That's where we are right now, standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting for the lights to go out. Chase let out a breath that hissed through the mic. Wait. You mentioned a random girl was watching you. Who was she? Oh yeah, I said, a bitter edge creeping into my tone. That's Cole's girlfriend, as it turned out. The one he's been cheating on his boyfriend with. It's the ultimate irony. Chase. He's pushing for this new norm world, but that world literally won't let him be who he is anymore. Man, naturally you're going to kick their Chase. Exclaimed, his fox avatar jumping onto the armrest of the theater seat, his digital tail swishing with a sudden burst of aggressive energy. We always do, I said, leaning back as if I didn't have a care in the virtual world. These idiots never give up. Chase. What's one more time to add onto the 6 or 7? From before? It's practically on the syllabus at this point. Chase hopped down, pacing the digital aisle as the blue projector light caught the jittery movement of his trackers. Logan, be for real for a second. You really think you can take more than half the school? Juniors, seniors, whatever the heck they are, from the sound of it, it's half of everyone who supports the new norm and Trump's rhetoric. You really think you can take all of them at once? I think we can make enough of a gap for the teachers who still care to step in, I countered, my voice sounding more confident than I felt. And what if none of them do? Chase shouted, his voice echoing in the hollow auditorium. What if they just let it happen? Then, when they're questioned later, they can just say you were never in the room where it happened. They'll wash their hands of the whole thing. What if they actually take you out, Logan? What if they take out your friends, and then they come for you, and that's just it? The end. I let out a short, dry laugh that sounded sharp through the mic. Trust me, Chase. That's not how this works. I've got a feeling there's a whole lot more of this story left to tell. I'm the one telling it, aren't I? They aren't going to get rid of the main attraction before the final act, and we aren't even close to that yet. There's plenty of time for another volume of this mess. Chase paused, his avatar tilting its head. You sound way too sure of yourself for someone about to walk into a riot. So I survived then, I said, staring at the blank silver screen. After all, as it goes in a famous saying, death doesn't discriminate between the sinners and the saints, it takes and it takes and it takes. The virtual theater went dead silent. Chase's avatar stared at me, unblinking. That literally had no relevance to what we were talking about, he exclaimed. I know, I said, a small, tired smirk forming under my headset. I just really wanted to say that. I gripped the plastic casing of the Quest and pulled the neon cyber cinema dissolving into the familiar, dim shadows of my bedroom. The transition was a physical jolt, the sterile digital air replaced by the smell of cold pizza. Chase was already sitting on the edge of my bed, rubbing the red indentations the headset padding had left around his eyes. He looked exhausted, the weight of the 2017 flip and the truth about the Special Olympics finally catching up to his physical body. Man, he muttered, tossing his controllers onto the duvet with a dull thud. VR is great. Until you have to come back to this reality. We should probably get some sleep before the sun actually beats us to it. Yeah, I agreed, setting my gear on the desk. It's been a long night. Longer than I expected. Chase stood up to stretch, his shadow stretching long against the wall. He looked toward the window, out at the quiet Forney streets that felt a lot more dangerous now than they had 3 hours ago. Logan, he said, his voice dropping to a serious tone. About that lights out thing. You're talking like you're ready for a war, but you're just one guy in a school full of people who've been fed a manual on how to hate you. I'm assuming you have a plan should things go wrong? Like, a real one. I leaned against my desk, crossing my arms. I've got like 10 backup plans, Chase. 10? Okay, but they're calling it lights out for a reason. Chase countered, his brow furrowing. How is being in the dark an advantage for you? If they cut the power, you're just as blind as they are, aren't you? I let out a short, cold breath of a laugh. That's what they think. If I run, they can't see where I ran. The only light they're going to have is a few glow sticks, but it's not hard to make out a shape in the dark, not for me, At least. I've been in that competition gym enough times to know my way around by touch. It's second nature. Chase stared at me for a long second, his eyes wide. 10. Plans and a home field advantage in a blackout. Figures. Just make sure not dying is at the top of all of them. All right? He paused, the reality of the situation finally settling into the room. How long do we have, Logan? How long until this lights out rally actually happens? I looked at the calendar on my phone, the dates blurring slightly in the low light. 2 days, I said. Chapter 15. The next morning, the gray light of Forney filtered through my blinds, heavy and uninviting. It didn't take long for Chase's mom to pull into the driveway to pick him up, leaving the house feeling strangely empty after the weight of our late-night conversation. After a quick breakfast, I retreated to my room. The plan for the day was a trip to see a production of Sweeney Todd, the Demon Barber of Fleet Street, or Peak Street, as it should be called. It's honestly a great musical if you get the chance to watch the movie or the stage version, over at North Forney. Was the play actually important to the lights out situation? Not really, but sometimes you need a story about a vengeful barber to distract you from your own reality. Prior to the play, we were supposed to head out to Outback Steakhouse as a family. My sister, Alexis, had invited her friend Anna along. I would find out pretty shortly why Alexis invited Anna. You see, they had something they had been hiding from my parents, and you may be able to see where this is going, but what that was will be revealed shortly. For most of the afternoon, I just sat in my room, my phone screen glowing as I messaged the group chat. I was trying and failing to keep my mind off the impending lights out pep rally. Every time the chat went silent, my thoughts drifted back to the dark competition gym, the glow sticks, and the 2-day countdown that felt like a ticking clock. The hum of the tires against the Forney asphalt was the only sound in the car as we made our way toward Outback Steakhouse. The afternoon light was slanted and golden, but it felt heavy, matching the restless energy that had been buzzing in my chest since Chase left. Alexis was staring out the side window, her fingers tracing invisible patterns on the glass. She shifted in her seat, glancing toward me and then back at the road ahead. Hey, there wasn't really a good time to bring this up today, but I figured now would be better than never, she said, her voice barely rising above the air conditioning. What are you talking about? I asked, pulling my attention away from the group chat. It's Thaddeus, she said, her expression hardening. He thinks you're like, you know how you used to be. All vengeful and all that jazz. He honestly thinks you want to kill him for how things ended last year. He mentioned seeing you on the porch last night, you in that machete man gear, surrounded by Relend and the others. He said. You looked like you were leading a hit squad. He thinks that because you didn't beg for his friendship back, you were just waiting for your moment to strike. I felt a cold prickle at the back of my neck. I was just showing him I'd moved on. I was being a leader, not a victim. Well, he didn't see it that way, Alexis exclaimed. He thinks you've been holding a grudge since the day he walked away from you. I mean, he still hates me, too. You know what? I'm just going to tell you what happened this morning. As she spoke, the car cabin seemed to dissolve. The warm scent of the interior was replaced by the sharp, biting chill of the early morning air. Alexis and Justin had been standing by the curb, talking in low tones near the spot where Thaddeus and Justin had approached us for candy just the night before. The concrete was still damp with dew when Thaddeus appeared, walking toward them with a stride that was cold, deliberate, and carried a new, predatory edge. Thaddeus, Alexis said, taking a step forward to bridge the gap. Wait up a second. He stopped near the edge of the driveway, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, refusing to even look her in the eye. Tell your brother to stay away from me, Alexis. He said, his voice a low, jagged hum. I saw him last night. Standing there, acting like he's some high and mighty commander. I know how he gets, he's still that vengeful kid, and now he's got a crew of subversives to help him do his dirty work. He probably wants me dead for betraying him last year. Alexis flinched, but she didn't back down. You've got it all wrong, Thaddeus. Logan isn't looking for you. He's just grown up. He's found people. Why are you acting like he's a monster? He just needed someone to talk to that day. Because he is the monster, Alexis. Thaddeus snapped. Finally turning to face her. His eyes narrowed into slits of pure, concentrated spite. He pulled me into things I didn't want to be part of. Thaddeus continued, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. He made my life a volume of his own tragedy. And you? You're just as bad, always hovering, always trying to fix things that aren't yours to touch. It's pathetic. You're pathetic. We were your friends. Alexis cried out, her voice cracking as she looked at the person who used to be our brother in arms. Even after all the fights, you're still in my heart, you know? I still remember the good times. Thaddeus leaned in closer, his shadow falling over her like a weight. Well, he said, the words dripping with a cruelty that felt intentional. You're not in mine. In fact, looking at you actually makes me sick. I've found people who actually accept me now, people who don't pull me into drama. People who have a real plan for this town. He stepped even closer, his gaze hardening into something final. Tell Logan that if he wants to play soldier in his backyard, that's one thing. But if he brings that vengeful energy anywhere near me or my friends again, I won't just walk away. The next time I see him, I'm fighting back. And unlike him, I won't be doing it alone. Stay on your side, Alexis, or you'll find out just how much I've changed since I stopped caring about your good times. He didn't wait for a response. He turned and walked away down the street with a chilling confidence, leaving Alexis standing in the cold shadow of our own home. The bridge between us not just burned, but turned to ash. The blinker clicked, a sharp tick 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 that snapped the memory shut. We were turning into the Outback Forney parking lot. I stared at the back of the headrest, the weight of his words sinking into my gut like a stone. He wasn't just gone, he had completely misread my growth as a threat, and he was ready to strike first. The hostess led us through the dimly lit dining room of the Forney Outback Steakhouse, weaving past high-backed booths where families laughed over bloomin' onions, oblivious to the fact that the town was currently a powder keg. We settled into a large corner booth, my dad and my mom on one side, with Alexis, Anna, and me squeezed into the other. The air at the table was vibrating with a frequency that had nothing to do with the restaurant's background noise. Alexis was practically vibrating, she had shredded her cloth napkin into a pile of white lint. Anna, usually the anchor of any room, looked like she was bracing for a deep-sea dive. So, my dad started, leaning back with an unsuspecting smile. It's great you could join us, Anna. I assume that's why you both wanted to head over to North Forney for the show tonight? You've been inseparable lately. The opening was there. Alexis froze, her eyes darting to Anna. Under the table, I saw her arm move as she sought out Anna's hand, locking fingers in a last-ditch effort for courage. Actually, Alexis began, her voice sharpening with a sudden edge of determination that cut through the casual dinner chatter. That's kind of why we wanted to come here tonight. We need to tell you guys something. Mom, Dad. Anna isn't just my friend. We're dating. The table went silent for a heartbeat. My mom didn't even blink. She just reached across the table and covered Alexis's shaking hand with her own. Alexis, my mom said, her voice warm and steady. We love you. We just want you to be happy. If Anna makes you happy, then we're happy to have her here. My dad let out a long, slow breath and nodded, his expression completely unfazed. We had a feeling, he added with a gentle chuckle. But we wanted you to be the one to say it. Welcome to the family officially, Anna. The tension evaporated so fast it was almost jarring. I leaned in, my voice a barely audible whisper meant only for my sister. I'm genuinely shocked we're on the same side of a line for once, I murmured. Alexis looked at me, a complicated flash of annoyance and realization crossing her face. She knew exactly what I meant after years of her looking down on my autism. Her choice in Anna had suddenly made her just as much of a target as I was. Yeah, well, she whispered back, her jaw tight. It looks like we are. Sadly. She turned back to the table, her voice returning to a normal volume as she tried to normalize the mood. Honestly, she added, Logan, I'm glad you're cool with it. I know things have been weird. Alexis deserves you way more than Thaddeus ever did, I said, offering a supportive smirk. He was always too busy being the lead in his own imaginary drama. No kidding, I muttered, leaning back. Can you imagine the meltdown? With his parents being hardcore Trump supporters, they'd probably think this was a personal attack. The mention of the new norm made the air at the table go cold for a second. Alexis noticed the shift and immediately tried to pivot to something less heavy, though she didn't realize she was jumping from the frying pan into the fire. Speaking of weird stuff, she said, her tone artificial and breezy as she took a sip of water, did you hear about that pep rally in the dark? Lights out or whatever they're calling it? It sounds like a really bad idea, honestly. Someone's going to trip and break a leg. I froze, my fork halfway to my mouth. I looked at her and realized with a jolt of ice in my gut that she had absolutely no clue. I think, Anna interjected, her voice suddenly dropping an octave as she leaned forward slightly. The playfulness she'd shown a moment ago vanished. That we really should just skip that one. Both of us. She didn't look at Alexis. She looked right at me, her eyes locking onto mine with a sharp, knowing intensity. She knew. Yeah, I said, my voice sounding tight as I held her gaze. The transition from sisterly gossip to a life or death warning happening in a split second. It sounds like a really bad idea. Anyway, I said, feeling the weight of the secret pressing down on me, let's just eat. Anna, are you actually ready for the gore in Sweeney Todd? Oh, absolutely, Anna laughed, the intensity vanishing as she followed my lead back to safety. I've been listening to the soundtrack on loop. It's peak Sondheim. The music is just so haunting. I'm just ready to see someone get a close shave, I joked, trying to bury the dread. I heard the set design at North Forney is insane this year, mechanical chair and all. After we finished dinner, we made our way across town to North Forney. The evening air was crisp as we walked toward the auditorium to see the Demon Barber of Peak Street. Thankfully, there were no threats of note at the theater, at least, none that I noticed at the time. I wasn't sure if North Forney High School was facing the same extremist tension that was currently suffocating my side of the district, but for a few hours, the only darkness I had to worry about was the one happening on stage. The tires of my dad's car ground into the gravel with a heavy, rhythmic throb as we pulled into the North Forney lot. Alexis was out of her seat before the engine could even finish its final shudder, her silhouette already merging with a cluster of seniors near the glass double doors. Inside, the lobby was a bright, sterile chamber. My dad gave my shoulder a firm, lingering squeeze before peeling off toward the snack line, and my mom followed the crowd toward the auditorium doors. I stood there alone, trying to anchor myself. That was when I saw her. Danny. She didn't just notice me, she made a predatory beeline through the crowd. I had a mental script ready for a confrontation, but as she stopped just inches away, her presence hitting me like a physical wave, every ounce of that courage evaporated. Logan. I've been waiting for you to come around, Danny said, her voice dropping into a low, honeyed hum as she stepped deep into my personal space. She reached out, her fingers grazing my chest to flatten a microscopic wrinkle in my shirt. You look so stiff. I'm honestly so impressed by how you're handling yourself lately. You've been working so hard. Oh, well, I've watched the movie over 10 times for fun. So I'm pretty prepared for a long session as in the play. To clarify, I know you can handle a lot, Logan, she interrupted. You've got such a big, smart brain. You always know exactly how to stay focused when things get intense. I took a breath, trying to stay on track. Listen, Danny, I actually wanted to ask you something. There have been some rumors about what's been happening in the choir room. Abby says things have felt really hostile lately, and I just wanted to get the truth from you. Donnie's expression didn't change, she just kept that warm, encouraging smile. Logan, you shouldn't worry about any of that. People just like to talk. It's really not as serious as she's making it out to be. You're doing a great job just staying out of the drama. If something is going on, I'd rather know than just sit in the dark. I promise, everything is fine, I'll tell Alexis I saw you being such a champ today dash. The champ comment hit me like a bucket of cold water. Suddenly, Abby's words about infantilization snapped into focus. She wasn't talking to me like a peer, she was talking to me like I'd just successfully used the potty. I bristled, pulling my arm back. Wait, why do you need to report back to my sister? I'm not 8 years old, Danny. You don't have to give her a status update on me being a champ like I'm some toddler you're babysitting. Oh, Logan, it's not like that, she said, her voice dripping with that patronizing sweetness. It's just because she cares. Logan. There you are. I froze as my dad drifted back from the snack line, a large tub of popcorn in his arms. He walked right over, beaming at Danny with that classic, helpful dad energy. And you must be Danny, my dad said, extending a hand. I've heard a lot about you, young lady. Logan here, well. Let's just say for a few months there, your name was practically the only thing we heard in the Highsmith house. I feel like I've known you for years. My face went from pale to a deep, agonizing crimson. I wanted the floor to open up and swallow me whole. Donnie's smile widened, becoming something sharper as she shook his hand. It's so nice to meet you, Mr. Highsmith, she purred. I had no idea I was such a popular topic of conversation. The final warning chimes for the show echoed through the lobby like a funeral knell, and Danny gave a tight, flustered wave before disappearing into the crowd, her face still slightly flushed. Well, look at you, Logan, my dad said, nudging my shoulder as we turned toward the snack bar. I didn't realize you were still so close with her. You used to talk about her all the time. I nearly tripped over my own feet. What? What do you mean I talked about her all the time? Oh, come on, my dad chuckled, unfazed by my mounting panic. Back in 10th grade, you couldn't go a day without bringing her up. You made her sound like some kind of princess every guy in school was desperate to get with. I figured you were still carrying a torch. I didn't have a crush on her, I hissed, keeping my voice low as I grabbed a box of candy. If you say so, he said, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. You sure were into her friend Katie Rose, though. Every time her name came up, you looked like you'd seen a ghost. I felt a cold shiver. I wasn't into Katie Rose. I mean, I admired her talent for singing and acting, but boy, did she hate me for no reason. The reason I got so scared around her was because she despised me just for existing. It wasn't a crush, it was survival instincts. I would never, ever have a crush on someone who treats people like obstacles. I took a breath, trying to steady my voice as we started walking toward the auditorium doors. And even if I did want to get with Danny, which I don't, the window of opportunity doesn't exist. She's taken by a new guy every week. By the time I finished a sentence, she'd probably be on her next boyfriend. It's like a revolving door. I paused, a stray thought hitting me. Wait, if she's got a new guy every week, I'm starting to think it's not the guys that are the issue. My dad slowed down as we finally headed into the theater to find our row, looking at me with genuine curiosity. Why wouldn't you want to date the popular girl, Logan? Most guys your age would be jumping at the chance. I looked toward the stage, where the orchestra was beginning to tune their instruments. It's complicated, I muttered, sliding into my seat. Way more complicated than you think. The house lights hummed to life, and I sat there for a second as the actors cleared the stage for intermission. Most people around me were already laughing and mimicking the macabre puns from A Little Priest, but I just stayed put, my half-eaten box of candy resting in my lap. Here's the spark notes. Sweeney Todd is a barber who gets shipped off to a penal colony on a fake charge by a corrupt judge. Years later, he comes back to London, finds out his life is trashed, and decides the only way to fix the world is to start polishing off the people in it. He sets up a shop above a pie parlor, and pretty soon, Mrs. Lovett is turning the evidence into meat pies. Everyone sings catchy tunes while the body count rises. It's a masterpiece of Sondheim's dark genius. The music is haunting, The lyrics are razor sharp, and the way it balances genuine tragedy with pitch-black comedy is why it's one of the greatest shows ever written. It's a story about what happens when a system is rigged against the little guy, and it's undeniably good because it doesn't pull any punches about how ugly human nature can get. Honestly, I was actually pretty excited for the second half. Not just for the music, but because I was dying to see my mom and my dad's reactions to the big twist at the end. They were sitting there totally clueless, probably thinking it was just a dark comedy about pies, and I knew the ending was going to hit them like a freight train. But little did I know that things were about to get a whole new level of complex the next day. There was only one day left until lights out, and the timer was ticking down to a confrontation I still wasn't ready for. The next day, the pressure was suffocating. With only 24 hours left until lights out, my brain was already fried, but the real disaster was my transcript. My grades hadn't just slipped, they had completely derailed. I knew my parents would freak if they knew the truth that half the school wanted to jump us just for being different, so I'd kept my mouth shut. But my dad wasn't the type to let things slide. "Logan, can you come here for a second?" In my house, a second meant I'd be stuck in his office for the rest of the day. When I walked in, he was staring at the monitor, his face a mask of pure disappointment. "You have Fs in multiple classes, Logan." "Multiple," he said, his voice vibrating with a low, dangerous heat. "What is stopping you from doing the work? Give me one real reason why you're failing like this." "It's not just the work. The world is a disaster right now. Me and my friends, we're in actual danger. People are targeting us just for being who we are. It's hard to focus on a textbook when you're looking over your shoulder every 5 minutes." My dad didn't even blink. He just stared at me like I was speaking a foreign language. "In danger? Logan, stop with the theatrics. You're living in a nice house in a nice neighborhood. You aren't in danger." "I'm serious," I shouted, my voice cracking. "They are literally coming for us because we're different. You guys don't understand." "You're right, I don't understand," my dad snapped, leaning over the desk with a mocking glare. "Are these people forcing you to get Fs on your work? Are they standing over your shoulder at your desk and making you click the wrong answers?" "No." "Then it's an excuse." "It's not an excuse. It's reality." "It's a lazy cop-out," my mom chimed in, her face flushed with fury. "Your grades have absolutely nothing to do with whatever drama you and your friends are cooked up in. Since you clearly can't handle the responsibility of being a student, we're taking everything. Phone, console, it's all gone." "And I'm serious," my dad added, pointing a finger at my chest. "If these grades don't turn around, we are pulling you out and homeschooling you. You'll sit at the kitchen table all day, every day, with no friends and no distractions. If the world is so dangerous, then you can stay inside where we can watch you." I stood there, trembling with a mix of rage and disbelief. They were so blinded by the grade book that they couldn't see the target on my back. "Go to your room," my dad barked. I retreated, feeling completely abandoned. Through the door, I heard their voices drop. My mom sighed, the sound of someone who was just tired of the noise. "He's just so dramatic. This fight isn't even worth the energy anymore. Let's just take the stuff and be done with it." "Agreed," my dad muttered, sounding totally checked out. "I'm not losing any more sleep over his imaginary problems." I retreated to my room and closed the door. My chest was heaving with a mix of fury and a hollow, aching fear. I stayed there, frozen, as I heard their footsteps stop just outside in the hallway. They weren't even trying to keep their voices down. "I just don't know what to do with him anymore," my mom sighed, her voice sounding hollow. "Maybe the homeschooling thread is a bridge too far. It's too much work for us, and honestly, if he doesn't want to learn, we can't force him. This fight just isn't worth the energy anymore." "You're right," my dad muttered, his tone dripping with disdain. "If he wants to fail, let him fail. But he needs to realize the future he's heading toward doesn't involve a cozy bedroom and a laptop. At this rate, he's going to end up as one of those people you see sitting on the side of the road, holding a cardboard sign and begging for spare Change because he was too stressed to study. It's heartbreaking, she replied, her voice sharpening with irritation. He has every advantage, and he throws it away on these imaginary stories about being in danger just because he's different. It's insulting to people with real problems. Exactly, my dad scoffed. He thinks his struggle right now is so hard. He thinks this fake stress is a burden. If he thinks life is tough now, he has no idea how much worse it gets. He's in for a very rude awakening when the real world hits him. I pulled away from the door, a hot, stinging sensation flooding my eyes. I scrambled onto my bed and buried my face in the pillow to muffle the sound. The tears came fast and heavy, fueled by a crushing realization that felt worse than any threat of being jumped. They actually believed I was lying. A rude awakening? The words burned. I had literally been through hell and back. I had looked death in the face and survived things they couldn't even imagine in their worst nightmares, and here they were, calling it fake. They were so blinded by a grade book that they were dismissing my survival as a lack of discipline. I wiped my face with my sleeve, staring at the dark ceiling. Deep down, a cold, bitter thought took root. Someday, maybe not today, or tomorrow, but at the end of all this they would see. They would finally realize that every word I said was the truth, and they'd have to live with the fact that while I was fighting for my life, they were complaining about my GPA. You have no idea, I whispered into the dark, my voice trembling. You have absolutely no idea. I stood up, staring into the shadows of my room. Adrenaline surged through me as I began to mentally prepare for the confrontation, my voice dropping into a jagged, defiant snarl as I challenged the empty air, picturing the people waiting for me in the dark. Who's coming, huh? I snapped at the shadows. If you're coming right now, let me see it. Let me see it. Show me. Huh? He who is coming. You better get out here. You better come out here. You better come where I am. I let out a breath, the tension in my chest easing just a fraction as the words echoed in the silence. A small, dark smirk tugged at the corner of my mouth. I'm totally gonna say that to Cole, I muttered to myself. Ard with the light still on. The looks were no longer just passing glances, they were heavy, predatory stares that followed me down every hallway. No one shook their head anymore. They just watched, their eyes tracking me with a silent, synchronized hostility. I found Cash by the lockers, and the conversation dragged on, a desperate attempt to pretend the world wasn't ending. Cash was hovering over their phone, practically radiating. Met someone, Cash said, grinning at a photo I couldn't quite see. New boyfriend. He's Logan, he's actually perfect. It's the first time in a long time I felt like I could just breathe. I leaned against the locker, trying to mirror the energy. Oh yeah? What's the mystery man's deal? He's just stable, Cash sighed, scrolling through a long thread of messages. We talked for 3 hours last night. He gets it? He doesn't go to school here, thank God. I finally caught a glimpse of the screen. The guy had that specific, polished look, messy curls and a brooding jawline. No way, I snorted. Cash, he looks exactly like Benson Boone. Is he mystical? Is he magical? Does he start floating when he sings about beautiful things? Shut up, Cash laughed, shoving me playfully. He's not a pop star, he's just cute. And he's mine, so don't even start with your analysis of his aura. We talked for 10 more minutes about his car, his music taste, and how he actually listened, a concept that felt foreign to me lately. I never did catch his name, though. The rumor hit the hallways like a physical weight, a system error in the gym's electrical grid. The lights out rally wasn't cancelled, it was just moved to the first hour of tomorrow morning. It felt like being told your execution was moved up so the headsman could get an early lunch. The final bell shrieked, a jagged, electronic scream that signaled the end of the day and the beginning of the countdown. I pushed through the dense, suffocating crowd toward the bus exit, my heart hammering against my ribs. I saw Hala standing near the heavy exit doors, her face so pale it looked translucent under the buzzing fluorescent lights. Hala! I called out, reaching for her arm. Don't, she hissed, recoiling as if my touch was a brand. She spun around, and the raw, jagged fury in her eyes made me stumble back. I told you to leave me alone. Logan. I meant it. I don't want to hear your voice. I'm not leaving you like this, I said, my voice straining to stay level over the roar of the departing students. I know. I messed up. I was being a jerk about the pariah thing. But I was just trying to. You weren't trying to do anything but make yourself feel superior, she yelled, her voice echoing off the tile walls. People started to slow down, glancing at us, but she didn't care. You stood there and told me it was inevitable that everyone would hate me. You basically told me to just lay down and die because I'm already a social death sentence. Why do you even care, Logan? If I'm already a loser, why are you even talking to me? That's not what I said. I argued, my own frustration finally snapping. I was trying to be realistic, Hala. I'm on your side regardless of what Peyton or anyone else says. I'm trying to protect you. Protect me? Is that what you call it? She stepped into my space, her breath coming in sharp, ragged hitches. You basically implied I could be on the floor bleeding out. And no one would even care. How is that supposed to help me? I winced, the harshness of her words cutting through my defenses. I didn't have an answer for that imagery, so I just pushed forward. Because you're my best friend. I shouted back. And I'm scared. I'm scared that if you don't see the board for what it is, they're going to take you out first. Hala froze, her mouth half open for another retort. She stared at me, and the fire slowly died, replaced by a hollow exhaustion. I'm just tired, Logan. But, you're right about the stay together thing. I just hate that you're right. Standing just a few feet away, watching the tail end of the crowd with a clinical intensity, was the girl with the bright pink backpack. I recognized her instantly, the girl from the hallway collision. Yo, I said, trying to pivot from the wreckage and play it cool. I definitely didn't play it cool. My voice cracked slightly. I remember you. The girl turned her head with a slow, deliberate grace. When she spoke, her voice was surprisingly high-pitched like a little girl's, but it had this rhythmic, melodic urban slang flow to it. I am just trying to get through this mess without catching a loss from the crowd, you know, she said. Her voice was small and sweet, but her eyes scanned me with a terrifying speed. You are the one who almost ran into me in the hallway that one time. That's me. I'm Logan, I said, rubbing the back of my neck and offering a weak, awkward grin. I'm a professional at almost getting hit by things. It's a gift. She looked at me for a beat, a small, knowing smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to find my lack of composure amusing. You are really bold, Logan. Even if you are a little bit of a mess. To my shock, she reached into the side pocket of her heavy bag, pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, scribbled something on it, and pressed it into my hand. Bus 207. Last call, the driver roared. See you later, Logan, she said, her high-pitched voice trailing off as she dipped toward the buses. I stood there, staring at the paper in a daze, until Hala's voice cut through my brain like a serrated knife. Wow, Hala muttered, her arms crossed as she watched me struggle to process what just happened. I now see why you're still single. That was painful to watch. I ignored the jab, though my face was burning. Who was that? I asked, watching the yellow bus pull away. Keek, Hala said, her voice regaining its bite. Why you gotten know her name so fast? I don't know, I said, heading for the exit as my parents' car pulled up. She just seems nice. That night was a grueling replay of the same war of words with my parents. To them, my terror was a creative excuse to dodge a math quiz. They didn't see the board, they just saw a kid failing to follow the rules. But the next morning, the board looked different. The hallway near the gym was a cold, high-pressure tunnel of nervous sweat. Attendance wasn't optional. I scanned the crowd, heart hammering. I didn't see my sister anywhere. Thank God Alexis decided to skip the pep rally, I muttered. She has no idea what's coming, and I'd like to keep it that way. One by one, the team assembled, Hala, Grant, Dyson, Ryan Unruh, Abby Easter, Jacob, Pedro, Cash, and Aiden. Then, cutting through the sea of students with that heavy pink backpack, was Keek. She actually showed up. Her whole face lit up with a bright, innocent-looking grin. "Logan. I actually found you," she said, her high-pitched voice sounding genuinely happy. She looked at our grim faces, head tilting. "Wait, why is everyone standing like they're in a funeral procession? Is the assembly really that bad?" Keek stopped, eyes widening as they landed on Abby. She leaned in closer, invading Abby's space until they were nose to nose. "Oh, wow," Keek whispered, her voice dropping into a honey-sweet tone. She reached out, fingers ghosting over Abby's sleeve. "You've got such pretty eyes." Abby's face went full-on beet red. Without a word, she spun on her heel and walked several paces away to stand by Grant, staring intently at a trophy case. "She's shy," Keek giggled. "Okay, seriously, what is the deal?" Ryan Unruh snapped. "Logan, you look like you're waiting for a firing squad. Why are you acting like we're about to be attacked?" "Yeah, what's the big secret?" Jacob added, crossing his arms. The rest of the group, Grant, Pedro, and even Keek, began to press in. "We'll go watch the entrance," Aiden said suddenly, giving Cash a sharp nudge toward the double doors. I watched them go, a sinking feeling in my gut. As we moved toward the bleachers, Aiden and Cash weren't with us anymore. "Wait, how do you even know?" I froze. "I only told Hala." "She told us, Logan," Cash called back over their shoulder, before disappearing. "Told us what?" Grant demanded, his voice rising in pure frustration. "Hala, what did you tell them? Why are you four acting like you're in a secret society?" I snapped. The pressure finally boiled over. "The lights are going out," I screamed, my voice cracking in all caps. "It's an ambush. They are going to block the rows and separate us. They're going to target people in the dark and process them. We are the targets, Grant. We are the ones getting dragged down the stairs if we don't hold the line." The group went deathly silent. "How do you even know this, Logan?" Grant asked, voice sharp with disbelief. "I overheard them. The new norm, they're planning to take us out in the dark. It's the move." "This is insane," Pedro whispered. "Look," Ryan hissed, pointing to a maintenance bin. "Are those glow sticks?" We grabbed them, stuffing the neon sticks into our pockets. Dyson looked at me, clutching a green one. "Okay, we have light. Now what's the plan, General?" "We are going to make them come to us. Then we're going to mislead them," I said, a grim smirk touching my lips. "Because if they're coming right now, I want to see it. I am he who is coming, or whatever." "Dude," Ryan muttered, "that was the cringiest thing you've ever said." Grant stared at me, eyes narrowing. "Great to know." "Seconds before it happens," he muttered, "I guess we stay together then. Lock in." "That's what she said," Jacob chimed in, a sharp, nervous edge to his voice. "You would know Hala, wouldn't you?" "Shut up." Hala snapped, her face going from pale to a fierce, angry red. We moved as one unit into the dark gym. The high windows were blocked by black curtains. I could see the blockers already sitting at the ends of the rows. "Stay together," I whispered as we climbed the bleachers. "Don't let them wedge themselves between us." We reached the middle just as the doors slammed shut. With a boom like a gunshot. The air in the competitive gym was thick and stagnant, vibrating with the low-frequency hum of 1,000 teenagers. "Top row," I commanded, pointing toward the very summit of the gym. "If we have our backs to the wall, nobody can get behind us. We have to protect the king." "Who are you calling king, Logan?" Dyson muttered, wiping sweat from his forehead as he started the climb. "Just move," I urged, my eyes darting toward the blockers already positioned like gargoyles on the stone landings. As we pushed upward, the insults started hitting us like stones. A group all wearing the same smug, new norm expression refused to move their legs. "Look at the little freaks," one senior sneered, his voice echoing off the concrete. "Where are you going? Freak show? The moon? You think the air is better up there? Watch it, bottom feeder," another spat as Grant tried to Squeeze past. You're making the stairs dirty just by touching them. Ignore them, I hissed, pushing Hala and Abby ahead of me. Keep moving. Don't engage. They're so weird, a girl in a varsity jacket laughed, pointing at Keek's heavy pink backpack. What do you have in there, little girl? Rocks to keep you from floating away. Keek didn't even look at her. She just followed me, her eyes fixed on the back of my head with a focus that was starting to unnerve me. We finally reached the summit, the absolute highest point of the gym. We scrambled into a single row of plastic chairs, our backs literally pressed against the cold brick of the exterior wall. It felt secure. It felt like a fortress. From this height, the stone stairs looked like a steep, jagged cliff, falling away beneath our feet. It's a long way down, Keek whispered. Her high-pitched, childlike voice was almost musical. She leaned over the edge, looking down the steep stone drop. If someone falls from up here, they aren't getting back up. Not in one piece. Nobody is falling, I said, though my stomach did a slow, nauseating roll. Below us, the blockers moved with synchronized precision. Two massive seniors sat down on the stone stairs 3 rows below us, effectively plugging the only aisle. 2 more sat on the other side. They didn't even look at the court. They turned their chairs around and stared straight up at us, their faces shadowed and mocking. They're sealing the exit, Abby whispered, her knuckles white as she gripped the armrests. Stay together, I muttered, my hand diving into my pocket to feel the cold, rigid plastic of the glow sticks. We have the high ground. If they want us, they have to climb for it. The lights flickered once, a sickly, amber warning, and then, with a heavy clack from the circuit breakers, the gym was plunged into a total, suffocating black. The silence following the blackout was absolute, a heavy, ringing pressure against my eardrums. But then, the sound of rhythmic, deliberate footsteps began to scrape against the stone stairs. They were slow, mocking, and entirely too familiar. Hala? Are you up there? A voice drifted out of the void, sharp as a razor blade. I didn't wait for my eyes to adjust. I reached over and snatched a glow stick straight out of Dyson's pocket, snapping it with a sharp, plastic crack. A toxic, neon green light flooded our row, casting long, jagged shadows against the back brick. As the light spilled down the first few tiers of stone, the silhouette emerged from the dark. It was Peyton. She was advancing toward us with a slow, casual gait, her hands tucked into her pockets as she climbed the steep incline. Hala, I feel terrible about everything, Peyton said, her voice dripping with a fake, cloying sympathy. The stuff with Riley, the cheating rumors, it's all gone too far. I just want to apologize and make it right. Can we just talk for a second? Hala stiffened beside me, her breath hitching in the green glow. You want to apologize? Hala, don't, I hissed, my hand tightening on the glowing stick. Don't listen to her. Stay in the row. She sounds like she means it, Logan, Hala whispered, already leaning forward, drawn in by the chance to end the nightmare. Hala, stay put. Grant barked from the end of the line, his voice echoing off the gym ceiling. The plan is to stay together. If you leave this row, the wall is gone. It'll only take a second, Peyton insisted, reaching the tier just below us and extending a pale hand into our light. Just a quick talk and I'll bring her right back. I promise. Hala, please, Abby added, her voice trembling as she gripped the armrest. Don't go into the dark with her. Stay here. But the emotional manipulation was already working. I'll be right back, Hala said, her voice sounding far away, almost dissociated. Before I could grab her arm, she stepped out of the row and into the shadows. Their silhouettes merged for a heartbeat, and then they vanished into the absolute blackness of the stairwell. Hala! I choked out, swinging the glow stick wildly, but the neon light couldn't reach far enough. They were gone. The silence returned for 3 agonizing seconds, thick enough to choke on. Then, from somewhere deep in the gut of the gym miles away from where they had disappeared, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the air, followed by the heavy, sickening thud of bodies hitting the floor. Hala! I roared, the sound of her name swallowed by the oppressive, lightless gut of the gym. I didn't hesitate, I shoved my chair back, the plastic legs screeching against the concrete like a serrated blade. Before I could even take a step, Dyson reached into his pocket and cracked a second glow stick. A harsh, electric blue light joined my neon green, cutting a jagged, sickly path across the top of the stone stairs. I'm with you, Logan, Dyson grunted, his face set in a hard mask of adrenaline. I looked down the row at Grant. He was still frozen, his hands white-knuckled on the plastic armrests. He was paralyzed, torn between the stay together strategy and the fact that his heart had just walked into a death trap. Grant. I snapped, my voice echoing off the ceiling. You coming with us, or do I have to go save your girlfriend by myself? The jab hit home. Grant let out a jagged breath, shoved himself out of his chair, and stepped into the aisle. Fine. We head for the sound. Let's go. Wait. What about the plan? Ryan Unruh hissed, grabbing at Grant's sleeve as Abby, Jacob, Pedro, and Keek all stood up in a panicked wave. Logan, you said to stay in the row. You said the wall breaks if we leave. Dyson didn't even look back as he started the steep, dangerous descent down the stone tiers. The wall is already gone, Ryan, he called out over his shoulder. That ship has sunk. He's right, Abby whispered, her face pale in the blue light. We aren't staying up here alone. I'm not staying anywhere near these stairs by myself. Pedro added, already scrambling after Dyson. Even Keek followed, her heavy pink backpack bouncing against her spine as she moved with that strange, silent grace. We moved as a single, panicked unit, our twin glow sticks sweeping the darkness as we rounded the corner of the top concourse. We didn't have to go far. About 20 feet. Down the row, the green light hit a slumped figure sitting on the cold stone floor, leaning against the base of the last chair. Hala! Grant cried out, lunging forward and dropping to his knees beside her. Hala was gasping for air, her eyes wide and wild with a terrifying realization. She looked up at us, her breath coming in shallow, frantic hitches. Peyton, she choked out, pointing into the absolute blackness of the stairwell exit. She just ran. As soon as she got me away from the light, as soon as we were alone, she just bolted. She left me here, Logan. She just left me in the dark. It was a lure, I whispered, the cold dread sinking into my gut as I scanned the shadows. She just wanted to pull you out of the line. She was the wedge. I'm so sorry, Hala sobbed, reaching out for Grant's hand. I thought she actually cared. I'm such an idiot. It's okay, we've got you, Grant said, his voice softening as he gripped her hand to pull her up. Just get up. We need to get back to the group, we need to. Hala's eyes suddenly shifted. They didn't look at Grant. They looked past him, down at the jagged gap between the stone tier and the row of plastic chairs. Her jaw dropped, but no sound came out. The silence lasted for a heartbeat. Snap! A hand, massive in the chemical light, shot out from the darkness beneath the seats. It didn't grab her arm, it clamped around her ankle with the violent precision of a bear trap. Hala! Before Grant could even tighten his grip, she was yanked backward with a force that sounded like a car crash. Her fingernails screeched against the rough stone, leaving jagged white marks as she was dragged toward the edge of the tier. Logan! Gran! The horrifying scream ripped through the gym, a raw, peaking sound of pure terror. There was a sickening thud as her head bounced off the first stone step, then another crack as she was hauled down the second level. She wasn't just being moved, she was being processed. The sound of her being dragged down the stone stairs thump, thump, thump echoed up to us, growing fainter with every passing second. Hala! Grant screamed, diving toward the edge, but all he found was empty air and the lingering scent of ozone. Hence too many hands had reached out from the gap, dragging her down into the hollow, lightless crawl space beneath the tiers. We heard her fingernails rake against the concrete, a desperate, scraping sound that was silenced by a sudden, violent yank. No. Give her back. Grant didn't hesitate. He didn't use the stairs. He threw himself over the edge of the row, leaping 3 tiers down in a single, bone-jarring jump. "Grant, wait!" I screamed, but the adrenaline had already turned us into animals. Dyson and I followed, leaping into the void. We didn't just jump, we launched ourselves into the abyss. As we were mid-air, suspended in that terrifying heartbeat of weightlessness, the gym below us transformed into a literal war zone. Suddenly and without warning, the new norm didn't just attack, they erupted. "Get that FET," someone screamed from the left, the slur hitting like a physical blow. "Floor the RR'd. Put the little freak down," another voice shrieked, directed at Jacob and Keek. I saw Pedro get blindsided by a varsity jacket mid-stride. The attacker spitting, "Go back to where you came from." And as he drove his shoulder into Pedro's ribs. It wasn't just a fight, it was a purging. They were screaming every vile word in the book, targeting the LGBTQ+ kids, the neurodivergent kids, and the POC students. "Holla!" Grant roared. Grant vanished into the crawl space, his blue glow stick flickering like a dying signal. I heard a frantic scuffle, a sharp yelp, and then the sound of Grant's boots slamming against the floor as he hauled Holla out of the darkness. She was gasping, her eyes wide with shock, but Grant had her tight. I didn't have time to check on them. The air in front of me chilled. Out of the suffocating blackness, a figure materialized. The green glow caught the sharp, predatory lines of a jawline and eyes that were far too calm for a riot. It was Cole Carpenter. He didn't rush me. He stayed in the fringes of the shadow. His voice low and dripping with a terrifying, calm authority. "Logan," Cole said. "You don't have to go out with your friends. You don't have to die for this. Just walk away." I felt the adrenaline boil over. I stepped into his space, the neon light casting my shadow long and jagged. What if I didn't? I spat, the words tumbling out. What if I didn't run? What if I'm not a coward? What if I'm not gonna run away? What if I stand right here? What if I'm gonna make my stand? Huh? What if I go toe-to-toe? Thwack. Grant's fist swung in a brutal arc, connecting with Cole's temple. Cole's eyes crossed for a split second before he collapsed into a heap on the hardwood like a sack of grain. I froze, my mouth still open. I looked at Cole's unconscious body, then at Grant, who was already turning to scan the room for the next threat. "Really, man?" I barked, the intensity of the moment crashing into pure annoyance. I was in the middle of a monologue. I was having a moment. "Logan, shut up," Abby hissed, grabbing my jacket and yanking me toward the hallway. "We don't have time for monologues. Look around." "Seriously," Grant grunted, shoving Holla toward the exit, while shaking out his knuckles. "Nobody cares about your toe-to-toe speech, Logan. We're being hunted by a bunch of Neros shouting slurs. Move your feet." It was a good start, Pedro wheezed, stumbling past me, as the new norm mob began to roar in fury. "But yet, let's go before we're actually dead." The heavy metal doors were right there, but the mob was closing the gap, their faces twisted with hate. "Holla, talk to me," Grant whispered, his voice cracking. "Where does it hurt?" Holla didn't answer. Her face was the color of chalk, her eyes glazed as she stared down at her right leg. "Guys," Abby whispered, her voice trembling as she pointed with a shaking finger. "Her leg. Look at the floor." The neon green light from my glow stick hit her jeans, and my stomach did a slow, sick roll. The fabric was shredded, and a deep, spreading crimson was blending with the grime and floor wax. It wasn't just a cut, the blood was pooling rapidly, staining the white tile a dark, rhythmic red. "Oh God," Pedro choked out, backing away. She must have hit the jagged metal of the bleacher supports when they yanked her down. "Logan, help me," Grant barked, his adrenaline spiked. Focus shifting into medic mode. He started peeling back the torn denim, his hands slick. "I need to put pressure on this right now. She's losing too much." I dropped to my knees beside him, grabbing a spare hoodie from my bag to jam against the wound. Holla let out a ragged, strangled cry that she tried to stifle against her sleeve. While we struggled to contain the bleeding, Dyson stood Up and stared at the set of heavy double doors. Logan, Dyson hissed, his voice tight with growing panic. Are you sure this was the corner Cash and Aiden were supposed to meet us at? Because I don't see them. From the hallway we just left, the sounds of the new norm hadn't stopped. We could still hear the rhythmic, mocking chanting. I leaned my entire weight into the blood-soaked hoodie, my knuckles white, when a figure materialized from the darkness. He had slipped through the shadows like a ghost, somehow avoiding the new norm patrols by pure luck. My hand flew to my glow stick, ready to swing, when the green light hit the guilt-ridden, pale face of Jose. Holla! Jose said, his voice soft and shaky. He hadn't looked down yet. He just looked at her face, desperate to fix the distance between them. Holla, I've been looking for you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He was rambling, his voice rising in pitch as he stepped closer. Then, his eyes traveled down. The neon green glow illuminated the sheer volume of blood spreading across the white tile. Oh God, Jose stammered, his face turning the color of ash. Holla? I didn't. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Is that her leg? Why is there so much? I'm so sorry, I was just trying to fix things, I didn't know it was this bad. Read the room, Jose. Grant roared, his head snapping up with a look of pure, panicked desperation. The rest of the group exploded in a chorus of panicked reactions. Abby, Jose, look at her. We don't have time for this, she's really hurt. Pedro, we're literally in a war zone, man. The apology is great, but we're about to be cornered. Ryan, he's actually panicking. We need you to focus. Now. Keek, door. Open it or they get us. Jacob, apologize later. Help Grant with the bar. It's stuck. Jose's eyes snapped toward the door. The reality of the situation finally hit him like a physical blow. He lunged forward, throwing his entire weight against the iron push bar. He shoved, grunted, and slammed his shoulder into the metal, but the bar wouldn't budge more than an inch. It's not moving. Jose yelled, his voice cracking as he rattled the heavy handles. Logan, Grant, it's locked from the outside. It's chained or something. We're stuck. I got it, Grant breathed, his hand slick. The bleeding. It stopped. She's stable for now. The shadows at the edge of the alcove shifted again. Not one silhouette, but two. Hala let out a sharp gasp, her face regaining a ghost of color. With a grunt of pure willpower, she shoved herself upward, leaning against the cold brick. She was standing shaky, but standing. Sarah? Chloe? I gasped, the air leaving my lungs in a sharp hiss. Sarah stumbled forward, her face a mask of frantic, tear-streaked regret. Logan. I am so effing sorry, she choked out. Her voice wasn't just scared, it was hollow. Like she'd been carrying the weight of that bus conversation every second since the lights went out. I didn't even look up. Not the first time you've tried to apologize, Sarah, I said, my voice low and hard. You said the blood would be on my hands. Well, look at Hala's leg. Is this the splash zone you wanted? Hala leaned back against the brick, she looked at the two girls, her gaze lingering on Chloe with a flick of recognition, then back at me. Wait, this is Sarah, she wheezed. The reaction from the group was a synchronized wave of confusion and shock. Sarah stood there, trembling. She didn't defend herself. She didn't snap back. She just looked at me with a silent, pleading misery. Logan actually thought you were pretty at one point this year, Hala announced to the room, her voice thinned by exhaustion but sharp enough to draw blood. He was gonna ask you to homecoming. Sarah froze, her eyes widening. You were, she whispered. It was the sound of someone realizing they had set fire to something they actually might have wanted. I felt the heat crawl up my neck. I muttered, the memory of my own stupidity hitting me. Yeah. Before the bus. Before you told me I was the reason everyone was in danger. I thought you were cool, Sarah. I thought you were someone who actually understood. But you just saw a monster. So yeah. I thought you were pretty past Tense. We don't have time for a post-mortem, Chloe said, her voice like a splash of cold water as she grabbed the iron push bar. She gave Hala a quick, knowing nod before turning back to the metal. Sarah, help me. Now. Jose lunged forward, throwing his shoulder into the door. Alongside them. He grunted, the metal screeching, but the bar didn't move. He stepped back, his face pale in the green light. It's no use. Jose yelled. It's shut tight? It's locked from the outside chains or a deadbolt, I don't know, but we aren't getting through. But we didn't have time to worry about the lock anymore. A wave of varsity jackets and mocking, shadowed faces rounded the corner, their high-powered flashlights cutting through our neon green glow like searchlights. Leading them was one of the massive senior blockers from the stairs, his face twisted into a jagged, predatory grin as he stopped 10 feet away, flanked by 5 others. Well, the leader sneered, his voice dripping with a toxic, casual cruelty that made my skin crawl. Looks like we got a whole stack of the FA, the RE, and the NI all in one convenient little pile. And look, they even brought a couple of WH*rest to watch the show. The air in the alcove turned to ice as the new norm closed the distance. Enough talk, the leader laughed, wrapping the heavy chain around his fist. Time to take out the trash. He stepped forward, but before he could swing, the entire building seemed to groan. With a heavy, industrial thunk, every remaining light was snuffed out. The darkness wasn't just black, it was a physical weight, pressing against our eyes until they felt like they were straining to see anything but the void. Immediately, the muffled sounds from the gym shifted from rhythmic chanting to a cacophony of pure terror. Screams not of hate, but of genuine, bone-chilling agony ripped through the air from every direction at once. Everyone, get to the side. Flatten yourselves against the wall. Now. I roared, my voice cracking with an instinct I couldn't explain. What? Logan, why? Grant yelled back, his voice lost in the sudden wall of noise. Don't question it. Just move. I screamed, grabbing his jacket and hauling him and Hala toward the narrow strip of brick between the lockers and the door frame. The group didn't argue. They scrambled into the shadows, pressing their spines into the cold masonry just as the new norm mob reached our position. In the absolute pitch black, we couldn't see them, but we could hear them. They weren't laughing anymore. They were shrieking in confusion as they rushed the door we had been trapped at. Then came the wind. A sudden, violent rush of air tore through the hallway, a freezing draft that smelled of rain and ozone. It was so powerful it whistled through the gaps in the lockers. For a full, agonizing minute, we stood there, huddled in a blind, terrifying embrace. In the chaos of the dark, I felt hands suddenly clench onto my clothes from every angle. Abby buried her face into my shoulder, her fingernails digging into my jacket. Sarah grabbed my other arm, her shaking fingers locking around my elbow as she sobbed into my sleeve. Even Chloe, usually so grounded, reached out and gripped the front of my shirt, anchoring herself to me as the air rushed past us. Keek didn't say a word, but I felt her small, cold hand slip into the crook of my arm, her presence silent and heavy. We stood there, a single, shivering mass of humanity, while the new norm seniors were swept past us like leaves in a storm. There were thuds, the sound of breaking glass, and the heavy trampling of feet, but none of it touched us. We were just ghosts against the wall, listening to the world outside our alcove tear itself apart. When the air finally stilled, the only thing left was the sound of our own frantic, synchronized breathing. Is everyone alive? Pedro whispered, his voice trembling so hard I could barely understand him. The wind died as abruptly as it had begun, leaving a ringing, pressurized silence in its wake. For a long second, none of us moved, the girls still anchored to my jacket as if I were the only thing keeping them from being swept away. Dyson was the first to break the paralysis. I heard the sharp, plastic snap of the final glow stick. A sudden, violent burst of neon orange light flooded the alcove. We all blinked, squinting against the glare as the shadows retreated. The door, Dyson whispered, his voice trembling. It's open. The heavy metal double doors had been blasted outward, hanging off their hinges. But as the orange light bled into the corridor beyond, my stomach dropped. The new Norm seniors who had rushed the exit were nowhere to be seen, completely swallowed by the darkness. Cash? Aiden! Grant shouted, stepping toward the opening, his blue light cutting into the gray. Are you there? There was no answer. Only the distant, muffled sound of the gym tearing itself apart. Wait, Pedro said, his eyes darting to his phone as the screen flickered weakly. He looked at the hallway we were in, then at the memory of when we entered. Logan. You brought us to the right side of the gym. But remember when we first got here? Aiden and Cash went to the other double doors. They went to the left side. The realization hit the group like a physical blow. You've got to be kidding me, Ryan choked out, leaning his head against the lockers in defeat. We fought through that whole mob for a mistake. Logan, how do you mess up left and right? I was busy not dying. I snapped, my face heating up in the orange glow. The directions were confusing. I thought when he said he'd watch the entrance, he meant this one. He's actually bad at instructions, Hala wheezed, leaning her weight on Grant as she stood fully upright. I forgot. Logan can't follow instructions to save his life when he's panicking. Aiden went to the left entrance. We're on the complete opposite end. So we're on the wrong side, Sarah whispered, her face pale. And we have to go back. Through the gym. Through them. We don't have a choice, Chloe said, finally letting go of my shirt and straightening her posture, though her hand still trembled slightly. Hala can walk. We move fast, we stay in the shadows, and we get to the correct side. The left side, Logan. Where they actually are. I get it. The left side. I muttered, hefting my flashlight. And trying to ignore the guilt pooling in my chest. Back into the lion's den, Dyson muttered, hefting the orange glow stick like a torch. Everyone stay close. No. One, let's go this time. If we get separated in the middle of that court, it's over. Are we really doing this? Pedro's voice was a jagged whisper as he stared back down the throat of the pitch-black hallway. Are we actually about to kick and punch our way through that darkness to the other side? We don't have a choice, Grant growled, his hand tightening around the blue glow stick like a baton. We hit anyone who tries to stop us. I'm ready, Abby said, her voice trembling but her jaw set in a hard, terrified line. One by one, the others nodded, Hala leaning heavily on the wall but standing tall, Dyson hefting the orange light, and even Sarah wiping her eyes and balling her fists. We stepped out of the alcove and back into the main corridor, and the second we crossed the threshold, the silence died. The gym was a cacophony of violence. As we hit the open court, the orange and blue light spilled onto a scene of absolute carnage. The new Norm students were a roiling tide of varsity jackets. I saw a male teacher shoved against a trophy case, his tie torn as he screamed for order, but 3 seniors swarmed over him like a wave. It's not working. Sarah shrieked as we watched another teacher try to pull a student off a freshman, only to be shoved violently into the bleachers. The adults had lost the school, they were just more targets in the cleansing. Go. Now. I roared, and we charged into the melee. We hadn't made it 10 feet onto the hardwood before the line broke. A massive senior lunged out of the shadows, tackling Keek from the side. She went down hard, the sound of her pink backpack hitting the floor echoing like a lead weight. Got the little the senior yelled, pinning her down and raising a fist to smash her face in. Keek didn't scream. She didn't even flinch. She reached into the side pocket of her bag and pulled out a heavy, round metal sphere an old shot-put ball she'd scavenged. She held it up right in his face, her eyes wide and eerie in the orange glow. Good thing I brought the grenades, she whispered, her high-pitched voice chillingly calm. The senior froze. His eyes went wide as he stared at the heavy metal ball. In his adrenaline-fueled stupidity, he actually bought it? Is that a real? Pulling the pin in 3, Keek chirped. 2. Grenade, the senior shrieked, scrambling off her so fast he tripped over his own feet, scurrying back into the dark like a terrified rat. Keek didn't waste a second. As he turned to run, she lunged forward and delivered a brutal, calculated kick directly to his privates. He collapsed into a wheezing heap. And she stepped over him without a word, swinging her backpack back onto her shoulders. The corridor was no longer a school hallway, it was a meat grinder. All 4 grades freshmen fueled by peer pressure, seniors by pure malice converged on us in a vertical sea of mob violence. There was no more talking. No more debate. The air was thick with the copper tang of blood and the rhythmic, guttural chanting of fa and trash that vibrated in our chests. The side tiers. I roared, pointing toward the steep, jagged stone steps. The collision was visceral. I met the first senior mid-stride, his boot catching in the gap of a bolted-down plastic chair. As he stumbled, I drove my heel into the side of the plastic seat with a sickening crack, snapping the base end, pinning his ankle into the jagged, reinforced shard. He let out a high-pitched, bubbly shriek as the plastic sheared into his Achilles, trapped like a coyote in a snare. I used his leaning shoulder as a springboard, vaulting higher into the mess. To my left, the quiet girl persona finally disintegrated. Abby moved with a terrifying, mechanical martial arts precision. 2 juniors rushed her at once, their faces twisted with hate. She dropped into a low crouch, her hand slapping the stone, and swept her legs in a brutal, scissoring motion. She wrapped her thighs around their knees and twisted her entire core with a guttural, animalistic roar. There was a dual, wet pop as their joints gave way, and their heads slammed into the stone steps with a hollow, sickening thunk. Beside her, Grant was a whirlwind of blunt force trauma. He didn't trade punches, he delivered short, professional-looking jabs that shattered a blocker's orbital bone before moving to the next. Hala, despite her shredded jeans, used the brick wall for leverage and drove her good boot into the throat of a sophomore charging from above. He gagged, his eyes rolling back as he tumbled down the stone steps, his falling weight breaking the ribs of 2 freshmen behind him. Jacob and Ryan were a wall of calculated violence. When a massive senior tried to pin Ryan, Ryan didn't flinch. He flailed and kicked with a desperate ferocity, driving his thumb into the attacker's eye socket until the senior recoiled with a blood-curdling scream. Jacob followed up instantly, delivering a crushing strike to the senior's solar plexus that folded him like a lawn chair. Sarah and Chloe were a coordinated force of pure adrenaline. Sarah didn't hesitate, swinging a heavy gym bag full of textbooks like a makeshift mace. It connected with the side of a freshman's head with a dull, heavy thud, sending him reeling with a shattered jaw and teeth spraying across the stone. But the numbers were overwhelming. As we reached the mid-tier, 3 seniors converged on Jose. They grabbed him by the shoulders and the waist, lifting him off his feet. With a synchronized, violent heave, Jose went airborne, a human projectile launched off the 10-foot stone ledge and into the absolute blackness of the basketball court below. We watched his silhouette vanish, followed by the hollow, sickening thud of a body hitting the hardwood. The fight in our circle stuttered for a heartbeat. I'm okay. Jose's voice drifted up, breathless and high-pitched. A second of heavy tension passed. That was not a step down, he yelled back with terrified indignation. Move. I screamed. Suddenly, a varsity jacket lunged for me, but a blur of motion intercepted him. Jose hadn't stayed down. He had scrambled back up the lower bleacher stairs, swinging a heavy metal shop stool he'd scavenged from the court. He swung it with both hands, catching my attacker square in the ribs with a bone-deep crunch that sent the senior vomiting onto the floor. Jose stood over the writhing senior, gasping for air as he looked at me. You could at least say thank you, he yelled over the hateful rhetoric and the sound of the riot. Thanks. I barked, grabbing another senior and hurling him into. But then, the air changed. Above the roar of the riot and the crashing of chairs, a new sound cut through the gym, a distant, rising wail. Do you hear that? Abby gasped, her stride faltering as she glanced at the high windows. Sirens, Grant breathed, his eyes wide with a sudden, desperate hope. They're coming. They're actually coming. The effect was instantaneous. The new norm, who had been acting like kings of a lawless wasteland, suddenly froze. The bravado evaporated as blue and red lights began to strobe against the frosted glass. Cops, someone shrieked from the bleachers. Scatter. The predatory circle broke into a panicked stampede. In the chaos, the heavy auto shop doors were kicked wide. And a phalanx of officers in tactical gear burst through. Their high-powered LED beams blinding us. Police. Down on the ground. Everyone down. I hit the floor so hard my chin bounced. I felt the cold weight of a knee in the small of my back and the harsh pull of my arms being yanked behind me. We've got a group of M here, an officer barked, reaching for zip ties. Look at the blood on this one's hands. They were right in the thick of it. No. Wait. I choked out, my face pressed into the floor. Wax. We're the ones they were attacking. Please. The group erupted in a chorus of terrified, jagged pleas. Check the cameras. Pedro yelled, struggling against the floor. We didn't start this. They were coming for us. Sarah was sobbing, her voice a thin wire of terror as she cried, please, don't. I didn't do anything. Dyson tried to twist his head around, shouting, get off me. We're the victims here, while Keek remained eerily silent, her small frame shaking under an officer's grip. Jose let out a pained wheeze, groaning, I just fell off a 10-foot ledge. I'm the victim here. Ow, and Grant roared, look at her leg. She's bleeding. Help her instead of arresting us. The officer didn't listen, his grip tightening as he prepared to detain us. Save it for the station, kid. You're all going in. Officer, stop. A sharp, authoritative voice cut through the shouting. I looked up, squinting through the glare, and saw a figure stepping between us and the tactical team, flanked by Aiden and Cash, who were pointing frantically at us. It was Ms. Morgan. Her hair was a mess, and there was a dark bruise forming on her cheek, but she stood with a spine made of iron. Let them go, Ms. Morgan commanded, placing herself directly in front of the lead officer. I know these kids, and believe me when I say they were the ones trying to help. They were the ones holding this together while everything fell apart. The officer hesitated, his grip on my arms loosening just a fraction as Aiden stepped forward, shouting, they're our friends. They're the ones being targeted. Cash nodded aggressively, adding, we've been trying to get to them. They're the good guys. Ma'am, they're covered in blood and bruises, the officer argued, though his tone shifted. They were defending themselves against a hate-fueled riot, Ms. Morgan snapped, her voice trembling with fury. They are the victims here. Now, get a medic for that girl's leg and let them up. Now. Slowly, the pressure on my back vanished. I sat up, rubbing my wrists, as Ms. Morgan knelt down beside us. Are you all right? She whispered, her hand resting on Hala's shoulder. We're alive, I croaked, looking at my friends a broken, battered, but still standing circle. We're actually alive. Aiden and Cash dropped down beside us, their faces smeared with soot and sweat, but their eyes were bright with a frantic, jittery relief. You guys look like you went through a meat grinder. Aiden whispered, his hands shaking as he looked at my bloodied knuckles and the bruises already darkening on Sarah's arms. We fought our way across the tiers, I croaked, leaning back against the cool metal of a ball rack. It was a full-on brawl in there, Aiden. We thought you were already out. Aiden looked at Cash, his expression turning grim. We were in the hallway right outside the gym doors, waiting for you guys. When the lights stayed out and we heard the screaming start inside, we realized you weren't coming out. We were about to run back in when we found Ms. Morgan, and that's when we got cornered. By who? Sarah asked, wiping a smudge of dirt from her cheek. She and Jose were looking at Aiden with blank, confused expressions. Chloe didn't say a word, she just stared at the chaos around her, her mouth slightly agape. In pure shock as the reality of the night finally settled in. O'Shea, Aiden answered, his voice flat. Who? Sarah asked, frowning. She didn't know the name. But as Aiden began to describe the massive senior, her eyes widened. He stepped out of the shadows and blocked the hallway. Cash added. He didn't even swing, Logan. He just stood there, towering over us, and shoved his phone into Aiden's face. It wasn't just a phone, Aiden said, his voice dropping to a ghost of a sound. He started reciting the manifestos, the anti-autism propaganda that's been blowing up this month. They're calling the spectrum a resource drain. They're saying that the filter needs to catch the genetic anomalies that slow down the national average. Sarah's face went pale. That's what they meant, she whispered, looking at me. When I told you about the new norms rhetoric, I knew they were talking about efficiency, but I didn't think they'd actually put a date on it. They're trying to turn a medical diagnosis into a national security threat. Hala flinched, her eyes darting toward the exit. She knew O'Shea's cruelty better than most. He's been saying that for weeks, she whispered. He thinks if he's the one doing the scrubbing, he won't be a stain himself. I get it now, Jose muttered, his eyes narrowing as he watched a group of seniors being shoved toward the doors. This O'Shea guy, he was just a random foot soldier who really believed the hype. He actually thought they were going to get rid of every autistic, LGBTQ, and person of color in the building. He was so busy gloating about the cleansing that he didn't even plan for us to fight back, I said, looking at our battered, defiant group. He thought we'd just wait for the disposal. All right, everyone up. Move, Ms. Morgan commanded, her voice turning sharp and professional as she clapped her hands. The police have secured the building. We're heading back to our classrooms immediately. Back to class? I asked, incredulous. Ms. Morgan, there was a literal hate crime in there. We need to talk to the police, we need to make sure the news sees this. No, Logan. Listen to me, Ms. Morgan interrupted, pulling us into a tighter circle. Her expression was hard, her posture stiff with a conservative, iron-willed resolve. The district is going to record this as a contained technical disturbance during a blackout. They aren't going to let this leak as a riot. That's a cover-up, I snapped. You're just going to let them lie. I'm letting them control the narrative so your lives don't become a target again, she hissed, her eyes darting toward the retreating police. If the public hears there was a hate-fueled uprising here, it will embolden every other cell of these new norm people across the county. They'll come back for a round two to finish what they started because they'll think they have a platform. If we make it look like a boring, technical failure where nothing happened, they lose their victory. They become invisible. Again. It's about national stability, Logan. We can't give them the glory of the chaos. As long as the new norm people actually get in trouble, I don't care what they call it, I muttered, though the bitter taste of the cover-up sat heavy in my throat. Ms. Morgan paused. I'll do what I can, Logan. But you need to understand, if the district sweeps this under the rug too deeply and fails to weed them out, I don't doubt for a second they will come back. They want a restored America, and they think people like you are standing in the way of it. We stood up, leaning on each other, and began the long, silent walk back to the classrooms as if the screams in the gym had never happened. Later that day at lunch, the cafeteria noise felt like a dull roar in my ears. I was leaning in close to Jacob. I can't believe Ms. Morgan is actually going along with it, I whispered. A contained technical disturbance? People were literally being hunted in that gym. It's a total cover-up. Jacob shook his head, his voice dropping to a level that made the hair on my arm stand up. It's bigger than the school, Logan. Think about it. They've already stripped the LGBTQ+ community of their protections in public, like it's entertainment. And you've seen the news. ICE enforcement is being weaponized as a spectacle, dehumanizing communities of color one policy at a time. They're isolating everyone, scattering the resistance. He leaned in further, his eyes darting around. Remember that theory we talked about? The one from the old boards. The pattern isn't a theory anymore, it's the script. They pushed the others aside, and now we're the last unpredictable variable left on the checklist. This is the autism war, Logan. Just like the whispers said. Once they finish filtering the others, they come for us to restore efficiency. I know, I said, a cold knot forming in my stomach. Though at this point, we might need to change the name. It's not just the autism war anymore, it's a full-blown war on anyone who doesn't fit the big beautiful bill's definition of a person. The clock is almost done ticking, Jacob said grimly. The Gym was just a dress rehearsal for the erasure. We aren't at the end of the story. We're just at the end of the prologue. My response died in my throat as my gaze drifted across the crowded room, past the rows of noisy tables. That's when I noticed her, Keek. I want to be clear, this wasn't some cliché, cinematic romance moment. It was just gravity. We locked eyes. And for a solid 30 seconds, the rest of the cafeteria blurred into a static hum. There was a strange, unblinking intensity in the way she looked back, a focused stillness that felt like she was trying to map out my entire face. Sitting right next to her was Zach. I saw the way his hand tightened the moment he realized I was looking. I was already mentally preparing for the stay away from her speech I knew was coming later. Earth to Logan. I repeat, Earth to Logan. Jacob's voice broke the trance, his hand waving frantically in front of my face. I blinked, snapping my head back toward him. Is it too late now to say sorry? I belted out in a terrible, off-key falsetto. Jacob stared at me with a look of pure, unadulterated exhaustion. That's it? You are officially banned from punning and singing. Honestly, maybe just talking in general for the next hour. Sorry, I muttered, shaking my head. Just got distracted. Thinking about the clock, and how much time we actually have left before the filter closes. Not much, Jacob said. I glanced back at Keek's table, my mind drifting to a conversation I'd had with Hala earlier that day. She'd mentioned that Keek had a massive crush on a particular someone, though she'd kept the name a secret. Seeing the way Keek was leaned in, seemingly super into whatever Zach was saying, the pieces clicked into place. Zach was the crush. Great. That meant the stay away from her talk wasn't just a possibility, it was an inevitability. Spoiler alert, I was shockingly wrong about how that was going to go down, but at the time, I was bracing for impact. I want to be clear about something, though, because I know where your head is going. No, I didn't have feelings for Keek. We'd literally met the day before. Sure, she was pretty, but not the I want you to be my girlfriend kind of pretty, especially not when Zach was clearly about to cut the friendship off at the knees anyway. Lunch finally ended, and I spent the rest of the afternoon navigating a gauntlet of occasionally angry looks from people in the halls. The contained disturbance in the gym hadn't stayed as quiet as the district hoped, and the tension was thick enough to choke on. By the time 8th period rolled around, I was exhausted. I slumped into my seat, finding Sarah and Chloe already there. Chloe was still stuck in that silent, wide-eyed shock from earlier, while Sarah looked like she was vibrating with enough nervous energy to power the entire school grid. This has gone too far, Logan, Sarah whispered, her voice cracking as she stared at the floor. It wasn't supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be about efficiency. Keeping the gears turning. Not hunting people like animals. Efficiency is just the word they use before they start the elimination phase, Sarah, I said, my voice sounding like ground glass. You knew that? You were the one who told me the filter was coming months ago. You just didn't think the water would get high enough to drown people. You actually knew. She finally turned to me, her eyes red-rimmed. A strange, desperate look crossed her face, searching for a bridge back to a version of us that didn't exist anymore. Logan. Back then, did you really want to ask me to? Homecoming. I saw you by the doors that day. I saw you looking. I felt a cold surge of nausea. I gripped the edges of my desk until the wood bit into my palms. Leave it alone. Sarah. That world is dead. No, I need to know, she pushed, her voice rising in a frantic, guilty pitch. Was that why you were standing there? Were you actually going to say it? I was, I said, the confession feeling like a rusted blade in my throat. I had the whole thing rehearsed. I thought. You didn't see me as a variable to be solved. But you didn't even let me get the words out. You turned me down before I even opened my mouth. You looked at me like I was a stain on your schedule and told me you were in a rush before I could even draw a breath. You didn't even know what I was going to say, but you already knew I wasn't worth the time. Beside her, Chloe suddenly jumped, her chair screeching against the floor. She looked at Sarah with a look of pure, unadulterated horror. You did that? Chloe whispered, her voice trembling. Sarah, you never said. You shut him down before he even spoke. I was trying to protect you, Chloe. Sarah snapped, but the defense was brittle. Protect me from what? Chloe asked, a tear finally breaking loose. I didn't let up. I leaned over the desk until I was inches from Sarah's face. I've spent a lot of time thinking about what you said back then. About how I'm a liability. And honestly, sometimes I think you were right. Maybe my friends would have better lives if I wasn't around to make them targets for the new norm. Maybe if I had just died that night, none of this would have happened. Maybe no one would have really cared if the anomaly just stayed dead before the filter even existed. Sarah flinched as if I'd struck her. Logan, don't say that. But then I realized something, I interrupted, my voice dropping to a low, steady frequency. I am as much of a human being as anyone else in this building. My brain might fire differently, and I might not fit into your norm. But my blood is just as red as yours. And if you or the school, or the government decide that treating me or my friends with basic dignity is too expensive or inefficient, then that's on you. Because if you have to strip away someone's humanity just to make your world feel normal again, then what exactly makes you the good guys? Sarah shrank back, pressing her bag against her knees. I was scared, she finally broke, the words spilling out in a toxic confession. I didn't want to be the one standing next to the target. It's easier to point the finger at the anomaly than to be the one they're pointing at. I chose the normal side because I'd rather be the hammer than the nail. I've done so many things I regret, Logan. Things you don't even know about yet. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper that felt like a death sentence. I chose the hammer because I thought it would keep me safe. But the hammer is getting heavier. I've done a lot more than just turn you down for a dance. Chloe's breath hitched. Her eyes widened, darting between Sarah's shaking hands and the screen of Sarah's phone, which sat face up on the desk. Oh. Chloe breathed, her voice barely a whisper, her face going pale as she stared at the screen. Oh, no. Sarah. Oh, no. The final bell screamed. I stood up, grabbing my bag. I stepped into the empty hallway, the silence of the corridor feeling more ominous than the riot ever had. I caught up with Hala and Keek. I walked straight up to them, my mind still racing from the tension in 8th period. I turned toward Keek, trying to keep my voice casual. Hey, I couldn't help but notice you were looking at me at lunch today. You want to, talk about that? I asked. Keek blinked, a small, amused smirk playing on her lips. Oh, yeah. You might not know this, but I'm half blind, she said, pointing toward her right eye. Total blackness in this one. I was actually looking at the people outside the window with what I can still see from my left eye. She leaned in slightly, her expression turning playful. Despite the grim atmosphere of the school, I can understand why you'd think I was staring at you, though. But don't get your hopes up. You look alright with one. I'm not sure how I'd feel if I could see you with both. Hala let out a sharp, surprised laugh, the first bit of genuine humor I'd heard all day. Dang, Logan. She absolutely roasted you, Hala exclaimed, shaking her head. Fair enough, I muttered, a small smile finally breaking through. I guess I'll take all right for now. The humidity outside was thick, the air smelling of wet asphalt and the exhaust of idling buses. I stood by the curb, my eyes scanning for my granny's car. Alexis had some after-school commitment for theater, so it was just me waiting for my granny. I was staring so hard at the entrance of the parking lot that the rest of the world blurred into a gray, rainy smear. Yo, Logan. The voice came from directly behind me, low and gravelly. I didn't just turn, I leapt. My feet actually left the pavement as I spun around, my hands coming up in a frantic, defensive blur, my breath hitched in a jagged, panic-stricken gasp as I braced for a new norm fist or a shove. Whoa, whoa. Easy, killer, the voice said, held up in a mock surrender. I blinked, my vision finally clearing as my heart tried to kick its way out of my throat. Nathaniel. I choked out, my heart hammering against my ribs. Yeah, hey. I'm a freshman now, he said, offering a lopsided grin that felt like a relic from a different lifetime. Man, I haven't seen you or most of the others. What's the word? Anything new? Trust me, I groaned, leaning back against a cold brick pillar as the exhaust from the idling buses swirled around us. It only gets worse from here. You picked a heck of a year to start high school. Nathaniel stuffed his hands into his pockets, looking me over. I mean, it's just high school, right? What else could have changed? Oh, there's new stuff, all right, I said, a hollow, jagged laugh escaping me. I didn't even know where to start catching him up on a year's worth of social wreckage. But for starters, let's go with something I know you'll find interesting. You remember Raven? Dyson's sister? The girl you really cared about. Nathaniel's posture straightened instantly, his playful grin vanishing. Yeah, he said, his voice quiet. Why? What happened? Well, I basically made her hate my guts, I said, watching his face fall into pure bafflement. That's why I don't go to Dyson's house anymore. It was this massive misunderstanding that snowballed into a total nightmare. Now she thinks I'm some kind of stalker or a creep. I'm pretty sure she even thinks I was trying to hit on her. Which, trust me, is the last thing I wanted. Nathaniel blinked, looking genuinely pained. Oh. I mean, is that it? Just a misunderstanding? I actually still talk to Dyson. We kept in contact after everything 2 years ago. We play Xbox from time to time. He never mentioned the stuff with Raven, maybe he was trying to protect me from hearing it. There are more complex reasons than that, I said, my voice dropping. Nathaniel tilted his head, confused. Like what? I leaned in and whispered the truth into his ear, the specific details of the pressure Dyson was under. Nathaniel pulled back, his eyes wide. Oh. I feel bad for him. I'm sure everything will be alright, though. It's like he told me whenever things are bad, he just starts doing the funnies, Nathaniel exclaimed. I paused, looking at him dead on. You do know what that means, right? I asked. I wasn't going to be the one to explain the not-so-school appropriate implications of what Dyson actually meant. That's a lot for 1 year, Nathaniel muttered. The air brakes of a yellow bus hissed nearby, the sound echoing through the parking lot. Well, bus 67 just got here. I've gotta go, but I guess I'll see you around. Tell Dyson I said hi. I'll do that, I exclaimed as he disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 16. That following Saturday, Aiden hosted a small get-together to celebrate his birthday. It wasn't the massive blowout he'd originally planned. Life complications meant most of the core group couldn't show up. It was just me, some of his cousins, and a few people he knew from outside of school. We started with several intense rounds of bowling, fueled by greasy pepperoni pizza and the loud, crashing rhythm of the pins. By the end of the final frame, the score was sitting at a razor-thin 6-7. Aiden had managed to edge me out by a single pin on his last roll, and he wasn't exactly being humble about it. Did you see that hook, Logan? That was pure professional form. Aiden crowed, wiping his hands on a towel as he did a victory lap around a ball return. I told you, man. You've got the strategy, but I've got the ice in my veins. You were just a hair away, but in this game, a hair is a mile. Yeah, enjoy your birthday luck while it lasts, I joked, though my mind was still half stuck in the dark hallways of the gym. Well, we're heading over to the arcade to burn through some points. You coming? Aiden asked, nodding toward the neon glow of the game floor. Yeah, I'll be there in a second, I exclaimed. I reached for my phone as they walked away, and as if on cue, it buzzed in my pocket. It was a text from Reland. I stepped away from the clatter of the bowling pins into the quieter corridor by the vending machines to read it. Reland, do you think it's really over? Me, I would hope so. After the police got involved at the gym, you'd think they'd back off. Reland, I mean, really think about it though. I don't think the new norm is done with us yet. Jacob got me caught up on the whole thing that happened at Lights Out, and it's like he said, they've gone for the LGBTQ plus and POC communities. They've basically taken everything from them. Relent, but they haven't taken everything from autistic people yet. We are the last target. Me, I know it's a countdown. Relent. Relent, then you know what happens when they are done with that. They come back for round 2. Just because we won one fight doesn't mean the norm is suddenly done with us. If anything, they are more determined than ever. Relent, but not only that. Cole. It's all just so shocking to me. We were friends at one point, as I told you, then all of a sudden he starts doing this stuff. This ain't no pills making him be a different person. This is a choice. Relent, just be careful, Logan. Don't let your guard down. This isn't over. I stared at the screen, the colorful arcade lights reflecting off the glass. Relent wasn't telling me anything I didn't already suspect, but hearing it out loud made the threat feel much more immediate. The efficiency they wanted wasn't just a policy, it was a erasure, and we were still in the crosshairs. I finally tucked my phone away and headed toward the neon-drenched chaos of the arcade. The transition from the rhythmic thud of the bowling alley to the high-pitched electronic screaming of the machines was jarring, but before I could even find Aiden at the air hockey tables, my pocket buzzed again. It was Keek. Keek, hey Logan, it's Keek. Decided to finally add your number to my phone officially, lol. Me, officially. Thought you had it since we added you in the group chat. Keek, having a number in a chat is different than having a contact card. I like to keep things organized. File folder. Anyway. What are you up to? Me, just hanging out, trying to kill some time. What about you? Keek, I'm actually stuck in a chair right now getting my hair done. My stylist is being a total perfectionist today. Me, sounds fun. How long you gonna be there? Keek, probably another hour. She's doing this whole layered look. She says it's all about the angle so it frames my face right. Honestly, I can barely see what she's doing from this angle, so I'm just trusting the process. I like when things are symmetrical. Me, well, I'm sure it'll look fine. You usually have a good sense for that stuff. Keek, you know? I was actually looking at some designs earlier. I've always liked that classic red and white look. Me, I guess. Keek, trust me, the new look is going to be cold as ice. Me, alright then. Good luck with the stylist. Keek, thanks. I'm sure it'll be a performance. Anyway. Don't let me distract you. I hope everyone gets exactly what they deserve out of the day. Catch you later? Me, yeah, later. I slowed my pace as I reached the entrance to the arcade, staring at the screen. You took like 2 minutes to get over here, Aiden exclaimed, leaning against the side of a racing cabinet as I finally caught up. Yeah, sorry. I was texting Keek, I replied, shoving my phone back into my pocket. Aiden's face immediately split into a devious grin. He pushed off the machine and started swaggering over toward the punching game, his eyes glinting with mischief. Oh yeah, Keek. Your new girlfriend. I forgot. You're loving up on her so much now that you don't even have time for the rest of us, he teased, his voice loud enough to draw a few looks from nearby kids. She's not my girlfriend, I shot back, feeling the heat rise in my face. Maybe not yet, but you definitely like her, Aiden countered, stopping in front of the high score display. Tell you what, since it's my birthday, I could just help you out. I'll get her on the phone, help you confess, and that won't be needed, I cut him off sharply as I stepped fully into the neon glow of the arcade, trying to shut down the conversation before he got any bright ideas about my personal life. We drifted apart for a while after that, the group scattering to burn through the rest of our credits. I spent some time on the air hockey table and nearly lost a finger on a retro skee ball machine, but eventually, the gravity of the room pulled us all back together. One by one, the others finished their games and gravitated toward the back corner, forming a loose circle around the heavy-duty punching machine. The red digital numbers of the high score flickered, casting a harsh light over our faces as we stood there, the Rhythmic thud crack of the bag being hit echoing from a group of older teens nearby. The neon hum of the arcade felt stifling, the air thick with the smell of ozone and the rhythmic thud crack of games. As we circled the punch machine. After the week we'd had, it felt like a hollow ritual, a way to bleed off the lingering adrenaline, but the vibe was heavy. I stepped up first. My knuckles were still stiff, and my heart wasn't really in it. I planted my feet, threw a right hook that felt solid enough, and watched the bag retract. The red digital display flickered, wheezing out a modest 342. Not bad, Logan, Aiden said from behind me, his voice unusually quiet. A solid effort for a strategist. Better than a 0, I muttered, shaking out my hand. Your turn. Aiden didn't quip back. He didn't bounce on his toes or shake out his arms. He just stepped into the jagged red glow of the machine, looking smaller than usual in his oversized hoodie, his curly hair falling over his eyes. To anyone watching, he was the weakest link, the kid who usually stayed behind the cameras. You okay, man? I asked, noticing the way his lead foot ground into the grimy carpet. You look like you're trying to solve a physics equation rather than hit a bag. I am, he whispered. Then, he moved. It wasn't a swing. It was an explosion. He pivoted with a calculated fluidity I didn't know he possessed. His entire core rotated in a blur, and the sound that followed wasn't a thud, it was a crack like a dry branch snapping in a storm. The bag didn't just retract, it was hammered into the upper housing with a violent force that made the entire heavy-duty cabinet groan and shudder on its base. The digital display went haywire. The red numbers spun in a frantic blur before slamming to a halt. 1048. The silence that followed was absolute. We all instinctively backed up, a collective chill running down our spines. Looking at Aiden in that moment was terrifying. He slowly straightened up, his gaze never leaving the high score. He wasn't mad or shaking, he was perfectly, unervingly calm. That, he rasped, his voice carrying a raw, dangerous edge that cut through the arcade noise, is exactly what I'm going to send through O'Shea's fooing ribs if he ever touches us again. He just stood there, the 1048 still glowing red behind him. He looked around the room, his eyes scanning the shadows of the arcade as if looking for a hidden observer. And if any new norm people are watching right now, he added, his voice raising just enough to carry, just know that was only 50%. I stared at him, my mouth slightly agape. I stepped closer. My voice barely a whisper so the others wouldn't hear. Aiden? Where did that come from? Where was that? During lights out. He wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, his breathing perfectly level. I've had that in me for a long time, Logan. I just never had a reason to prove it until now. I've been waiting for the right moment to let it out. But in the gym, I pressed, my mind racing back to the riot. You could have ended it right there. Why didn't you hit them like that? Aiden turned to look at me, his eyes dark and cold. Because, I wasn't trying to kill anyone. Where did you learn to hit like that? I asked, my voice still hushed as the rest of the group slowly drifted back toward the other machines. I've been exercising since middle school, Logan, Aiden explained, his voice low and steady, lacking any of his usual frantic energy. But this newfound set of skills, I didn't even know I had in me. After you told me everything right before school started, the Project 2025 talk, the shifts in the new norm rhetoric, I didn't just go to the gym. I started actual fight training. He looked down at his hands, flexing them slowly. Why do you think I was able to push past those girls in the hallway the way I did? I wasn't just scrambling, I was moving with a purpose. After Relent shared the full details of what was happening behind the scenes, I knew I had to become stronger than I've ever been. He leaned in closer, his eyes reflecting the jagged red light of the high score. Because here's the thing, because of who I am, well, who we are, someone like me is exactly who they expect to surround and pick on. I'm the easy target in their manual. So imagine their shock when they're knocked out before they can even process what happened. The calculated coldness in his voice was a far cry from the guy I'd grown up with. He hadn't just prepared for a school riot, he'd spent the last few months turning himself into a countermeasure. You've been keeping this a secret the whole time. I whispered, glancing at the security cameras overhead. In a war, you don't show your best weapon until you have to use it, he replied. Monday morning in the cafeteria was a sea of forced normalcy. I made my way to our usual corner, finding the core group already clustered together. Hala stood with her arms crossed, leaning next to Grant and Dyson. Ryan Unruh was huddled near Jacob, who was staring intently at his phone. Abby Easter was leaning over the table, her voice trembling as she looked at her screen. They're all back, she whispered. Just like Ms. Morgan said the district buried the riot. How do we even know who's still in on it? Ryan asked, glancing around at the random students giving us those looks. Social media, Abby said, her face pale. I've been tracking Forney's local tags. More and more accounts are locking and going private. The Big Beautiful Bill and Project 2025 have already moved through the other phases. We've seen what they did to the LGBTQ+ and POC communities, stripping protections, ICE, they've already taken so much from them. She looked at the group, her eyes welling up. The autistic community is the only one they haven't fully struck yet. We're the last target left on the list. I have a feeling, since we messed up their first attempt in the gym, they're going to be a lot more undercover about round 2. They aren't going to broadcast the next move until we're already trapped. As Abby spoke, Keek was acting different. She was sitting unusually close to Jacob, leaning her shoulder against his. As she peered at his phone screen, she was laughing at something he said, her head tilted in a way that made it look like she was totally into him. When Jacob offered a shy, confused smile, she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, her unblinking eye fixed on him with what looked like genuine interest. To anyone watching, it just looked like a new crush forming in the middle of a crisis. Dyson leaned in, actually chuckling under his breath. Nathaniel told me he saw you Friday, Logan. He said you mentioned the funnies to him. Wait, what are the funnies? Hala asked, looking between them. The rest of the group leaned in, curious. Dyson's grin widened into something mischievous. Oh. You want to know? I can show you right now, he said, reaching for his phone as if to pull up a demonstration. That's not needed, thanks, the group shouted in unison. Instinctively backing away as they realized whatever the funnies meant, it definitely wasn't school appropriate. Suit yourselves, Dyson laughed, though his eyes quickly went serious again. But Logan's right to be on edge. Round 2 is coming, and they're playing for keeps. As the first bell of the day screamed, echoing off the high cafeteria ceiling, we stayed in our formation, a small, defiant front against a world trying to erase us. Later that day, the air in advisory felt like it was made of static. Hala and I were slumped in our chairs, the low hum of other students' conversations fading into the background as we tried to process the morning's cafeteria tension. They're just waiting, Hala whispered, her eyes fixed on the door. Abby's right about the social media silence. I know, I muttered, my leg bouncing nervously. But they don't realize we aren't the same group they cornered in the gym. If they want round 2, they're going to get a lot more than they bargained for. Suddenly, a Gmail notification from an address I didn't recognize. I felt a cold chill as I tapped it open. Hello Logan, how has your day been? McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:17 p.m. To me. This is a student email account managed by Forney Independent School District. The contents of this email are governed by the laws of the state and the board policies of the school district. Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:18 p.m. To Travis. Who are you? I don't know this email. Looking forward to hearing from you, Logan. Highsmith. 12th grade. McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:21 p.m. To me. I know your sister. Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:21 p.m. To Travis. But why are you emailing me? McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:22 p.m. To me. What is your sister's favorite color? Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:24 p.m. To Travis. Are you trying to hit on my sister? My sister is dating someone if that's what you're trying to do. McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:25 p.m. To me. No. Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:26 p.m. To Travis. Asterisk if I'm being honest I don't know her favorite color lol asterisk. What do you even need it for? McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:27 p.m. To me. Her. Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:28 p.m. To Travis. For what purpose related to her though? McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:29 p.m. To me. Making something. Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:30 p.m. To Travis. Making what? McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:31 p.m. To me. None of you business. Just tell me. Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:32 p.m. To Travis. It is my business, it's my sister. McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:32 p.m. To me. Please. McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:33 p.m. To me. You don't like her anyway. Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:33 p.m. To Travis. What? McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:33 p.m. To me. Tell. McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:34 p.m. To me. Do you know her fax number? Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:35 p.m. To Travis. Heck no, like I'm telling you, you're giving off the vibes of a creep. McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:37 p.m. To me. It's a joke I have her in reading and I was bored. Highsmith, 12, Logan. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:38 p.m. To Travis. If you really want to know stuff about my sister just ask her, I'm busy so I'm not going to reply anymore. McQueen, 09, Travis. Monday, November 10, 2025, 1:38 p.m. To me. I'm sorry. Hala leaned over my shoulder, her eyes darting across the thread of messages. Who even is that? And why was he being so persistent, she asked, her voice laced with confusion. Do you think you were a little hard on him? Logan. He said it was just a joke because he was bored in reading. I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. A small part of me felt a twinge of guilt for calling the kid a creep, but the underlying unease wouldn't go away. Maybe, I muttered, but he was digging for personal details about my sister and then telling me how I feel about her. That's not bored in class behavior, Hala. That's social engineering 101. Hala bit her lip, still looking unsure. I guess I just don't know if reacting like that makes things better or worse. Especially with everything else going on. I turned to her, my expression dead serious. Hala, think about it. If some random freshman you didn't know started emailing your brother, digging for your favorite color and fax number while acting like he knew your family secrets, your brother would have done exactly what I did, would he not have? Hala paused, slowly, she nodded. Yeah. You're right. He would have been way more intense than you were. He probably would have tracked the kid down by next period. Exactly, I said, closing the laptop lid with a definitive click. I might feel a little bad if he really was just a bored kid, but I'd rather be too guarded than leave my sister's info floating around with someone who claims to know her purpose. I tucked my laptop into my bag, but the 1:33 p.m. timestamp where he told me I didn't like my own sister stuck in my head. I caught up with Keek near the exit doors just as the final bell's echo was dying out. The hallway was a chaotic swarm of backpacks and shuffling feet, but she was standing there with that same composed, still energy she always had. "Hey," I said, dodging a freshman who was sprinting for the bus. "I was thinking, since everything's been so tense lately, maybe you should just come sit with me and Jacob at lunch tomorrow? It'd be better than being off by yourself." Keek stopped, her one good eye locking onto mine. For a heartbeat, she didn't say anything, and then a slow, radiant smile spread across her face. She looked genuinely, high energy happy, the kind of look that makes you think someone just won the lottery. "Really? You want me to sit with you guys?" she asked, her voice sounding lighter than I'd ever heard it. "I'd love that. Logan. Seriously. I was hoping you'd ask. It'll be so much better to actually be part of the group, you know? Just us. At the table." "Yeah, I mean, Jacob's cool with it too," I added, scratching the back of my neck. "We usually just vent about the new norm or whatever game he's currently obsessed with." "I'm looking forward to it," she exclaimed, her smile never wavering. "I think we're all going to have a lot to talk about. It's important to have people you can really trust when things start getting this complicated, right?" Right then, Hala swung behind us, catching the tail end of the conversation. She looked at the two of us, me looking awkward and Keek looking like she'd just found her new favorite hobby, and rolled her eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck. "Oh my God," Hala groaned, giving us both a hard time. "The tension is literally exhausting. Why don't you two just make out already and get it over with?" "Hala, shut up," I snapped, my face instantly turning a bright, humiliating red. "It's not like that. I'm just inviting her to lunch." Keek just laughed, a soft, pleasant sound that didn't betray a single thing. "See you at the table tomorrow, Logan," she said, waving as she turned toward the parking lot. I watched her go, feeling a weird sense of relief. It felt good to see her so happy after the stress of the gym riot. Lunch the next day felt like sitting in a graveyard while everyone else pretended it was a party. The cafeteria was a low-frequency hum of tension, but the conversation in the aisles had shifted. People weren't whispering anymore, they were talking openly about the purge. Hearing it used by normal kids over lunch confirmed that any sense of logic was officially gone. The mask of civility hadn't just slipped, it had been discarded. Jacob and I sat at our usual table, an empty chair between us. We were still waiting for Keek. "You think she's actually coming?" Jacob asked. "She seemed pretty hyped yesterday." "I think she just wants to feel safe, man," I muttered, my eyes scanning the double doors. Given the stuff Abby found on social media about how these new norm groups are consolidating, I don't blame her for wanting to be around people she trusts. Trust is a strong word for people like us these days, Jacob said, leaning back and sighing. "One day we're friends, the next day we're resource drains on someone's spreadsheet. You really think she's one of us, Logan? Or is she just a really good actress?" "She was terrified in that gym, Jacob. You saw her," I replied, though a small seed of doubt planted itself in my chest. "She's just intense. Maybe a little lonely." Suddenly, a sound ripped through the room, a jagged, high-pitched mechanical screech over the cafeteria speakers. It wasn't a fire alarm or a typical announcement chime. It was a rhythmic, pulsing frequency that made the hair on my arm stand up. It lasted for 5 seconds, a digital scream that should have sent 1,000 students diving for cover. But no one moved. The sea of students kept eating, kept whispering, their eyes glazed. Not a single person flinched. "Whoa," Jacob breathed, rubbing his ears as his eyes went wide. "Guess that's the signal. They're finally calling the sleeper agents to go kill the president or something." "Dude, shut up," I snapped, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Don't even joke like that. Especially not about the death part. If something like that actually happened, we'd be the first ones they blamed." "I'm just saying," Jacob muttered, his voice dropping to a whisper. It felt like a frequency test. "Look at them, Logan. Are we the only ones who actually heard that?" As the tension hung between us, I finally spotted Keek. She wasn't walking toward our table. She was sitting 3 rows over, tucked in near Zach and a group I didn't recognize, the kind of kids who looked like they lived for the new norm rhetoric. I watched as she stood up to take her tray to the trash. I caught her eye and raised my hand, giving her a small, welcoming wave to show her we still had her spot. She stopped for a heartbeat, shooting me a look that felt like ice water, cold, unreadable, and completely devoid of the warmth she'd shown at the exit doors yesterday. She didn't wave back. She just turned her head and walked away, her posture rigid. I guess the invite expired?" Jacob asked, staring at the spot where she'd been. "She's sitting with them now." "Something's wrong," I whispered, watching her disappear into the crowd. "Something is really, really wrong." Chapter 17. I finally caught up with Keek by the exit doors just as the final bell's echo was dying out. The hallway was a frantic blur of backpacks and shuffling feet, but she was standing near the glass, looking remarkably composed. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice steady despite my heart still racing from that frequency screech in the cafeteria. "We missed you at lunch. What happened?" "I thought we had a plan to sit together." Keek looked at me, her expression softening significantly from the icy stare she'd given me over her tray. "Oh. Sorry, Logan. Honestly, I didn't see you fully. It was so crowded in there, and I just ended up sitting with the group I usually hang out with." I leaned my back against the heavy metal door, crossing my arms as the weight of the year settled into my shoulders. "So you know Zachary, then?" I asked, unable to keep the edge out of my voice. Keek tilted her head, her one good eye narrowing. "Yeah, I know him." "Why do you sound so worried when you say his name?" "Because earlier this year, there was another girl I started becoming friends with," I explained, staring at the scuffed floor tiles. "Zachary happened to know her, too. One day, he cornered me and told me in no uncertain terms to stay away from her. After that, she never spoke to me again. I'm just scared the same thing is going to happen with you. Especially since I'm pretty sure he's your crush or something." Keek let out a short, dry laugh that lacked any real humor. "Zachary? My crush? Not even close. Since last year, it's been pretty obvious he has a thing for me, and he's been trying to keep me close this entire semester like he's marking his territory. He's persistent, and he's dangerous. But I'm not interested in him." Hala appeared out of nowhere, leaning against the opposite door frame with a look of pure, mischievous realization on her face. She looked at Keek, then at my visible panic, and let out a dramatic gasp. "Oh my God," Hala squealed, pointing a finger at Keek. "Zachary isn't the crush. Your crush is Logan. It's so obvious, you're basically glowing." "Hala, oh my God, shut up please." I snapped, my face instantly reaching a temperature that could probably melt the school servers. "Can you just, not today?" Keek just gave a cryptic, playful smirk that made my stomach do a complete somersault. For a second, the danger of the purge talk felt miles away, replaced by the much more immediate threat of dying of embarrassment in front of the exit doors. "I'll see you tomorrow, Logan," Keek said softly, stepping through the doors into the afternoon Sunday. "I promise I'll look harder for your table next time. Don't let Zachary get in your head." I stood there like a statue while Hala cackled next to me. I was supposed to have after-school tutorials that same day, but due to a sudden change in my English teacher's plans to instead do his tennis or whatever the heck else it is he teaches, those tutorials were cancelled. That left me stuck at Forney High until 5, pushing 6 o'clock. Thankfully it wasn't 7, but it was late enough for the building to turn cold and hollow. The thing is, I wasn't the only one stuck after school. Not including the choir people. They aren't important right now, but that will change shortly. The real threat I was gonna have to worry about was the new norm kids. In case you somehow hadn't pieced together A and B by now, they didn't plan on letting lights out go. If anything, they were coming back for round 2. They were just waiting for the conditions to work in their favor, and they were about to work massively in their favor. I was walking around the cafeteria area, which was shockingly quiet after school. It was almost at a scary level. The silence was heavy, making every small Sound the hum of a vending machine, the distant echo of a door feel like a threat. As I circled the empty lunch tables, I noticed the competition gym door seemed to be open. Now, common sense told me that nothing good ever happens in the comp gym after hours, especially with the purge talk we'd already seen. But, because my brain apparently decided to malfunction, what did I do? I walked right in. The gym was a cavern of shadows, the bleachers looking like jagged teeth in the dark. I stepped onto the polished wood, the silence here even louder than in the cafeteria. The lights flickered to life with a loud, industrial hum. The second I stepped into the competition gym, I tensed, my heart hammering against my ribs, fully expecting to see a whole squad of new norm kids waiting in the shadows to finish what they started during lights out. But to my shock, the place was empty. Just rows of ghostly bleachers and the smell of old floor wax. As I scanned the court, I noticed the place wasn't exactly clean. There were a few items scattered around that seemed to have been left behind by students in the rush to get home. My pulse finally slowed down, replaced by a much more relatable instinct, finders keepers. I mean, if they were just going to leave the stuff for the janitors to toss, it was basically public domain. I started circling the perimeter to see what they'd left. Seriously, I muttered, spotting a stash near the home bench. Who leaves this much good loot behind? It was a gold mine of abandoned snacks. Since I can't handle spicy stuff, I was relieved to find a stash that actually suited me. It was almost conveniently placed, like the universe knew I needed a win after the cafeteria. Screech. Classic Lay's, an unopened, family-size bag of original chips. Already a 6-pack, perfectly sealed and still crispy. Cool blue Gatorade, 2 full bottles, still slightly chilled. From someone's lunch bag. Rice Krispies treats, a handful of bars that were still soft. I checked the dates. Most of the stuff had a good while to go before expiration. I can't just leave all this top-tier loot sitting here, I joked to the empty room, stuffing the haul into my backpack. Consider this a resource drain in the other direction. If the new norm wants efficiency, they should have finished their snacks. I was feeling pretty good about my haul, momentarily forgetting the unsettling silence of the building. But as I reached for the last Gatorade, the convenience of the find started to feel a little too perfect. I barely had the last Rice Krispie treat shoved into my bag when the heavy metal handle of the far side door groaned. The sound echoed through the hollow gym like a gunshot, and my blood turned to ice. Crap, I hissed under my breath. In one fluid, panicked motion, I didn't head for the door. I threw myself backward, rolling under the first row of the retracted bleachers right where the snacks had been sitting seconds before. I pressed my chest against the cold, dusty concrete, tucking my limbs in and praying the shadows of the metal understructure were deep enough to swallow me. Hurry up, a voice called out, rough, impatient, and definitely a senior's. I didn't recognize him, but he had that arrogant new norm edge to his tone. The guy said, "We're meeting at the front in 5 minutes. Just grab the stash and let's go." I held my breath, my heart hammering so hard against the floor I was sure they could feel the vibration. Through the narrow gap between the floor and the bottom of the bleacher seat, I saw 2 pairs of expensive sneakers stop right in front of me. Yeah, I'm on it," the second one muttered, his footsteps thudding on the hardwood. I left the bag right by the. He stopped dead. I could see his shadow stretch across the floor, frozen right where my top-tier loot had been sitting just 60 seconds ago. What is it?" the first guy asked, scuffing his shoes as he stepped closer. Guys." The second kid's voice went up an octave, sounding more confused than angry. "The snacks. They're gone." "What do you mean they're gone? You said you left the Gatorades and the chips right there on the end." "I did. I left the whole pile. The Oreos, the Lay's, everything. It's totally empty, dude. There's literally nothing here." The first guy walked over, his sneakers stopping inches from where I was huddled in the dark. "You've got to be kidding me. Nobody's supposed to be in here. Did the janitor come through already?" "I don't know, man, but the door was cracked when we got here," the second one whispered, his voice dropping into a tone of genuine unease. "You think someone's watching us. I squeezed my eyes shut, clutching the straps of my backpack. The new norm was all about efficiency, and I had just committed the ultimate act of resource redistribution. If they decided to look down or kick a foot under the row, I was dead. I squeezed my eyes shut, my heart hammering against the dusty concrete floor as the two guys stood just inches away. I knew I couldn't stay under the front row forever. They were too close. While they were busy pacing back and forth near the spot where the snacks had been, I moved. I stayed low, sliding on my stomach like a shadow, crawling further back into the dark, greasy machinery of the retracted bleachers. I managed to slip into the gap under the third row just as I heard the heavy gym doors groan again. More footsteps. A whole group was pouring in now. "Yo, what's the hold up?" a new voice called out, echoing through the cavernous gym. "We supposed to be heading to the front." Someone swiped the stash, man, the first guy snapped. "We're checking the area. Probably just some janitor still hanging around after hours." I stayed perfectly still, the smell of old dust and gym floor wax filling my lungs. They gathered right in front of my hiding spot, their voices dropping into that casual, toxic confidence that made my skin crawl. Probably one of those anomalies from the gym last week, one of them chuckled, his voice dripping with Gen Z slang turned into a weapon. "The acoustic kids really think they're doing something. Like, bro, imagine being a literal glitch in the system and thinking you deserve a platform. It's actually low-key embarrassing." "On God," another one chimed in. "The school is mid. Because we're still babysitting. Same with the alphabet kids and the diversity hires. Like, why are we prioritizing inclusivity over actual logic? If you aren't contributing to the new norm, you're just a lag in the server. They don't even deserve rights at this point, they just need to be sunset so we can actually move forward." "Facts," a third voice added, his sneakers squeaking on the floor right near my head. "It's not even hate, it's just math. You can't run a top-tier district with a bunch of unstable variables. We already cleared the POC and LGBTQ tiers on the boards. The autistic community is the last bit of bloatware we need to delete before the purge is official." I gripped my backpack strap so hard my knuckles went white. Hearing them talk about us like we were software updates to be deleted using words like mid and lag to justify human erasure was more terrifying than the physical threat. They weren't just bullies, they were a coordinated movement that believed their own hype. "Whatever, forget the snacks," the leader muttered. "Let's just get to the front. If we catch whoever took the snacks, we'll just deal with them then." The group started to move off, their footsteps fading toward the main exit. Then, the absolute worst thing that could possibly happen happened. My phone, which I had stupidly forgotten to silence, vibrated against the floor. But it didn't just vibrate. Because I'm an idiot, I had set a custom ringtone for Abby Easter, a meme that I thought was funny 2 years ago but was currently the loudest, most recognizable sound in the world. The silence of the gym was shattered by the upbeat, synth-heavy opening of Rick Astley. "Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down." The Rickroll echoed off the gym walls like a siren. Every single pair of sneakers above me stopped moving instantly. "What the leader stammered. "Is that a phone?" I scrambled, my fingers fumbling with my pocket in a blind panic. I ripped the phone out and swiped the green icon before the first chorus could finish, shoving the speaker against my chest to muffle the noise. "Abby." I hissed into the mic, my voice a strangled, terrified whisper. "I can't talk right now. I'm under the bleachers in the comp gym and they're standing right on top of me. I'm sorry my timing is so inconvenient for you." Abby exclaimed, her voice cracking with panic over the line. "Whatever you need to share, just let me deal with this first and then you can tell me." I hissed back, my adrenaline redlining. I didn't wait for them to find me. If I was going down, I was going down swinging. I popped my head out from under the bleacher. The leader was leaning down, his hand inches from the gap, his face twisting into shock as our eyes met. "Hey, sorry, not sorry," I yelled. Before he could even process that the anomaly was right in front of him, I launched myself forward. I planted my foot and delivered a calculated kick right into his side, catching him off balance. he gasped, doubling over as he stumbled back into the row of teammates. It's the acoustic touch, bro, I exclaimed, throwing their own toxic slang back in their faces as I scrambled to my feet. The gym was suddenly a blur of motion. I had the snacks in my bag, the new norm on the floor, and a very confused Abby still on the line. Yo, look at this glitch, the leader spat, rubbing his side. Where I'd kicked him earlier. You really thought you could just swipe the stash and hide in the dust? That's low-key embarrassing, bro. You're a literal lag in the school's efficiency score. On God, a taller guy with a buzz cut sneered, stepping closer into the harsh fluorescent glow. Diversity hires. Alphabet kids, acoustics, you're all just bloatware in the system. We already cleared the POC and LGBTQ tiers on the boards. You're the last resource drain to be flushed before the purge is official. It's not hate. It's just math. Why waste time on the broken when we've got a clear path? I didn't back down. I actually felt a jagged, hysterical laugh bubbling up in my throat. I looked at the six of them, the perfect students, and realized how absolutely cooked they were. You guys are actually hilarious, I rasped, my adrenaline making the lights overhead seem brighter. You're standing here talking about logic while I'm literally holding your snacks. You aren't the future. You're just a bunch of guys who got outplayed by a glitch. The buzzcut guy lost it? Shut your mouth, anomaly. He lunged, his fist swinging in a wide, clumsy arc. I didn't even flinch. I reached into my backpack, my movement slow and deliberate, and pulled out one of the cold, sweating bottles of Cool Blue. I stared at the label for a second, completely ignoring the fist whistling toward my head. Gatorade. I murmured to myself, my voice calm, almost conversational, as if I were standing alone in a kitchen instead of a hostile gym. I twisted the cap CRRRAC and took a slow, methodical swig. The blue liquid was crisp and cold. The guy froze mid-swing, his brain clearly stalling at the sheer audacity of me having a snack break during a 6-on-1 fight. I slammed the cap back on, and before he could blink, I pivoted on my lead foot. I delivered a brutal, calculated kick directly into his privates. The sound was like a wet thud. He let out a strangled, high-pitched wheeze, his eyes bulging as he collapsed into a heap on the hardwood, clutching his soul. Get him. He's just one kid. Use the rails, another shouted. Two of them charging me from the side to pin me against the bleacher entrance. Then come get some, I yelled. As they closed in, I grabbed the cold metal railing of the retracted bleachers. I didn't back up, I used the momentum to flip my entire body over the side, my legs clearing the bar with inches to spare. I dropped onto the group floor, but I didn't just land, I used the weight of the fall to tackle the nearest guy, driving my shoulder into his gut. We hit the floor with a thud that shook the entire court. I scrambled up, breathing hard, but I still had the bottle in my hand. The fear in their eyes was the best loot I'd found all day. Let's go. Move. He's actually psycho, they started screaming, their confidence completely shattered. They scrambled for the exits, tripping over each other in the dark cafeteria hallway. One of them turned back, his voice trembling with unfiltered rage. Don't think this is over. This was just a test. Round 2 is going to be your funeral. Keep running. I yelled after them, holding my Gatorade up like a trophy. And thanks for the loot, losers. Anyway, you were saying. I panted into the phone, my voice echoing in the now silent gym. First off, are you actually alright? Abby asked, her voice sharp with concern. Yeah, I'm fine, I said, leaning against the bleacher rail and taking another swig of my looted Gatorade. Those guys never seem to learn, though. Anyway, what was so urgent that you had to rickroll me in the middle of a 6-on-1? Well, I was scrolling through the accounts after lights out just to see if they were planning a sequel, Abby explained. You know how the new norm movement has been slowly targeting everyone? Well, I think that's about to change. I believe round 2 is set for 2026, once all three communities have been hit the hardest. 2026. I repeated, looking around the empty, darkened gym. Why then? Because I've seen a weird trend in the posts before they suddenly lock, Abby urged. The word, TikTok. You might think they're just talking about the social media platform. But think about it, Logan. Remember what Cole Carpenter said to you or what you thought you heard him say right before Halloween and Lights Out happened. My stomach dropped as the memory surfaced. TikTok. Like a clock. Exactly, Abby exclaimed. So this is a countdown clock. But there are no numbers to count down from. Basically. Lights Out was just attempt or step one. They were never gonna stop at a pep rally. Exactly, Abby sighed. In short, this is far from over. I'll keep digging to see if I can find a specific date or a trigger. But there's a chance we may just have to wait this one out and see where the clock stops. I hopped into my dad's car, my heart still thudding against my ribs from the fight in the gym. He didn't even look up from the steering wheel, let alone ask why I was 10 minutes late. He just shifted into gear and pulled out of the Forney High parking lot, totally oblivious to the fact that I'd just fought a small war for a bag of chips and a Gatorade. But the silence in the car was the last bit of peace I'd get. When I walked through the front door, the energy in the house was vibrating. The TV in the living room was blaring. My dad had left the news on, and as I turned the corner, I saw a broadcast that felt like a physical blow. It was a clip from the HHS Roosevelt Room announcement, and the rhetoric was more aggressive than ever. Trump was on the screen, leaning into the microphone with that familiar, booming authority. We are looking at an absolute epidemic, he declared, his voice echoing through our quiet living room. What is happening with autism in this country is a disaster. It's a plague, frankly, and it's a problem we are going to solve. By 2026, we are going to fully get rid of it. We're going to find out why it's being artificially induced. He paused, looking directly into the camera. We're working with the best people autism speaks, and we are going to reverse the trend. But we're going to need help. We need every American to help us identify and eliminate the causes of this crisis. I stood frozen in the middle of the carpet. He wasn't just talking about research, he was framing our entire existence as a public health threat that needed to be cleared. Before I could even swallow, my phone began to vibrate so hard it almost slipped out of my hand. It wasn't just a text, it was a digital flood. My YouTube notifications were a frantic blur. Did you see it? He just called us a plague on national TV. They would rather see us dead than expect that we're different. I looked back at the TV. The new norm wasn't just a group of kids in the gym anymore. They had the president, they had the plan, and now, they had their justification. The countdown Abby mentioned wasn't just a theory. It was the official policy of the United States. The next morning, the Forney High cafeteria didn't feel like a school, it felt like a command center for a disaster. I found Jacob at our usual long table, his face ghostly in the blue light of his phone. I saw it, I said, dropping my bag with a heavy thud. Last night. The broadcast. Jacob didn't even look up. He just tapped his screen to show a loop of the HHS Roosevelt Room announcement. It's all over, Logan. It's sick, I muttered. They're treating a national policy that calls us a plague like the next viral trend. We just have to hope people won't be that stupid. In this school. Jacob finally looked at the stream of students walking in. People would jump off the cliff for 10,000 likes. Logic is dead. Slowly, the rest of the group filtered in, their faces tight with unfiltered anxiety. Abby Easter, Dyson, and Hala dropped their bags first, followed by Grant, Ryan Unruh, Pedro, Cash, Aiden, and Keek. Did you guys see the news? Hala asked, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. If the government is calling autism an epidemic that needs to be cleared by 2026, what does that mean for us right now? It's not just the autistic community, Dyson added. I feel like you guys forget that they're talking about the LGBTQ and POC communities too. They're framing everyone who doesn't fit the norm as a resource drain. We are well aware of this, Dyson, I exclaimed. Grant shook his head, his hands trembling slightly. He looked at me, his eyes wide. What happens if the government actually goes through with it? Like, what happens to us if they really start the purge? I exchanged a quick, heavy look with Abby, Jacob, and Hala. We were the only ones who had a real gut feeling. About around 2. I didn't want to tell him that the timer had already started. Who knows? I said, trying to keep my voice flat. It's all. Just talk for now. We can't panic over what ifs. It doesn't feel like what ifs anymore, Ryan Unruh chimed in. Pedro and Cash just nodded silently, staring at their phones as the news cycle flooded their feeds. We just have to stay low, I said, trying to anchor them. Stay together. It's just noise until they actually try something. Is it just noise, though? Abby whispered, leaning into the center of the table. Because the clock is definitely ticking. Keek, who had been leaning subtly away from Abby the entire time, finally spoke up. Her voice was uncharacteristically steady, almost cold. I think we just need to calm down, Keek said, looking around at the group but avoiding Abby's eyes. Abby is just being paranoid. It's just a news report. If we act like we're part of the problem, they're going to treat us like the problem. We should just try to be normal for once. I blinked. It was the most she'd spoken all morning. Try to be normal? I asked, a chill running down my spine. Keek, they called us a plague. She stood up abruptly, her tray clattering. I just mean we shouldn't go looking for trouble that isn't there. I'll see you guys in class. Well, that was super freaking weird, I breathed, staring at the empty space where Keek had just been sitting. Jacob leaned back, let out a long sigh, and shook his head. Honestly, can you really blame her for wanting to stay out of trouble? He's right, Hala added as she watched Keek disappear into the crowd. It's weird, yeah, but everyone is losing their minds over that broadcast. Dyson and Grant murmured in agreement, nodding as if that settled it. They seemed relieved to brush it off as typical high school peer pressure pushed to the extreme by the purge talk. It was a logical explanation, and for a second, I almost felt bad for overthinking it. But when I glanced at Abby, she wasn't nodding. She watched Keek walk straight toward the far side of the room. The group had already moved on, but the tension in my gut wasn't going anywhere. Later that day, the four of us, Hala, Cash, Aiden, and I, were slumped in our chairs in the theater classroom. The room was a cluttered mess of half-painted flats and costume racks, providing a rare safe haven from the heavy new norm vibe in the halls. Hala was staring at the ceiling, her expression unusually quiet. You know, Logan, I actually feel kind of bad about how I lashed out at Jose before lights out happened. She murmured. I'm glad we made up, but I really did have my reasons for thinking he didn't want to be my friend anymore. I'm just glad you helped me see that. Maybe he just wanted to stay out of the drama to protect himself. I get it, I said, leaning over my desk. Honestly, if I never told you this, I actually felt the same way about you for a while last year. Hala perked up, a mischievous glint returning to her eyes. Let me guess. During everything last year, you couldn't come to terms with what was happening, so you told yourself Peyton choked me or something. Like he took away my memory in one of those chokehold challenges you see on TikTok. I stared at her, my jaw dropping. That's actually pretty spot on to exactly what I thought. Wait, for real? Cash chimed in, spinning his chair around with a grin. Hala laughed, shaking her head. Grant already told me. Hey, can you blame me? I joked, lowering my voice so the teacher wouldn't hear. It was a bit sus, don't you think? You and her go to the restroom together, and then you come back with a literal mark on your neck. I was like, what were they even doing in there? Hala's eyes went wide as she caught the implication. Yo. Ayo, she hissed, nearly falling out of her chair. Logan, shut up. It was not like that. I mean, the math was amazing, Aiden added, leaning in with a smirk. 2 people, 1 restroom break, and a neck bruise. Maybe Peyton was just kissing down your neck. But hey, that's just a theory. Cash shouted, a gay theory. Thanks for watching. Hala's face went from red to purple in 3 seconds flat. Shut up, she yelled, though she was halfway between a scream and a laugh. Oh my god, you guys are actually the worst. A gay theory? Seriously. I'm literally going to kill you both. Hey, the evidence doesn't lie, Aiden laughed. I hate it here. Hala groaned, burying her face in her hands while her shoulders shook with pissed off laughter. Logan, why did you start this? I was being all emotional and deep, and you turned it into this. I was just sharing my logic. I defended myself, grinning, as the tension in the room finally evaporated. Hey Hala, you know how you said you were being all deep? I said, leaning in with a perfectly timed pause. Yeah, something else was definitely deep, too. Hala froze, her eyes going wide as the implication landed. Logan. No. Yeah. Cash howled. He went there. The deep dive. The lore is expanding. I mean, it's a canon event at this point, Aiden chimed in. Doubled over with laughter. The bathroom, the neck mark, the deep emotions, it all connects. It's not even a theory anymore, it's a documentary. Stop it. Both of you. Hala yelled, Logan, I am literally going to report you for emotional harassment. I'm just stating the facts, I teased. Cash was practically crying, gasping for air. But hey. That's just a. Don't you dare say it. Hala snapped, she was trying so hard to look genuinely mad, but a massive, betrayed grin was already breaking through. Okay, look, it was funny at first, but now it's definitely not. Seriously. It's not funny anymore. Your face says otherwise, I pointed out. I hate you all, she groaned, burying her face in the while letting out a muffled, uncontrollable laugh. I was trying to have a moment and you guys turned my life into a game theory episode. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm canceling this friendship. Hala stood up to grab her bag, but her foot hit a puddle from a leaking theater prop bucket. She skidded, her arms windmilling as she barely kept her balance. I know what you're about to do, she barked, pointing a warning finger at Cash. Don't you dare ruin that song. Don't you dare. It was too late. The meme was already loaded. Cash and Aiden immediately started belt singing the Tears chorus at the top of their lungs, their voices echoing off the classroom walls. I know something else that's wet, I chimed in, leaning back with a devastatingly calm smirk. Cash howled, jumping in without a second's hesitation. She gets wet at the thought of you, oh. Hala froze, her face a shade of red that rivaled the theater curtains. Are you guys happy now? Seriously. Stop it. Stop before I actually get mad, because you are officially getting on my last nerve. It's over. Joke's dead. Ratioed. We finally simmered down, the chaos fading into a rare moment of actual normalcy. We spent the next 5 minutes talking, the vibe finally settling into something safe. But then, during a lull in the conversation, Aiden leaned forward with a look of extreme focus. But about those marks, he whispered, his voice deadpan and serious. Hala's head snapped toward him, her face turning a violent shade of crimson as she let out a strangled, high-pitched noise of pure betrayal. She didn't even have words anymore, she just buried her face in her hands as we lost it all over again. A little bit later that day, the fire alarm cut through the end of government class with a shrill, rhythmic scream. I actually didn't mind the interruption, it felt like the school was finally acknowledging that things were heating up. Besides, I knew someone was about to get roasted and, for once, it wasn't me. My puns are top tier, I don't care what Grant says. As we filed out onto the grass, the humid air felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. I was leaning against a perimeter fence when I saw him weaving through the crowd of students, heading straight for me with a casual stride. Cole Carpenter. Ayo, Logan. What's up, man? Cole called out, his hand raised in a friendly wave. I stood there, blinking in total disbelief. This was the same guy who had spent weeks telling my friends and me that we were resource drains who wouldn't survive the year. Wait, pause, I said, holding up a hand to stop him. In his tracks you told me and my friends we were all gonna die once this was over. You literally tried to take us out during lights out, and now you're just gonna stroll up and what's up me like we're cool. Cole's face went blank, his eyes widening with what looked like genuine confusion. Wait, I did what? When? Oh, don't act like you have amnesia, I snapped, my fists clenching at my sides. I'm serious, Logan. I don't remember any of that, he insisted, his voice dropping to a hesitant whisper. I just remember going to class and doing normal stuff. I bet I was off my meds. I told you before, when I'm off my pills, it's like I disappear. I'm just watching a stranger move my body from the inside. Everything gets fuzzy, like I'm walking through smoke. I leaned back against the brick wall, staring him down. That's total bull, Cole. Rylan told me he thinks you made those choices on your own, pills or no pills. And don't tell me you don't know who Dark Shadow is. I know him, Cole muttered, his eyes shifting toward the ground. He stepped a few inches closer, his expression flattening into something unreadable. Look, I'm not coming for you now. And I could if I really wanted to. I'm just telling you the truth, I don't remember being that person. I looked him dead in the eye, feeling the unsettling weight of his words. Convenient how the stranger in your body always picks the same side as the norm. I want to believe the meds thing, Cole, but it's hard to trust a guy who admits his other half is still lurking in there, just waiting for the balance to tip again. He didn't argue. He just stood there as the alarm finally cut out, leaving us in a heavy silence that felt far more dangerous than the noise. As the fire drill sirens finally cut out, leaving a ringing silence across the thorny high lawn, Cole stepped closer, his eyes searching mine. So, what's actually been going on with you lately, Logan? He asked, his voice dropping the aggressive edge from a moment ago. You seem on edge more than usual. You know, I muttered, shifting my weight and looking toward the school doors. Just stuff. Just stuff. Cole repeated, leaning against the fence. That's all I get? After everything? I'm not sharing anything with you, Cole, I said flatly. Not after the stranger in your head tried to sunset me. The teachers began signaling for us to head back inside. As we shuffled toward the entrance, Cole's mood took a weirdly nostalgic turn. Hey, remember that bet we made last year? He asked. With a smirk. The one about who would have a partner first. I felt a sting of annoyance hit my chest. You don't have to rub it in. I'm not rubbing it in. I'm just checking the score, he laughed. Why can't I be involved in whatever you're up to? I told you, I'm better now. Politics, I said, stopping at the edge of the sidewalk. That's it? That's the reason. Remember what happened the last time I got you involved in something related to politics? Cole rolled his eyes, letting out a frustrated huff. Okay. Look, that thing where I yelled out about you hating Trump to the entire cafeteria? That was one time, Logan. One time. Yeah, and you reminding me of that isn't exactly helping to change my mind, I countered, my bitterness bubbling up. I highly doubt your political opinions have shifted in the last 24 hours, so I'm not getting you involved in our business. Maybe they have, he said, his voice going quiet as he looked around at the other students. Just a bit. Maybe. I'm seeing things differently. Then, the smug grin returned, and he leaned in to deliver the low blow. But back to the bet. Don't be such a virgin about it. I stared at him, floored by the audacity. I've actually had sex twice now, Cole bragged, puffing out his chest. He didn't bother to specify if it was with the same person. I'm assuming consent was involved. What have you done? I reached the heavy metal door of the wing and looked back at him, my patience finally snapping. Says you, I snapped, the words coming out sharp and cold. The guy who wasn't even able to take his boyfriend to homecoming. I didn't wait for a comeback. I pulled the door open and disappeared into the hallway, leaving him standing there in the heat. The next morning, the hallway glares were like physical weights, and by the time I made it through my morning classes, the day felt like it had been fast-forwarded. After our quick group huddle at the start of the day, everything became a blur, one of those weirdly uneventful stretches that just feels eerie. You get the point. Anyway, I eventually found myself in advisory, and my eyes went straight to Hala. Now, it's never exactly hard to tell when she's upset. Honestly, that's her default setting half the time. Hala, if you're reading this, it's a joke, please don't kill me. But today was different. This wasn't the I'm just mad at you For no reason vibe. This was the heavy kind of distress. The type where you can actually see someone's thoughts spiraling and getting the better of them. She looked genuinely shaken. Anyway, I'm yapping too much, you get the picture. She was visibly mad about something deep, and for once in my life, I wasn't about to say anything that would make things worse. I just sat there, keeping my mouth shut and waiting to see if she was going to explode or implode first. Well, say something, Hala said casually, though her eyes were still fixed on a spot on the wall. I was actually waiting for you to say something, I exclaimed, shifting in my plastic chair. She finally looked at me, her brow furrowed. Did I look mad? You did, yes, I said, leaning in. Anyway, what's wrong? I can tell something is, so don't even try the nothings. Wrong line. I'm not buying it today. Hala let out a long, shaky breath, her defensive posture slumping just a fraction. In truth, I've just been thinking a lot about Grant. I didn't even hesitate. I mean, naturally you would. Considering he's your boyfriend. It's kind of in the job description, isn't it? Hala's eyes flashed, and for a second I thought I'd pushed too far, but then she let out a choked back snort, struggling to maintain her serious expression. You know that's not what I meant, she exclaimed, swatting at my arm while trying to hold in a laugh. Shut up, Logan. I'm trying to be vulnerable here. My bad, I said, grinning. Continue with the deep, boyfriend-related existential crisis. I'm all ears. Okay, seriously though, I said, dropping the act and leaning in. What's actually been eating at you? What are the thoughts? Hala's smirk vanished, replaced by that heavy, spiraling look again. It's just Grant and I. It feels like we've grown so distant lately, Logan. I only see him for a few minutes in the morning, and half the time it feels like he barely even says hello to me. Then, by the time the final bell rings, he's already gone before I can even get to the exit. She picked at a stray thread, her voice dropping. I feel like we're just drifting apart. I'm really down about it. Because I don't know. Maybe he's seeing someone else. Or maybe he just doesn't love me anymore. I stared at her, genuinely floored. Hala, are you serious? We're talking about Grant. The guy knows better than to ever cheat on you, mostly because he knows you could take off his head if you wanted to. Hala didn't even blink. She just looked at me with a perfectly deadpan expression and asked, which one? I froze for a heartbeat, my brain buffering as the implication landed. Hala, stop. That is too much. She let out a short, surprised laugh, the tension finally breaking as her face turned a light shade of red. I'm just saying. You're the one who brought up physical violence. I meant your literal head on your shoulders. I hissed, looking around to make sure the advisory teacher wasn't listening. But seriously, listen to me. At one point, and he would kill me for telling you this, Grant told me that he would rather die than be without you. The guy is completely devoted to you. He's probably just overwhelmed. Hala looked at me skeptically, crossing her arms, but the distress in her eyes was finally fading. He said that? Like those exact words? You're not just making that up to make me feel better. I promise you, he said it, I said firmly. He's just bad at showing it when things get this chaotic. She went quiet for a moment, her shoulders finally dropping as she let out a long, shaky breath. She wasn't 100% there yet, but the panic was definitely starting to recede. Also, while we're here, I've noticed some real tension between Keek and Abby, Hala said, her eyes narrowing as she shifted gears. They've barely spoken to each other at all. Think you can fix that? In fact, why not just go ahead and get the whole group together while we're at it? I looked at her, a skeptical grin spreading across my face. It's purely because you want Grant to be there, isn't it? You know it, she exclaimed, not even trying to hide it. But seriously, let's get whoever can show up together. And if Grant isn't there? She paused, giving me a wicked deadpan look. Well, then I'll just go ahead and cut off both heads. The joke hit perfectly, and both of us descended into uncontrollable laughter. It was the loudest we'd been all day, The kind of manic energy that only happens when you're stressed out of your mind. Stop, stop. I hissed, wiping my eyes as the teacher glanced our way. I'm serious, though, Hala panted, finally catching her breath. Get the group chat going. We need a meeting. We can't have Keek and Abby acting like they're in a silent movie. I nodded, the humor fading just enough for the reality to sink back in. I caught up with Abby just as the hallway turned into a complete bottleneck of people heading to 8th period. She was moving at a clip, her bag over one shoulder and her eyes focused on the door ahead. Abby. Wait up, I called out, weaving through the crowded hallway to reach her. Hala and I were just talking. We really need to get the group together today. Plus, there's some weird tension between you and Keek that we need to settle. Abby didn't slow down, but she shot me a look that was more exhausted than annoyed. Logan, I'd love to, but I've got to run right after school. I have choir practice for the upcoming concert, and it's mandatory. Seriously? No. I asked, feeling the weight of the tick-tock countdown pressing on me. We're kind of on a clock here. I know, she said, finally stopping at the door to her classroom. She pointed a finger at my chest. Which reminds me, you better be there. No excuses. I need a friendly face in the audience. I let out a resigned sigh, leaning against the doorframe. I don't really have a choice, do I? I kind of have to come. Since my sister is in choir too. My parents would kill me if I skipped it. A huge, genuine smile broke across Abby's face, the first one I'd seen all day that didn't look forced. Perfect. That makes me feel so much better. I'll be looking for you. Yeah, I muttered, trying to look annoyed but failing. If the chance presents itself, I'll see what I can do about the Keek thing, but I'm going to be buried in sheet music until 5. When the final bell finally rang, I started making my way to the meetup. I had to take a quick detour to the restroom. As I was cutting back through the hallway, I rounded a corner and slammed straight into Dyson. It was a full-on collision, total impact with enough force to nearly knock us both over. Logan, watch it. Dyson gasped, steadying himself against the lockers. He looked around the empty hall, his expression shifting from startled to dead serious. Listen, I have a really bad feeling. You don't have to tell me for me to know they're gearing up for a round 2. I froze, my bag sliding off my shoulder. Dyson. I didn't think they were gonna stop after lights out, he cut me off, his voice low and urgent. We're all in danger. Logan. Whatever is coming, it's coming fast. I've seen you. Abby, and Hala whispering, and I pieced it together. I won't say anything to the rest of the group yet, just in case I'm wrong about what I think I overheard, but you need to be careful. He adjusted his backpack, his eyes darting toward the exit doors. Anyway, I've got to head off now. Just stay safe. I finally made it to the hallway by the exit, where the afternoon sun slashed across the linoleum in long, jagged stripes. The group meeting was looking pretty thin, just Hala, Grant, and Keek standing near the heavy glass doors. Everyone else had vanished into the post-school rush, including Pedro, who was missing in action for Pedro reasons. Just imagine the absolute dumbest thing possible, like trying to flavor text a math book or getting his shoelaces tied to a bag of chips. That's a Pedro reason. Hala's eyes immediately locked onto Grant the second I walked up. All that spiraling anxiety from advisory was written all over her face, her arms crossed tight over her chest as if she were bracing for a hit. You're actually here, she muttered, her voice a mix of relief and lingering bitterness. Grant stepped toward her, his expression softening in a way I rarely saw. He reached out, gently uncurling her arms and taking her hands in his. Hala, look at me. You are beautiful. I'm not going to leave you for some imaginary girl. I'm not cheating on you. I'm right here. Hala's defensive walls finally crumbled. She let out a shaky breath and stepped into him, wrapping her arms around his waist as he pulled her into a hug. It was a rare, sweet moment in a hallway that usually felt like a war zone. Aw, look at you guys, Keek chimed in, a small, uncharacteristic smirk playing on her lips. Then, The heavy metal door swung open with a loud clack. Kiss. 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 Aiden bellowed, strolling into the hallway with a massive, chaotic grin. The two of them jumped apart like they'd been electrocuted. Hala's face went from pale to a violent shade of crimson in under a second. Aiden. Are you serious? She screamed, her voice echoing. We were having a moment. You literally ruined everything. I am going to actually kill you. Aiden just stood there, completely unbothered, laughing as he leaned against the wall. What? I was just helping the plot move along. But as the laughter died down, the atmosphere shifted. I looked past Aiden, through the glass of the exit doors. A group was standing on the sidewalk, not moving, just staring through the glass at us with the looks of pure, concentrated venom. It wasn't the usual "I don't like you" look, it was the look of a predator watching a clock. Grant followed my gaze, his protective instincts kicking back in instantly. He stepped in front of Hala, his jaw tightening as he looked at the guys outside, then back at us. Okay, Grant said, his voice dropping to a low, serious tone. Is there something you guys want to tell me? Because those looks don't exactly say have a nice afternoon. Before I could even find the words to explain the tick-tock countdown, a heavy, rhythmic thudding started echoing from the far end of the corridor. It wasn't just the sound of someone running, it was the sound of a predator charging with a clear, violent purpose. I looked up, squinting through the glare of the afternoon sun hitting the floor. At first, I didn't recognize the figure sprinting toward us. Her face was a distorted mask of pure, unadulterated rage, her shoulders hunched like she was bracing for a collision. Then, she hit a patch of light. And my heart stopped. Valerie. She didn't slow down as she reached our group. If anything, she dug her heels in for more traction. With a guttural snarl, she didn't just brush past Keek, she threw her entire body weight into a violent, two-handed shove, aimed right at Keek's chest. The impact was sickening. Keek was launched backward, her back slamming with a hollow boom before she hit the linoleum floor hard. Her bag skidded across the floor, the strap twisting as she crumpled. Move, Rifa and I. Valerie shrieked, the vile slurs tearing through the quiet hallway with a viciousness that felt like a physical blow. She didn't even break her stride, stepping over Keek's legs as she burst through the exit doors and into the blinding light outside. The deafening silence that followed was heavy with shock. Keek was sprawled on the ground, her breath coming in shallow, jagged gasps as she clutched her shoulder, her face completely drained of color. I stood there, paralyzed, staring at the glass doors where Valerie had disappeared. My blood felt like it had turned to ice, and I didn't even realize I was speaking until the words left my lips. I thought Raven was done with our whole drama, I muttered under my breath, my voice hollow. So why this? Hala and Aiden's head snapped toward me instantly. Their own faces were pale with horror, but my comment had shifted their focus entirely. Logan. Hala whispered, her voice trembling. You look completely shattered. It's almost like you actually knew that girl. Yeah, Aiden added, his usual chaotic energy replaced by a sharp, unsettled edge. Who is Raven? And why did you look like you just saw a ghost, man? I looked down at Keek, who was still trembling on the floor, then back at the doors. Dyson has a sister, I breathed out. Oh, Grant said, his eyes widening as he caught my drift. You're talking about that Raven? Yes. Who else would I be talking about? I exclaimed, my hands shaking slightly. Keek, still leaning against the lockers and rubbing her arm where she'd hit the floor, looked between us with a mix of fury and confusion. Who was that girl? And why did she? You know what she called me? Why did she use those words? Hala's jaw was set tight, her eyes dark with protective anger, while Aiden just looked uncharacteristically somber. Her name is Valerie, I explained, trying to steady my voice. From what I understand, her and Raven are basically best friends. The weird thing is, Dyson's sister told me herself she was done with the drama. She said she wanted nothing to do with me, so why all of a sudden is Valerie going after my friends? I mean, what exactly did you do to make her hate you this much? Keek asked, her voice trembling with the Aftershock of the assault. Well. Zach, I started, leaning against the opposite wall. I took a breath and began to summarize the mess from last year. It started in journalism, I told them. I was partnered with Valerie for a project. At first, it was actually okay. When Raven left the room to go to the bathroom, Valerie actually acted like a human being. She told me she didn't hate me and that she just got weird when Raven was around. We actually laughed. I thought we were cool. I looked at the exit doors, remembering the shift in the air. But the second Raven walked back in, the vibe died. Raven started loud talking behind us, calling the word disabled pathetic and saying it was just a label for broken people. She was looking right at me, throwing the R word around like it was a joke. And Valerie? She just sat there, tight-lipped. Didn't say a word to defend me. Hala scoffed, crossing her arms. Typical. Too scared to stand up to her queen. It got worse, I continued. A few minutes later, Valerie literally screeched her chair back and told the teacher that working with me was mental torture. She told him I wasn't contributing anything and she couldn't focus. It was a total 180 from what she'd said 5 minutes earlier. Then I overheard them whispering. Raven told her, do what you gotta do, and Valerie just sounded flat. Like she had accepted she had to be a certain way to stay in Raven's good graces. The hallway felt smaller as the story settled in. The new norm wasn't just a political movement or a TikTok countdown, it was a resurfaced grudge that was now manifesting as physical violence. Hala, Aiden, and Keek all leaned in at the same time, their eyes locked on mine. So, Keek whispered, what happened next? Well, what happened next was basically the first time I actually talked to Zachary, I said, leaning against the lockers. After class ended, I hung back near the door. Mr. Nelson had called Zach into his office earlier out of the blue, and I was curious. When he finally started packing his bag, I just went up and asked him what that whole thing was about. He didn't even know who I was at first, but when I asked, he just laughed. He told me he was dealing with the same nightmare I was, Raven. And Hala asked. He told me she was a nightmare, always stirring things up and messing with people for no reason. He said she acted like she owned the place and picked on him for his height when teachers weren't around. He even said he wouldn't be surprised if she tried to twist something to get him in trouble. He warned me that she knows how to act sweet for adults, but she isn't. I walked away agreeing that she was a jerk, but wondering if she was really as bad as he made her out to be. Keek looked at me, her expression full of confusion. Wait. Logan, are we talking about the same Zachary? The one who currently has a crush on me? The same one who told you to stay away from that girl you just met, and then she never contacted you again? Yes, I said firmly. Wait, before we continue, Hala exclaimed, holding up a hand to stop me. This all happened while we were going through that whole situation where you sent the email? You know, the one saying you didn't care if Peyton died? I let out a long, weary sigh. Yes, I admitted, looking down at the linoleum floor. Not to mention all of this was also the very start of Project 2025. I was mad, mistakes were made, and I was dealing with all of this at once. Now, let's not revive dead things and let me finish my story. Fine, Keek whispered, still leaning. Finish it? Okay, so basically, I said, leaning back against the cool metal of the lockers. You don't just talk about me and my friends like that and get away with it. I was beyond mad. Zachary approached me with this sharp, intentional look, not loud, but clear in a way that made sure I was listening. He acted like he was weighing his words, giving me feedback on the rumors circulating. When he finally blurted it out, he said the rumor was that I ride the bus with the so-called broken kids. The second he said broken, it hit my stomach like ice. I remembered Raven saying that exact word in class, how the label disabled was pathetic and we should just write broken instead. I asked Zach if she was the one starting it, and he just nodded, confirming my darkest thoughts. I told him I knew exactly what I had to do, and Zach looked me dead in the eye and vowed he was with me all the way. But here's the thing, I added, looking at Hala and Aiden. The next part. I'm still not sure about. Zach suddenly seemed to get cold feet. He walked away, and to this day, I don't know if he was just scared of the drama or if he was planning to backstab me because I'm autistic myself. Anyway, that same afternoon, I went to Dyson's game room. He was focused on his rig, but I made him pause. I told him straight up, Zach told me your sister is spreading rumors about me riding the bus with broken kids. Dyson froze. He didn't even really know who Zach was yet, and he kept insisting Raven wasn't like that. I told him, I'm sure. I was there when she said we might as well have broken written on our foreheads. Looking back, I told the group, I probably should have listened to Dyson's gut feeling then. But Dyson was also lying to himself. He just wanted to believe his sister was nice because he didn't want the family conflict. I didn't listen to him, and Zach was right there, feeding the fire until it was ready to explode. Keek hugged her bag tighter, her eyes dark. So he played both sides. He acted like your soldier while planting the seeds of doubt about you at the same time. Exactly, I said. He set the match to the fuse and then stepped back to watch it burn. It escalated from there, I said, my voice dropping as the group crowded in. Zachary was in my ear the whole time, convincing me to send Raven this massive bridges burning email about the rumors. But as soon as the fallout hit, he completely backstabbed me. He told her he had absolutely nothing to do with it, leaving me to take the heat alone. But before that, I went nuclear. I was at Dyson's house. And I was seeing red. I told him the rumors were spreading like wildfire. Dyson was torn. He kept saying, I don't know, man, she's cool at home. He even begged me to just forget it and walk away. I didn't listen. My resolve just hardened. I went straight for his console and pulled up Raven's Fortnite account. Those bright neon colors on the screen felt like they were mocking me. Dyson was literally pleading with me, saying, Logan, don't do this, it's not worth it. She's my sister, man. But I was past caring about respect. I told him he didn't understand that she needed to learn what happens when you mess with my people. I scrolled to her friends tab and, one by one, I started hitting remove friend. I watched her whole digital empire crumble. Every click felt satisfying, like I was finally hitting back. Dyson was panicking, shouting for me to stop, but I just kept erasing until there was nothing left. I wanted it to hit her like a ton of bricks. I paused, looking at Keek's shocked face and Grant's grim expression. I was out of control, and Zachary was the one who handed me the matches. But, I added, my eyes narrowing, that wouldn't even be the biggest reveal yet. See, this is where it gets absolutely crazy, I said, a bitter laugh escaping my throat as the group stared at me in disbelief. We started fighting over emails non-stop. Back and forth. Looking back, I probably pushed it way harder than I'd like to admit. I was just so caught up in the retaliation. I leaned against the locker, the cold metal biting into my shoulder. After Zach backstabbed me and told her he wasn't involved, I actually tried to fix things. I didn't want us to be permanent enemies. But then she found out what I did to the Fortnite account, and that was the point of no return. As it turns out, it wasn't even technically hers anymore. Well, it was, but her little cousin was the one actually using it. I'd erased all of a kid's friends. Grant winced, and Aiden let out a low whistle. When she finally saw me in person after that, she fully snapped. I continued. She started screaming that I was the perfect example of why autistic people are broken and problems. That was the origin story. That's why her and Valerie hate me with a passion now, and why I have to be so careful every time I go over to Dyson's house. The hallway was silent for a beat before Hala broke it, her eyes wide. So, basically, you made your own villain. Pretty much, yeah, I admitted, the weight of the mistake still sitting heavy on me. I handed them the reason to treat us the way they do. I looked toward the glass doors where the sun was starting to set. Anyway, I should head out. My granny's definitely starting to worry. Hala and Aiden exchanged a look, the gravity of the story and the threat Valerie still posed hanging over us. The next morning, the air in the Forney High hallway was already thick with that pre-first period static. I was walking with Abby, listening to her talk about the grueling choir rehearsals for the concert, when the bottleneck by the trophy cases forced us right into Hala and Keek. The collision was full on shoulder to shoulder. Bag to bag. Oh. Sorry, Keek, Abby said, her voice jumping an octave. As she tried to play it cool. I was just, in a choir daze, I guess. You good? Keek straightened her jacket, her expression as flat and unreadable as a blackout screen. I'm fine. Just walking. The silence that followed was agonizing. I stood there, shifting my weight, hoping someone would say something, anything to fix the weirdness. So, Abby tried again, her laugh sounding brittle. I haven't seen you around much lately. Everything, good. Everything is exactly how it's supposed to be, Keek replied, her voice clipped and strangely rhythmic. I'm not the one making things weird, Abby. I'm just balanced. Balanced, Abby repeated, her brow furrowing. Right. Okay. Keek didn't respond. She just leaned in and whispered something directly into Hala's ear. I couldn't catch a single syllable, but I watched Abby's reaction. Her eyes widened. Her jaw tightened, and the color drained out of her face. Like someone had pulled a plug. Whatever was said, Abby had overheard it clearly. You know what? I actually just remembered I have to go, Abby blurted out, her voice shaking. I forgot to check something in the fine arts wing. See you later, Logan. She didn't wait for a response. She bolted down the hall. Her footsteps echoing fast against the tile. Abby. Wait. I shouted, quickly bolting after her. I caught up near the choir room, grabbing her sleeve to slow her down. Hey, what was that? What did she say to Hala? Nothing, Logan. It's nothing, she insisted, refusing to look me in the eye. It was just weird. Just typical school drama, okay. I have to get to class. She pulled away and disappeared behind the heavy acoustic doors. I stood there, my stomach turning. She was a terrible liar. Abby, really, what's wrong? I exclaimed, stepping to the side as a group of freshmen rushed past us toward the gym. Nothing is wrong, I mean. She stopped to look at me. Her expression tense. It's those stupid choir girls. They are still pushing the narrative, except now they are pushing out more details about you. What do you mean? What exactly are they saying? I asked, my stomach turning as we started walking toward the cafeteria to meet the others. Well, little Miss Perfect Danny is talking about literally everything that's happened since she first met you, Abby exclaimed, clutching her sheet music to her chest. Including your situation with you-know-who. I won't say her name, but you know exactly who I'm talking about. Sadly, yes, I do, I muttered, the memory of that drama hitting me like a physical weight. Not to mention, well, I don't even need to explain what Cheyenne is doing, Abby continued, her voice dripping with annoyance. She's basically infantilizing the living daylights out of you. And then there's this other girl, a friend of Donnie's. Is it Katie? Of course it's Katie, I interrupted, rolling my eyes. No, it's not her. I don't think even you could deal with that, Abby said, shaking her head as we pushed through the double doors of the cafeteria. It's some African American girl. I think her name is like Sammy Ya or something. I don't remember the specifics, just remember that anything you hear from them isn't true. I looked over at our usual table, seeing the rest of the group already gathered. We need a break, Dyson muttered, staring at his phone. I agree, I said, leaning in. We're heading to the theater to see Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Wait, count me out, Abby said immediately, her eyes widening as she clutched her sheet music. I get scared by the most basic horror tropes. I'd actually like to be able to sleep tonight. Hala sighed, her shoulders slumping. I can't go either. I've got life complications. My family's religious schedule is stacked tonight. It's a whole thing. So just the guys and Keek? Aiden asked, his usual chaotic energy flickering back to life. I'm in, Keek said, her voice surprisingly steady. A movie. Sounds quiet. I need a mental reset. Everyone else? I asked, looking at Grant, Ryan, Pedro, Cash, and Aiden. One by one, they all nodded. Even Pedro seemed to have a non-Pedro reason to actually show up. It'll be fine, I said, trying to convince myself as much as them. Meet at my place at 6, movie starts at 7. Surely, a simple trip to the movies couldn't possibly go wrong. Remember that conversation I mentioned earlier? The one where my parents kept insisting that everything I said was just an excuse and that my bad grades were just me being lazy. Well, my grades had actually improved a tiny bit, not that it was enough for them, apparently. I was about to find that out the hard way. In fact, my entire second period class was about to learn exactly how my parents felt about my progress. What do I mean by that? Well, I didn't know it at the time. But my dad had sent a heated email to my second period teacher regarding my grades. For the record, I had actually turned in my assignments. My teacher just happens to be notoriously slow at grading anything. But instead of pulling me aside or handling it in private, my teacher decided to take a different approach. The teacher stood at the front of the room, staring at his monitor with a smirk that felt like a physical blow. Without a word of warning, he cleared his throat and began reading my dad's email, the one sent because the teacher hadn't even graded the work I'd already turned in. Logan, the teacher started, his voice projecting to the back of the silent room. I just got an email from your father. He's concerned. He says when he confronted you about your Fs, you started claiming the world is a disaster and that you and your friends are in actual danger. He calls it theatrics and imaginary problems. I felt the blood drain from my face as the snickers started. Your father actually asks me a very specific question. Here, the teacher continued, his tone dripping with mockery. He wants to know who is standing over him in class and making him click the wrong answers. Is someone forcing him to get Fs? He says you're using fake stress as a lazy cop-out and that it's insulting to people with real problems. He even says you're going to end up on the road holding a cardboard sign because you were too stressed to study. The humiliation was a heavy weight, pinning me to my chair. But then, the atmosphere in the room shifted. It wasn't just laughter, it was a realization. Slowly, the student in the front row turned their head to face me. Then the next. One by one, in a synchronized, eerie motion, every single student in the room rotated their bodies toward my desk. They didn't say a word. They just stared with wide, unblinking eyes. In that moment, the new norm realized it. I knew. I'd known from the very start what was coming, and I'd tried to warn people. The heavy silence in the room suddenly shifted into motion. Several students in the back row stood up in unison, their chairs screeching against the linoleum as they began to slowly walk toward my desk. They didn't look like they were just stretching, they looked like they were closing in, their eyes locked on me with a predatory focus that made my heart hammer against my ribs. All right, that's enough, the teacher called out, finally, looking up from his monitor as the bell began to ring. Everyone sit back down and chill out. It's just an email. Let's not overreact to some family drama. Class is over. The students stopped in their tracks, but they didn't look frustrated, they looked patient. As the rest of the class started gathering their bags to leave, one of the guys who had been walking toward me stayed behind for a split second. He waited until the teacher turned his back to pack his own bag, then he caught my eye. With a slow, deliberate motion, he pulled his hand across his neck in a clear thread, his lips curling into a cold smirk. He didn't say a word, just turned and walked out with the others, leaving me sitting there in the eerie quiet of the classroom. I dropped my bag and slumped into the chair next to Jacob. Across from us, Keek was already picking at a salad, her expression tight. You look like you just saw a ghost, Logan, Jacob said, pausing with a sandwich halfway to his mouth. What happened? Nothing, I lied, my voice sounding thin even to my own ears. Just a long morning. My dad's being well, he's being my dad. I couldn't bring myself to tell them the teacher had read that email out loud yet. Not while the adrenaline was still making my hands shake under the table. We fell into a normal, almost forced conversation to drown out the eerie vibe of the room. Jacob started. venting about the math quiz, and for a few minutes, it felt like we were just normal teenagers again. I turned to Keek, trying to salvage the day. We're still good for tonight, right? 6. Keek looked up, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through. Definitely. I think we all need to watch something where the monsters are actually fictional for once. Agreed, I said. 7 o'clock. No more talk about the new norm, no more talk about grades. Just us. After the final bell, I quickly messaged Jack and Relent to see if they could make it. Jack and Relent decided to meet us directly at Film Alley since they were coming from the other side of town. The rest of us, Grant, Pedro, Ryan Unruh, who finally managed to get off work, Aiden, Keek, and Cash piled into my place. The energy was a mix of nervous excitement and a desperate need to just forget about the new norm for a few hours. Everyone in. We still have to swing by and grab Dyson, I shouted, waving them toward the driveway. Shotgun. Cash yelled, beating everyone to the front seat. With a triumphant grin. They immediately started messing with the radio. I'm DJ today. If I have to sit in this car, we're listening to something that actually has a beat. Move over, Pedro. You're taking up 3 seats. Grant laughed, shoving his way into the back. Hey, it's not my fault the car is meant for 5 people and we're stuffing 6 in here plus Dyson in a minute. Pedro shot back, grinning as he squeezed against the window. I'm just glad Ryan actually showed up for once, Aiden joked, elbowing Ryan Unruh. Thought the boss would have you chained to a desk until midnight. Not tonight, Ryan said, looking genuinely relieved to be out of the house. Work can wait. I need a movie and a large popcorn more than I need a paycheck right now. Cash looked back at the tangled mess of people in the rearview mirror. You guys look like a pack of sardines. Just try not to pass out before we even get to Film Alley. As I backed out of the driveway, the car was a chaotic mess of overlapping voices and laughter. For a second, looking at my friends crammed into the seats, the target on my back felt a little smaller. We were heading to pick up Dyson, and then it was straight to the theater. We pulled up to Dyson's place, and of course, because my luck is absolute trash today, the group decided I was the one who had to go knock, and it's no secret that Raven Jones despises me. I climbed out of the car. As I reached the porch, I saw a shadow move behind the frosted glass. My heart hammered against my ribs. I reached out, my knuckles hovering just inches from the wood, when I saw her raven silhouette passed right in front of the door. Her pace slow and intimidating. A cold shiver went down my spine. Nope. Not happening. I pivoted on my heel and practically dove back into the car, fumbling with my phone. Change of plans, I muttered, frantically typing a text to Dyson. Dude, we're outside. Get out here now before your sister kills me. The second the car door slammed shut, the teasing started. Wait, did the big bad Logan Highsmith just chicken out? Because of a girl? Grant cackled from the back, leaning forward to poke my shoulder. I didn't chicken out, I snapped, though my face was definitely heating up. I'm being strategic. Raven's in there. I'm not trying to get mauled before we even get to the theater. Cash shook their head with a smirk, leaning back in the passenger seat. Logan, you literally just ran away from a front door. I thought you were supposed to be the brave one. Hey, give him a break, Pedro joked, stifling a laugh. Raven is terrifying. I wouldn't want to be the one to disturb her peace either. I kept my eyes glued to the front door, ignoring the roasting from the back seat, just praying Dyson would appear before Raven decided to look out the window. Seconds later, the front door flew open and Dyson came sprinting toward the car like he was running for his life. He dove into the back seat, nearly crushing Pedro, and slammed the door shut with a heavy thud of relief. Go, go, go. Floor it. Dyson panted, his chest heaving as he wiped sweat from his forehead. Whoa, chill out, Cash laughed, turning around in the passenger seat. Did Raven actually try to tackle you at the door? What did you tell her to get out of there? She was literally standing there like a gatekeeper from hell, Dyson wheezed, a frantic grin spreading across his face. I had to think fast, so I told her I was heading out on a date. A date? With who? Grant asked, leaning in with a smirk. Dyson looked at us with a deadpan expression. I told her. Her name was Regina George and that she was a massive deal. The car was silent for exactly 1 second before the entire group absolutely lost it. Regina George? Are you serious? I choked out, laughing so hard I could barely breathe. And she actually fell for it? Pedro cackled, clutching his stomach. Does she even know who that is? She just looked at me with total confusion and stepped aside. Dyson defended himself, finally catching his breath. As we peeled away from the curb. It was the only way to get past the front door security without a 20-minute interrogation. She probably thinks I'm dating royalty. Now. As we headed toward Film Alley, the tension from the morning felt like it was finally evaporating. For a moment. We were just a group of friends laughing at a ridiculous bluff. After we pulled into the lot at Film Alley, my dad dropped us off with a "don't stay out too late" look. We piled out of the car, the cool evening air finally cutting through the tension of the day. As we headed toward the entrance, I spotted two familiar faces leaning against the brick wall near the arcade entrance. There they are! Grant shouted, waving his arms. Jack and Ryland pushed off the wall, grinning as we approached. Took you guys long enough, Jack joked. We thought Dyson's sister might have actually taken Logan hostage. Close, I muttered, still laughing under my breath. But Regina George saved the day. Regina who? Ryland asked, looking confused, which only made the rest of us start cracking up all over again. As we pulled open the heavy glass doors and the smell of buttery popcorn hit us, the group started heading toward the ticket kiosk. Keek was walking next to me, her eyes darting toward the crowd of people near the bowling lanes. Logan, she said softly, her voice trailing off. Zach, actually, never mind. I stopped and looked at her. What about him? Did you see him? No, she said quickly, waving her hand as if to brush the thought away. It's nothing related to right now. Just something else. Forget I said anything. Let's just go see the movie. After the credits rolled to the tune of It's Been So Long, we stumbled back into the lobby of Film Alley, our heads spinning. That final sequence where Vanessa is left alone at the Schmidt house only to be possessed by Charlotte. Her face contorting into that terrifying, marionette-like expression had the entire group in a daze. I can't believe Mike just left her there, Jack said, shaking his head as we huddled near the arcade. I get why he doesn't trust her after the Michael Afton reveal, but seeing her get taken over by the puppet like that? That's cold. And what about that mid-credits scene? Ryland added, his voice low. Those guys found the Springtrap suit in the hidden room. When that one eye flickered on, I officially lost it. William Afton is back for real now. Cash leaned against a bowling lane partition, looking genuinely creeped out. It's the Henry Emily voicemail at the very end that got me. Hearing him warn Mike that she's coming for you right before the puppet breaks in? That's a heck of a way to set up the next one. At least we know who the real villains are now, Dyson muttered, still looking a bit pale. Springtrap and puppet Vanessa. It's like a nightmare family reunion. For a couple of hours, we'd been scared of ghosts and machines, which was a heck of a lot easier than the uncertainty of what tomorrow might bring. One by one, the group thinned out under the fading neon of the Film Alley parking lot. Ryland gave a cool nod and headed toward his own car, still a total flex that he's the first of us with a license, while Jack, Keek, Cash, and Aiden were scooped up by their parents. That left the core five standing in the chill night air, me, Pedro, Ryan, Unruh, Grant, and Dyson. When my dad's silver SUV finally pulled up to the curb, we scrambled inside, a familiar tangle of elbows and knees. Pedro and Ryan Unruh squeezed into the far back, while Grant and Dyson claimed the middle row. The adrenaline from the movie was already starting to dip, leaving a weird, quiet tension in its place. Everyone in? Seat belts, my dad muttered, his eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror for a split second before he shifted into drive. Can we get some music? Grant asked, leaning forward between the front seats. It's way too quiet in here for a Friday night. My dad didn't say much, just reached out and twisted the volume knob. A driving, 1980s inspired synth rock beat. Filled the car. It was Delete Ya by Joe. The second the chorus hit, the entire mood flipped. Dyson started drumming a frantic rhythm on the back of my seat, and all of us began shouting the lyrics at the top of our lungs, just trying to feel normal again. Oh God, I wish I could delete Ya. Cause nothing can compete with Ya, we bellowed, Ryan Unruh and Pedro, harmonizing at the top of their lungs from the way back. I'd replenish and repeat Ya. One heart could bleed for the future us. I sang along. If we were young, but this is done. Even my dad cracked a tiny, almost invisible smile as we screamed the bridge. For those 3 minutes, the fear didn't exist. We weren't targets of or victims, we were just 5 friends in a crowded car, losing our voices to a song about letting go. As the song faded into the static of the Forney night, the car went quiet again, but the heaviness had lifted. I finally kicked off my shoes, the silence of the house a stark contrast to the shouting 10 minutes ago. I collapsed onto my bed, giving way to total exhaustion. I was out before my head even hit the pillow. Sunlight was barely beginning to leak through my blinds when my phone started detonating on my nightstand. It wasn't just a buzz, it was a constant barrage of notifications that rattled the wood like a drilling rig. I groaned, squinting through the crust in my eyes. The group chat was a war zone. Everyone was active. My heart hammered. I feared the absolute worst. Keek, guys, wake up right now. Keek, please. Aiden, what's going on? It's 8 a.m. Grant, is it I.C.E? Are they at your house? Ryan Unruh, I'm awake. What happened? Cash, Keek, talk to us. You're scaring everyone. Pedro, should we call someone? Jack, Keek, answer. Relent, I'm up. Give us a sitrep. Dyson, is it the cops? Holla, wait, what's going on? Is Keek okay? Abby, oh my God, here we go again. Can you go one morning without being the center of attention? Some of us actually have lives. Adrenaline spiked, clearing the sleep from my brain. Instantly, I sat bolt upright, typing frantically. Me, Keek. Are you okay? Is it ICE? Did someone show up? I held my breath, watching the typing bubbles bounce with agonizing slowness. Keek, I just watched a bird get run over. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Keek, it didn't even see the car coming. I'm traumatized. It was so small. The terror in my chest deflated into pure annoyance. Me, Keek, I'm serious, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought it was a real emergency. I thought they were taking you. Abby, and you just fall for it every single time. It's embarrassing, Logan. You're so desperate to play the hero for her that you can't even see what's actually happening. Me, Abby, please don't be so unkind. I was just genuinely upset. I don't want us to be like this. Me, seriously, Abby. What's the deal? You've been aggressive ever since Keek joined the group. Abby, because I'm the only one actually looking out for you. You've let her completely isolate you from the people who actually know you. It's like you've forgotten who's been there since day one. Me, I haven't forgotten anything. You're just being hostile. For no reason. Abby, no reason? Fine. Whatever. Might as well ask her to the next dance as well. In fact, why not just do everything we usually do with her instead? Me, Abby, what is this even about? Why are you bringing up the dance? Abby has left the chat. Holla, whoa, that escalated way too fast. Jack, I've never seen Abby this tensed up over a new person before. She's usually the chill one. Cash, Logan, do you think maybe she has feelings for you? And now that Keek's in the picture, she's finally realizing them. Dyson, honestly, that would explain the jealousy. She's been super protective lately. Abby has joined the chat. Abby, don't even start with that fanfiction garbage. Cash. I don't like him. I just hate watching my friend be an idiot. There's a difference. Abby has left the chat. Grant, the fact that she was stalking the chat just to say that is crazy. Keek, I'm really not trying to take your place, Abby. I just want us all to be friends. I hope you can see that. Eventually. Grant, she's definitely bothered. She's mad she's being replaced as the main girl in the group. Abby has joined the chat. Abby, Grant. Shut up. It's not about main girl status. It's about the fact that she's manipulative and you guys are too distracted by her innocent act to see it. It's pathetic. Abby has left the chat. Aiden, she is truly struggling right now. Keek, I'm not manipulative. I just care about things. Loudly crying face. Me, Abby, come back and just talk. Abby has joined the chat. Abby, I'm only back to say one thing, if you can't see why I'm actually worried, then maybe you really have changed. Abby has left the chat. I stared at the screen, my head spinning. The adrenaline was gone, replaced by a hollow ache. I finally emerged from my room and headed downstairs. My dad had picked up McDonald's. I spent the next several hours just hiding out in my room, trying to decompress from the group chat drama. I had spent most of the day just trying to relax, but the peace didn't last. Logan. Kitchen. Now, my dad's voice boomed from downstairs. I walked in, and the atmosphere was already heavy. My parents were standing by the laptop, their expressions set in that specific way that meant I was already losing an argument I hadn't started yet. We just checked the portal, my mom started, her voice tight. 2 C's, Logan. We talked about this. You're slipping. They're C's, they aren't failing grades, I argued, leaning against the counter. I'm doing fine in everything else. It's been a stressful week, in case you haven't noticed. That's exactly why we've made a decision, my dad interjected. Clearly, the high school environment isn't working for you anymore. You're distracted. We're pulling you out. You're going to start homeschooling on Monday. I felt the air leave my lungs. Homeschooling? You're kidding, right? That won't help. If you pull me out now, you're just isolating me. It puts my friends in more danger. Because I won't be there to see what's actually happening. You're full of it, Logan, my dad snapped. This isn't an action movie. It's about your future. You need to focus on your work, not on whatever drama you've cooked up. It's not in my head. I yelled, my hands starting to shake. I've tried to warn you guys a dozen times. Things are getting worse at school. People are getting targeted. It's only a matter of time before something major happens. My mom sighed, waving her hand dismissively. Logan. Stop being so dramatic. Nobody has died yet, so it's really not that bad. You can't just say that. I whispered, my voice cracking. You think because nothing has happened yet that it won't? You're literally ignoring everything I'm telling you. Oh, don't start with those excuses, my dad groaned, rubbing his temples. We are trying to protect your GPA. Not dodge imaginary bullets. You're staying home, and that's final. No more distractions. You're not protecting me. I screamed, backing away toward the stairs. You're just making me a sitting duck. You have no idea what's coming. I didn't wait for an answer. I turned and bolted back up the stairs, the sound of my mom calling my name fading behind the slam of my bedroom door. Later that night, I found myself standing in the shower, letting the steam fill the small room. I needed to decompress, if that's even the right word, for trying to scrub the anxiety off my skin. As the hot water hit my shoulders, the thoughts I'd been outrunning all day slowly started to catch up. We'd survived. We'd made it through. But the voices of Hala, Jacob, and Abby kept echoing in my head. They were right. Just because we made it through one time doesn't mean the new norm won't come back for round 2. That's their whole strategy. They don't stop until they win. I leaned my forehead against the cool tile, the water mixing with the tears I finally stopped trying to hold back. Why is this happening? I choked out, my voice cracking against the spray. How did it get this bad? My own parents, they won't even listen. I'm going to be trapped in this house while everything falls apart. The weight of the isolation felt like it was crushing my chest. I was sobbing now, the kind of deep, shuddering breaths that make your knees weak. I took a shaky step back to catch my balance, but my foot hit a slick patch of soap and water. Before I could even reach for the curtain, my feet went out from under me. I let out a sharp gasp as I went down. Hard. My head snapped back, colliding with the edge of the tub with a sickening thud. White light flashed behind my eyelids, and then, the sound of the running water started to fade into a hollow, distant ring. The world didn't just fade, it snapped. 1 second I was hitting the shower, and the next, I was standing in that same pitch black abyss that swallowed me during the seizure that nearly killed me. It was a total, hollow void. But it felt different this time. I wasn't drifting, I was upright. Okay, Logan, I said, my voice echoing in the nothingness. This is just some weird out-of-body experience. You're just concussed. Wake up. In reality, I was knocked cold on the bathroom floor, but a part of my consciousness was still firing, trapped in the lobby of my own mind. I could still hear the faint, muffled hiss of the running water hitting the tile, which meant I wasn't totally gone. I needed to move. I needed to snap out of it before my parents found me, or worse, before they didn't. Wake up. Come on. I yelled into the dark, but the void didn't care about my shouting. Suddenly, 3 silhouettes began to materialize in the distance, flickering like a corrupted video file. They weren't Grim Reapers coming to take me away, but they weren't exactly a welcoming committee either. They just stood there, looming against the black, watching me with a predatory stillness. Who is that? I demanded, my heart hammering against a chest I couldn't feel. Who are you? I squinted, trying to make out a face, a jacket, anything. But I didn't recognize them. Not even a little. They weren't from Forney High. They were complete strangers, and yet they stood there like they had been waiting for me to fall. The figures didn't move. They just waited, their outlines sharpening as the sound of the shower grew louder and more distorted in my ears. The darkness didn't just linger, it pulled back like smoke, clearing after an explosion. As the void settled, the 3 silhouettes solidified into people I recognized from old family albums and the heavy stories my dad only told when he thought I wasn't listening. My heart hammered against a chest that felt distant and numb. Standing there was Aunt Jennifer, looking exactly as she did before that final morning. Beside her was Terry, her face clear and peaceful, showing no signs of the gravel-induced rollover that had taken her so suddenly. I remembered them, but the third person was the one who made my skin crawl with a weird, otherworldly chill. It was Kenneth, who died guarding a tank long before I was even born. Logan, don't be so dramatic, Aunt Jennifer said, her voice sounding perfectly normal, just like she was talking to me in her living room. It's just your subconscious. The void is a location where your mind displays information of which you are otherwise unaware. We're just the shapes it has selected to assist your processing of all this stress. It's a waiting room, kid, Terry added, leaning against a wall that was shimmering into existence. A place for your brain to sit while it decides if it's ready to go back. You hit your head pretty hard on that tub. The void. Really? I muttered, a weird, hysterical laugh bubbling up in my throat. My brain is literally dying on a bathroom floor, and this is the best it can come up with? This is so cliché it actually hurts more than my head does. As they spoke, the blurry outline of a city began to bloom out of the nothingness. Kenneth, looking young and weary in his fatigues, walked toward a building that looked like a military outpost. He reached into a rusted metal cooler and pulled out a green glass bottle of Sprite. He popped the top with a metallic clink that harmonized perfectly with the hiss of the shower still running in the real world. You know, Kenneth said, taking a long, refreshing drink. As he looked toward the horizon, your dad always used to love to send me these small tastes of home made all the difference back then. It kept me grounded when the world was on fire. I stood there, staring at the bottle. My dad had never mentioned the Sprite. Kenneth let out a short, dry chuckle, leaning back against the tank. He paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he took another sip. Remember that time that bus almost hit you and probably would have killed you? Yeah, there may or may not have been some divine intervention involved on my part. He laughed, waving the bottle dismissively like he was just poking fun at the theory of him being a guardian angel. But hey, it's all in your head, right? You need to listen, Logan, Aunt Jennifer added. This place, this void, it is showing you what you're afraid to see. You are so worried about being isolated that you are missing what is right in front of you. Like what? I demanded, my voice cracking. My parents won't listen. My friends are in danger. What am I supposed to do? Terry stepped forward, crossing her arms. You start by waking up. You can't change anything from the floor of a shower. Well, for starters, Kenneth exclaimed, leaning back with a smirk, I'm not actually a guardian angel. That was a joke. So I can't really pull any strings for you. But you need to figure out a real reason to give your mom so she doesn't homeschool you. He turned to Aunt Jennifer and Terry, jerking his thumb toward the exit. You two go ahead. I'll handle this part. You really felt the need to send them away? I asked, my voice echoing as the blurry city around us began to shift and sharpen into something much more specific. Yeah, I wanted to handle this one myself, Kenneth replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. You got a problem with that? Before I could answer, the scenery finished its transformation. We weren't in a military outpost anymore. We were standing in the sterile, brightly lit hallway of a hospital. The smell of antiseptic and floor wax was so strong it made my head throb in sync with my concussion. Kenneth stopped in front of a heavy set of double doors and looked at me. Does this look familiar? It does, I said, my voice barely a whisper as the sterile white walls of the hospital solidified around us. This is that night. Why are you bringing me back to this? Because you only remember that you lost your innocence, not why, Kenneth replied, his voice echoing in the empty hallway. Let me recap it for you. Your parents told you everything was perfect. You believed everyone was your best friend. You didn't have any reason to think otherwise, until that autism challenge started going around in 2017. That was third or fourth grade for you. That's when your friends started acting different. More distant. More normal. I'm aware now that people saw me as less because of who I am, I snapped, the old sting of rejection rising up in my chest. What's your point? The point is that night was when it finally hit you that they never cared, Kenneth said, gesturing to a closed door. No one called to check in on you. Then Aunt Susie died a week later, which just piled on the trauma. The neurotypicals didn't hesitate to show you they didn't care. I mean, you know how it went. What does that have to do with? I started, but Kenneth cut me off. Let's go back a little further, he said. The hospital walls dissolved into the wooden floors and chalkboard scent of an empty classroom. Third grade. You and your friends are at some dance event, performing a Western song. Look over there, on that desk. I walked over. Sitting on the dusty surface was a small, taped-up box. Written across the top in faded marker were the words, "Don't open until high school." You're going to wake up soon, Kenneth said, his image starting to flicker like a dying candle. Find that box, it'll give you the answers you're looking for. It might even show you how to fix all this. Wait. I grabbed at the air as the classroom started to blur. How long have I been out? Maybe 2 minutes at most, Kenneth's voice drifted from the fading light. Go. My eyes snapped open. I was slumped against the cool, wet porcelain of the tub, the shower still hissing above me. My head throbbed with a sharp, rhythmic pain. Logan? You okay in there? My dad's voice drifted through the bathroom door, muffled but concerned. Yeah. I called out, my voice raspy. I scrambled to my feet, bracing myself against the wall as the room spun. Just taking a long time drying off. So. That was officially the strangest out-of-body experience I've ever had. I turned off the water and grabbed a towel, my mind racing. I needed to find that box. I needed to know if I was actually losing my mind. I scrambled out of the shower, the concussion making the hallway tilt as I reached my room. My head was thumping, but I grabbed my phone first, my vision still a bit blurry as I pulled up the group chat. Listen, my parents are dead set on homeschooling me. Starting Monday. I don't know if I can stop them, but I need to do something real quick. Stay active, I'll be back. I tossed the phone and dove into my closet. It was a chaotic mess. I looked up, and there it was tucked on the Very top shelf. I stood on my tiptoes, fingers straining. I gave the corner a desperate tug, and suddenly, the entire top row shifted. A cardboard avalanche came crashing down on top of me. Crash. Thud. Logan? Is everything okay in there? My mom called out. Her footsteps heavy in the hallway. Fine. Just, rearranging some stuff. I hissed, frantically. Stacking the fallen boxes back into a semi-straight pile. Before she reached the door, my heart was thudding against my ribs as I clutched the one box that mattered. I sat on the floor and peeled back the dusty tape. I didn't look at everything, but I found a crinkled piece of notebook paper from 3rd grade. It was a list of best friends' names of kids who had eventually joined in on the autism challenge or just drifted away to be normal. My parents had planted this fantasy in my head that everyone loved me, shielding me from the truth until the world finally broke me. But looking at that list made me realize that now, for the first time, I actually had real friends. I wasn't that isolated kid anymore, and I wasn't going back to that. I walked into the kitchen, leaving the paper in my room, but carrying the weight of it in my chest. My mom was at the table, her expression still. We need to talk, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. You think pulling me out of school is going to protect me, but it's the opposite. For years, you guys told me everyone was my friend while they were laughing at me. You let me live in a bubble because you were afraid I'd get hurt. Being separated from my friends now isn't going to make things better, I argued. It's going to make me a target. For the first time in my life, I have people who actually have my back. If you take me away from them, you're making me weak when I finally found a way to be strong. I'm finally part of something real. Please don't take that away. She went quiet, really looking at me, seeing the look in my eyes. By the next morning, the minor overreaction from my dad had settled. He realized that isolation wasn't the answer. I walked through the school gates the next morning, my head held high. I was back. I walked into the Forney High cafeteria, my head still thrumming with that dull, post-concussion ache. I spotted the usual suspects at our table: Keek, Grant, Cash, Pedro, Ryan, Unruh, Aiden, Dyson, Hala, and Abby. They were all leaned in, looking more annoyed than anything else. I slid into my chair and gave a tired, lopsided grin. Guess who's back? Back again, I muttered, trying to channel some M&M to break the ice. The reaction was a collective eye roll. Grant reached over and gave my arm a rough, semi-supportive pat. Are you serious right now? Grant asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You text us that you're being homeschooled, tell us to stay active because you're doing something real quick, and then you pull your usual move and go radio silent for 12 hours. I was totally about to call the police. I was convinced the new norm had finally offed you. Yeah, I already had the funeral playlist ready, Aiden added, leaning back with a dry, mocking smirk. It was going to be very moving. I'm sorry, I said, the weight of the void and the fight with my parents still sitting heavy in my chest. I had to fight just to be allowed back here. Keek started to lean in, her face soft with what looked like genuine relief, but before she could get within a foot of me, Abby practically teleported. She gave Keek a sharp, physical shove to the side. Move, Keek, Abby snapped. Hey, I said, trying to intervene. Abby, come on, she was just. I know what you are, Abby interrupted, her eyes fixed on Keek with a hostility that felt way too specific. Abby, you're being paranoid, I tried to correct her, but she didn't even look at me. No, Logan. I'm the only one actually paying attention. Abby insisted, her voice low and sharp. The rest of the guys just gave me the standard glad you aren't dead nods and arm punches. No one was crying. And no one was particularly shocked leaving them on. Reed was apparently just my brand now, but the undercurrent of tension between Abby and Keek was vibrating louder than the cafeteria chatter. Don't ever do that again, Hala said, though she was already back to picking at her lunch. We actually need you here. Logan, seriously, she said, her voice dropping to a low, steady tone. If I had to lose another close friend right now, I honestly don't think I could take it. Not with Everything else going on. I looked at her, the hollow ache from the fight with my parents still lingering. I gave a small, self-deprecating shrug. You would have been fine, Hala. You still have Grant and Riley. At least they don't constantly make your life worse by leaving you on read or getting targeted by every psycho in school. Hala stared at me for a beat, her eyes narrowing as if she were deciding whether to hit me or hug me. You're an idiot, she said flatly. Then, she let out a short, dry breath that was almost a laugh. Look, even if I don't always show it, and I clearly don't, I still actually care about you. Don't make it a thing, but it's true. I sat back, a genuine laugh escaping me. Wow. Hi. Praise from the most stoic person I know. I'll try not to let it go to my head. Good, she muttered, because if you do it again, I'm the one who's going to homeschool you. With a brick. I paused, the image of Hala chasing me with a literal brick flash frying in my brain. Wait, what do you mean by that? I asked, a confused grin spreading across my face. Like, you'd actually hit me. Hala's face went instantly stone cold again. She didn't even look up from her tray. I didn't mean it like that, she snapped, her voice hitting that familiar wall of stoic defense. I meant it's a metaphor. Or it isn't. Just stop talking, and before I change my mind about the caring part. I leaned back, the tension finally loosening. I was back. Despite the sarcasm and the Abby Keek drama. Later that day at lunch, the cafeteria was a roar of voices and clattering trays, but I couldn't focus on any of it. My eyes were glued to the double doors, tracking every person who walked in, but Keek was nowhere to be seen. The plastic chair next to me stayed empty. Where is she? I muttered, tapping my fork against the plastic tray. The rhythmic clicking was the only thing keeping my post-concussion anxiety from spiraling. Just give her a bit, I said, mostly to myself, trying to sound rational. She's probably just making up a missed quiz. Jacob didn't look up at first, far too occupied with the grease-glistening slice of school pizza he was working on. He folded it in half, taking a massive, unbothered bite. He seemed perfectly content, sitting there in his own world. While I felt like the walls were closing in. Logan, man, you gotta chill, Jacob said around a mouthful of crust, finally noticing that I hadn't even touched my food. I'm sure everything is fine. She's probably just hiding out in the library to avoid the drama. He looked completely relaxed, but then he caught the look in my eyes, the way I was practically vibrating in my seat. He paused, the half-eaten pizza hovering near his face, and his expression shifted into something more guarded. Okay, look, he started, his brow furrowing as he set the pizza down on the napkins. I'm honestly only worried because you're worried. You look like you're waiting for the new norm to burst through those doors and start a riot. Do you actually think something happened to her between second period and now? I didn't answer. After the bell rang to end lunch, Jacob and I split up for our next classes. I was still scanning the hallways for any sign of Keek, my head throbbing with every step, when I practically ran into Dyson. Whoa, watch it, Logan, Dyson said, steadying me. He looked around to make sure no one was listening before leaning in. You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm fine, I lied, leaning against a locker. Just looking for Keek. Have you seen her? Dyson shook his head, his expression shifting into something more serious. No, but listen. I had to deal with my family this morning. They basically lost all faith in me. They see me as this lazy kid who can't handle a simple workload, even though I'm literally the one with a job right now. He gave a dry, knowing smirk. But honestly, I'm letting them believe it. It makes it way easier to hide my little secret from them. You know, if they think I'm useless, they don't look too closely at what I'm actually doing. Smart move, I muttered. Also, Dyson added, his voice dropping an octave. Some guys were asking me about you earlier. Wanted to know if I knew you. I played it cool, told them, I mean, we live in the same neighborhood, and left it at that. For safety purposes, I'm not exactly advertising that we're close. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. People were asking questions. The warning bell for next period cut through the hallway. Chatter like a siren, and with no sign of Keek at the lunch tables, I finally had to head to class. I spent the rest of the afternoon in a concussed haze, moving from room to room like a ghost. It wasn't until that last bell rang and I stepped out into the humid afternoon air that the anxiety finally snapped back into focus. I scanned the sea of students flooding toward the parking lot and the buses. Then I saw her. Keek. There you are. She looked up, and I did a double take. The long, black, and red hair she'd had this morning was gone. In its place was a short, sleek black cut that framed her face differently. Hey, she said, a small, weary smile tugging at her lips. Sorry I went radio silent. My family had some stuff come up, and I had to head out for a bit to deal with it. I know, she said softly, I can definitely understand why you'd be worried, given the circumstances. But I'm okay. Really? I stepped back a bit, nodding toward her new look. The hair looks great, by the way. I really like it. It suits you. Thanks, she muttered, running a hand through the short strands. I just needed a change. Suddenly, Hala appeared from the crowd behind us, her usual stoic expression replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated mischief. She stopped right next to us, crossing her arms and looking back and forth between me and Keek's new haircut. Ah, Hala said, her voice dripping with mock sweetness. You guys are so dramatic. Honestly, you should just kiss right now and get it over with. My face went instantly hot, and Keek nearly choked on her own breath, her hand flying to her new hair as she looked everywhere but at me. Hala. Stop it. I sputtered, while Hala just gave us a knowing smirk and kept walking toward the parking lot. Without another word. Felt my face heating up as I looked between Keek and the growing crowd. Look, I actually have to head off, I said, trying to regain some shred of dignity. My sister, Abby, Jacob, and Hala are all in the Christmas choir concert tonight. I've gotta get home and get ready. Hala didn't even blink. She just leaned closer to Keek, her voice dropping into that terrifyingly deadpan tone she uses for maximum damage. A Christmas concert, huh? I bet you'd like to jingle his bells, wouldn't you? The silence lasted for a heartbeat before I absolutely lost it. I doubled over, a hysterical, strangled laugh erupting out of me that probably sounded more like a tea kettle than a human being. I was pointing at Hala, gasping for air, while Keek looked like she wanted to phase through the floor. Hala. You are literally the worst. I managed to choke out between wheezes. She just gave me a tiny, satisfied smirk and started walking away like she hadn't just dropped a comedy nuke in the middle of the hallway. The laughter was a distant memory by the time the sun went down. The nervous energy returned as I sat in the backseat of my parents' car, watching the familiar brick of the school loom in the headlights. We pulled into the packed parking lot, the rows of cars a reminder that for one night, the town was gathering for something other than school politics. My dad put the car in park and looked at me in the rearview mirror. Ready for the show, Logan? Let's hope the choir is better than your math grade. I hopped out of the car, adjusting my collar. My dad, mom, and granny filed into the row, their hushed chatter blending into the pre-show hum of the auditorium. I didn't join them. Instead, I took a seat at the very end of the row, leaving a deliberate gap of a few empty chairs between us. The post-concussion throb in my head made the bright stage lights feel like needles, and I needed the space to breathe. The auditorium was packed, a sea of parents and students waiting for the Christmas choir concert to begin. Suddenly, the heavy velvet curtain parted slightly, and Abby stepped out onto the stage. At first, she just looked like a performer checking the floor or getting into position early, but then she moved. She raised her hand and performed a sequence, two sharp tugs on her collar, followed by a smooth, flat sweep of her hand across her waist. My blood ran cold. To the hundreds of parents in the room, it probably looked like a nervous girl adjusting her dress. But I recognized it instantly. It was our group's emergency signal, the one we'd practiced for when talking wasn't an option. Abby was signaling trouble. I sat bolt upright, my eyes locking onto hers from across the darkened room. She looked pale under the spotlights, her gaze searching the crowd until it finally landed on me. I gave her a sharp, imperceptible nod. She seemed to catch it. She didn't linger, she turned on her heel and disappeared back behind the curtain just as the house lights began to dim. The audience fell into a reverent silence, but the hollow ache in my chest was screaming. Something was wrong. The concert itself went by without much to report, other than the fact that I had to endure Jingle Bells for approximately the 500th time in my life. The choir was talented, but after the fifth holiday medley, the post-concussion throb in my temples was starting to outsing the sopranos. Once the final applause died down and the house lights came up, the auditorium devolved into a chaotic mess of parents and students. My parents caught up to me near the aisle, both of them looking genuinely impressed with the performance. Alexis and the rest of the choir have a bit of cleanup and a final meeting backstage, my dad said, checking his watch. It'll be at least 30 minutes before they're cleared to leave. Why don't you go walk around for a bit? We'll meet you back at the car. I didn't need to be told twice. The noise and the bright stage lights had pushed my head to its limit. I slipped out of the auditorium and ducked into the quiet, darkened hallway, eventually finding my way to the library. The room was empty and blissfully silent. I found a soft, oversized chair in the back corner, away from the windows, and let out a long, shaky breath as I collapsed into it. I leaned my head back against the cushion and closed my eyes, the hollow ache finally starting to dull in the stillness. Now, I know what you're probably wondering, what on earth was Abby so panicked about? Trust me, it had absolutely nothing to do with the choir performance. You'll find out soon enough, so just hang on, the answers are coming. Eventually, I drifted awake from my short nap in the library. The silence had done wonders, the rhythmic thumping in my skull had finally dialed back to a dull hum. I stood up, stretched, and started making my way back toward the auditorium area to find my ride. The crowd had thinned out significantly. Apparently, Abby and most of the other girls had already headed out into the night. As I scanned the lobby, I spotted two figures standing near the stage doors, deep in conversation. From a distance, I actually couldn't tell them apart. Danny and Alexis looked like carbon copies of each other from across the room. It took me a good few seconds of squinting through the dim house lights to realize which one was my sister. I started toward them, the hollow ache returning as I remembered Abby's trouble signal from earlier. Where have you been this whole time, Logan? Alexis asked, her voice calm and steady as she smoothed out the front of her choir robe. The performance ended quite a while ago, and we've all been standing here in the lobby, searching the crowd for you. I was just in the library, I explained, trying to keep my voice from wavering. I needed a quiet place to sit down for a minute after all the noise in the auditorium, and I guess I just drifted off for a bit. The silence helped with the headache. Danny looked over at me, her expression unreadable as she adjusted her bag. That's so silly, Logan. We just would have preferred it if you'd stayed where we could see you. We had to ask 3 different teachers if they'd seen you leave the building, my mom added. Exactly, my dad chimed in, nodding toward the exit. We're all tired and ready to get home. Next time, just stay in the lobby like we discussed so we don't have to go on a scavenger hunt after a long fine arts event. I'm sorry, I muttered, the hollow ache in my chest tightening. I didn't mean to make everyone wait. I just really needed the break. As we began walking toward the heavy glass doors, Danny looked back over her shoulder with a light, almost playful smile that didn't feel playful at all. Just try to be a good boy. The words hit me like a physical weight, making my stomach turn. It took every ounce of self-control I had not to spin around and snap. I bet that's what you tell your boyfriend, too, right in her face. Instead, I just kept walking, the silence of the parking lot waiting for us outside. We pulled into the McDonald's drive-thru, the buzzing neon light reflecting off the car's wet windows. I was trying to find some peace in the dark, but Alexis twisted around in the passenger seat, her face set in that condescendingly helpful expression. So, Logan, she started, her voice dropping into that slow, over-enunciated cadence she uses when she's infantilizing me. While you were off napping in the library? The girls in the choir room had a lot to say. They actually Showed me the emails you supposedly sent Danny and Cheyenne. Honestly, Logan, it's a bit concerning. I felt the hollow ache in my chest tighten as she continued, her smile thin and clinical. Hala was telling everyone that you two actually dated when you were younger. But the big one? Abby was telling people you're dating right now. And Cheyenne, she said you were emailing her asking to do things like play tag or go to the park, you know, things children do together. I saw exactly what they were doing, painting me as a permanent child who couldn't possibly have real, adult emotions. Someone is faking those emails then, because I never sent those. I snapped, my voice shaking with pure rage. I haven't emailed Cheyenne in years, and I definitely didn't ask to play tag. You're just stereotyping me because it's easier than admitting I've grown up. Logan, calm down. You're overreacting, Alexis replied. Her voice dripping with that fake, patient skepticism. I'm just trying to help you understand how your behavior looks to normal people. You don't always pick up on the social cues, and it's okay if you're still at that level where you don't realize you're being inappropriate. I'm not being inappropriate. I'm being gaslit. I yelled, leaning forward until I was inches from her seat. I know. You and those girls were cornering Abby backstage. Because she's easy to intimidate. You've been pressuring her until she didn't know what to say. I'm not in love with Abby. She's my friend, and you're out there scaring her. Just so you can treat us like toddlers. You're just twisting things, Alexis stammered, her voice pitching higher as she tried to regain control. If everyone thinks you're sending weird emails, it's because, well, because your intentions don't matter as much as how normal people feel around you. You have to understand that your brain, it makes you think things happened differently than they actually did. So my truth doesn't matter because it makes you uncomfortable. I challenged, my voice dropping to a low, furious whisper. That's your argument? That I should let you lie about me so the neurotypicals at school don't have to feel bad about being bullies? Alexis opened her mouth to snap back, but her words died in her throat. She looked at my parents, then back at me. Her face flushing red as she realized she couldn't outlogic the truth. It's for your own good, she whispered, her infantilizing script finally running out of pages. You're making this into something it isn't. You're imagining things. The next time you see Cheyenne, I hissed, tell her this. For me. I shoved my hand toward the front seat and flipped her the bird, my middle finger practically touching her nose. The car went dead silent as we sat in the drive-through line. Alexis looked like she'd just been slapped, completely lost in her own failed manipulation. The next morning, the fluorescent lights of the hallway felt like they were piercing right through my skull, but I didn't care. I needed answers. I managed to intercept Hala and Cash before first period, the adrenaline from the night before still humming in my veins. You won't believe the insanity I had to deal with in the car last night, I started, leaning against the cold metal to steady myself. I recounted everything Alexis had claimed, the dating history, the fake emails, and the interrogation she's been running on Abby. Hala didn't even let me get to the part about the emails. She let out a sharp, incredulous laugh, her face setting into that familiar, impenetrable mask. Are you actually serious? Hala snapped, her voice low but dangerous. At this rate, I wouldn't be shocked if she started claiming we were currently engaged. I never said we dated. Your sister is straight up gaslighting you to make you look like some clueless kid. She shook her head, her eyes flashing with genuine frustration. At most, we might have talked more when we were younger, but dating? She's infantilizing the past to fit her narrative. I can't speak for what Danny or Cheyenne are telling her. They can answer for their own drama, but my part of that story is a total lie. Cash shifted their weight, looking back and forth between us with a mix of pity and disbelief. Man, your family is a total trip. They checked their phone, a quick, genuine smile breaking through the tension. Anyway, I've got better things to do than worry about Alexis's imaginary timelines. I'm actually going on a date with my boyfriend after school. We're heading back to see the FNAF 2 movie. I needed a rewatch to catch all the lore we missed. I leaned my head back, the hollow ache in my chest loosening just a fraction. Hearing Hala shut it down so fast made me realize just how much of a trap Alexis had tried to set. I knew it, I muttered. I knew she was just spinning it to make me look delayed or whatever. Of course she was, Hala said, just keep your head down and don't let her get in your head again. She's fighting a losing battle. The rest of the day at Forney High was an absolute gauntlet of strange looks and a constant, nagging worry that wouldn't quit. I finally got home, hoping for some peace, only to discover that Alexis had invited several of her friends over, including Anna. I was lying on my bed when my phone buzzed. It was Abby. Abby, hey, can you meet me after school tomorrow? Just us. I found some new social media stuff posts and threads and I really need to show you what's being said. Away from everyone. Me, sure, I'm down. Just us? Let's meet in the back area. Near the freshman center. It's usually a ghost town back there after the final bell. Abby, okay, but please, don't let anyone see us. I mean, it's fine if it's Grant, Hala, Pedro, Dyson, or Ryan, the usual guys. But no one else. Especially not that Keek girl. I'm still not sure I trust her. She just seems like the off type, you know? Me, Keek. Why are you bringing her up? She really isn't that bad, Abby. She's been through a lot of the same new norm garbage we have. You're being a little paranoid. Abby, I'm not being paranoid. I'm almost 100% sure she whispered something behind my back the very first time we met. I didn't want to cause a scene then, but I felt it. There's something about her that doesn't sit right with me. Logan. She's always watching me, whispered what? We were all standing right there. I think you're just stressed because of the choir room drama and the stuff Alexis was saying. Keek has been a target just like me. Abby, I know what I saw. She looks at me like I'm an obstacle, not a friend. Just trust me on this and keep the meeting between us. I need to show you these posts without her hovering over your shoulder. See you then. Me, fine. I won't tell her. Just breathe, Abby. We'll figure it out tomorrow. I blinked at the screen, the hollow ache returning. Keek. Whispering behind her back. It didn't fit the girl I knew, but the way Abby said it so convincingly made me wonder if I was the one missing something. I laid back down, staring at the ceiling, wondering what kind of social media evidence Abby had actually found. Exhaustion finally dragged me under, though the house was far from quiet. The last thing I heard was the muffled, rhythmic thumping of music leaking through the wall from Alexis's room. The girls were screaming the lyrics to Running Up That Hill at the top of their lungs, and if I only could make a deal with God and get him to swap our places. The song looped in my mind, a haunting background track, as I drifted into a sleep that felt less like rest and more like a descent into a void. Suddenly, I was standing in the middle of my street in Greyhawk. It was eerily silent, the suburban houses looming over the pavement like rows of grey headstones. The street was completely empty, save for the cars sitting still in the driveways, their windows black and opaque. Then, I felt a heavy, cold hand clamp onto my shoulder, with a grip that felt like it was crushing my collarbone. Stay away from us, a voice rasped, vibrating with a hatred that made my blood freeze. I spun around and found myself staring at Thaddeus. His eyes were cold, milky, and dead, carrying that hollow look that reminded me I didn't belong in their neurotypical world. I don't understand, I stammered, my legs feeling like they were sinking into the asphalt. I've stayed away. I haven't done anything. Thaddeus's jaw unhinged slightly, and his eyes began to glow a sickly, literal red. You ruined everything, he roared, the sound echoing off the houses like a thunderclap. You think you're one of us? You're a glitch. Suddenly, the driveways weren't empty anymore. Groups upon groups of neurotypical students appeared as if they'd phased into existence, their faces blank and identical. They all did the look that synchronized, slow head shake of disapproval, but instead of walking away, they all dropped to all fours with a wet, bone-snapping sound. I looked up and felt my heart stop. My friends Grant, Pedro, Hala, Ryan, Dyson, Keek, Abby, and Jacob and the others were suspended in the air, their bodies being ripped apart by unseen, jagged forces. Below them, the crowd began to crawl toward me at a speed that defied description, their limbs moving in unnatural, twitching bursts. They weren't running, they were scuttling like insects, their eyes fixed on my throat. The last thing I saw before the nightmare snapped was Thaddeus looming above me. He was peering through a hole in the mass of crawling bodies, his mouth open in a scream so loud it felt like my eardrums were physically bursting. I jolted awake, my heart hammering against my ribs. I didn't scream, but I sat up fast, gasping for air. What the heck, that was weird, I muttered, wiping a layer of cold sweat from my forehead. Seriously, what is wrong with my brain? I tried to shake it off, blaming the stress of the new norm and the late night music for the vivid nightmare. But through the wall, the music was still playing, that haunting chorus echoing in the night, be running up that road, be running up that hill. I rubbed my face, trying to scrub the lingering image of scuttling classmates and glowing red eyes from my retinas. I sat there for a long moment, my breath finally hitching back into a normal rhythm as the adrenaline faded. Okay, focus, Logan, I muttered, shaking my head. Seriously, I need to stop having these weirdly specific nightmares. It's a bit much for a Thursday night. I took a deep breath, grounding myself in the reality of my messy bedroom. Everything was fine. It was just a dream brought on by stress. I was just about to lay back down and reclaim my sleep when my phone on the nightstand emitted a sharp, demanding ping. For the love of all that is holy, I hissed, the sound grating on my nerves. Just let me sleep for 5 minutes. I reached out and snatched the device, the text message glowing like a miniature sun in the dark room. I stared at the notification with pure annoyance. If another bird got ran over, I grumbled to the empty room, I am literally going to chuck Keek's tiny body through the air like a football. I unlocked the screen, squinting at the sender. I stared at my phone as the group chat spiraled into a digital battlefield. The screen was a non-stop flicker of frantic notifications that made my stomach do a slow, sick flip. I sat on the edge of my bed, the darkness of my room making the blue light of the screen feel blindingly sharp. Keek, guys. Oh my god. I'm shaking so hard I can barely type. Something just happened. I was in the parking lot with my sister. We were just getting to her car and this dark sedan slowed down right behind us. Keek, they started shooting. I'm serious. Real gunfire. They were aiming right at us, Logan. It wasn't some random drive-by, they had their windows down and were leaning out. My sister's back window is gone. Glasses everywhere. We just ran. We're home now, but I can't stop crying. Grant, what? Keek, stay down. Are you hit? Did you call the police? Keek, answer me. Hala, lock every door in your house. Now, is your sister bleeding? Talk to us. Don't go near the windows. Relend, what is going on? It's 1 a.m. My phone has been vibrating off my nightstand for 5 minutes straight. This better be important. Jack, same here. I was dead asleep. Abby, it's a story, Jack. Relend, listen to this. Keek claims she's out in a random parking lot in the middle of the night, and suddenly masked teens show up and start a shootout. It sounds a little convenient that she's wandering around in the dark right when she needs a dramatic story. Keek, I couldn't sleep, Abby. My sister suggested a drive to clear my head. We just stopped to grab a drink. Is that allowed, or do I need your permission to have insomnia? Abby, a midnight drive. Right. And then, out of nowhere, they appear? Relend, you know how this goes. It's too perfect. She's always at the center of some crisis that nobody else ever sees. Keek, they were screaming the most disgusting things. One of them called me a freak and a broken link. Another one yelled, go back to where you came from. They were laughing while they did it, calling us biological errors. Abby, wow. They sound like they had a script ready. Jack. Doesn't that sound like a bad movie? Biological errors. Who actually says that out loud while drive-by shooting? It's all new norm buzzwords. She's manipulating the situation. Keek, my sister's car is destroyed. They kept shouting that. I didn't belong in Forney because I was defective and poisoning the culture. I've never been so terrified and you're sitting there acting like a prosecutor. Jack, look, if bullets were actually flying, it's a big deal, but Relend is right, it's 1 a.m. Keek, did you get the plate or anything real? Or are we just supposed to take your word? For Abby, of course she didn't. She didn't see faces because of masks, didn't see a plate because it was too fast. It's a classic setup. She wants Logan to feel sorry for her so he doesn't listen to anything else. She's a fake, guys. Keek, I am literally hyperventilating and you are treating this like a debate. Why do you hate me? Holla, Abby, shut up. Seriously. Keek, ignore her. Relend. Jack, if you aren't going to help, go back to sleep. Keek, is the car still there? Keek, yes. I'm not making this up. Why would I lie about being shot at? You guys are supposed to be my friends. But you, Abby, you've been hostile since the second I got here. Abby, because I can see through the act. Every time we get close to figuring something out, you pop up with a new trauma to distract us. I stared at the text thread, my mind racing. Abby was playing on the fact that Jack and Relend were cranky from being woken up to get them on her side. Her logic about the timing was starting to gnaw at me, but hearing Keek describe those vile slurs made my skin crawl. I watched the little gray bubbles at the bottom of the screen dance. Abby, Keek, and Grant were all typing at once, a digital storm that refused to break. The blue light from the phone felt physically searing, making the post-concussion ache behind my eyes pulse in time with the incoming notifications. My thumbs hovered over the glass, wanting to intervene to defend Keek. But the exhaustion from the concert, the fight with Alexis, and that terrifyingly vivid nightmare finally won. My eyelids felt like they were weighted with lead. The phone slipped from my grip, thumping softly onto the floor. I saw the screen flicker one last time with a long block of text from Abby, followed by an immediate, frantic response from Keek, but the words were just a blur of white light. Before I could process a single syllable, the world tilted away. I drifted back into a heavy, dreamless sleep, leaving the group chat to burn itself out in the dark. I finally dragged myself downstairs, my legs feeling like lead as I entered the kitchen. I stopped in the doorway, the air thick with a vibrating, silent tension. Alexis was hunched over the island, her knuckles white as she gripped a cup of milk. Anna and the other girls were huddled around her, their faces pale and eyes rimmed with red. Whoa, I said, my voice raspy. What happened? I can tell just by looking at you guys, something is seriously wrong. Alexis didn't look up at first. We went to Lake Point last night for the youth event, she whispered, her voice cracking. We thought it would be a safe space. It wasn't, Anna chimed in, her voice trembling. The other students, they cornered us in the lobby. They were screaming at us, calling us traitors to the town and deviants. They said we were poisoning the school. I leaned against the counter, the hollow ache in my chest intensifying. As I stared at the way the morning light hit the tile floor, the kitchen began to blur, the sound of the refrigerator hum fading into the distant, rhythmic thumping of a high-end bass system. The Lake Point auditorium was packed to the gills. I was sitting in the third row, the air conditioning blasting cold enough to make me shiver, though my collar felt 2 sizes too small. I had only known Cole Carpenter for a few weeks. Beside me, Cole was a statue, his eyes locked on the stage, with a level of devotion that felt almost predatory. The senior pastor stepped up to the pulpit, the stage lights gleaming off his perfectly tailored suit as he adjusted the microphone. He didn't open with a prayer, he opened with a spiritual war cry. Beloved, we are in a season of spiritual pruning, the pastor thundered, his voice filling every corner of the massive room. The garden of our culture is being overrun by weeds that do not bear the fruit of the Spirit. We see the rebellion in those who choose the LGBTQ lifestyle, those who would rather worship their own broken desires than the divine order of the Creator. They seek rights they have not earned through righteousness. He leaned over the pulpit, his eyes scanning the crowd with a sharp, piercing intensity. And we must address the Broken vessels among us, those with autistic minds and defective souls who use their conditions as a shield against godly discipline. They use their labels to dodge the social order God intended for a healthy community. Even those from foreign lands who come to dilute the heritage and the blood of our fathers. They are all errors in the sanctified system. His voice rose to a roar that made the floorboards vibrate. We must restore the righteousness of this land. We should not tolerate the brokenness that seeks to dismantle our foundations. We should send them down the better road home. And make no mistake, for those who refuse to be mended, for those who cling to their differences over his word, their only true home is eternal fire. The crowd erupted in a thunderous standing ovation. I felt physically ill, my stomach churning as I watched hundreds of people cheer for my own exclusion. I leaned toward Cole, my voice a terrified whisper. Cole, he's talking about people like me. He's calling us errors. We have to leave. This is wrong. Cole didn't even turn his head. He just gave a small, dismissive shrug, his eyes never leaving the pastor. Logan, don't be so sensitive. He's just being biblical. He's talking about the state of the soul, not you specifically. Just sit down and listen to the truth for once. I should have known right then that something was deeply wrong with Cole Carpenter. The sound of Alexis's cup hitting the counter snapped me back to the present. The kitchen was still quiet, the girls watching me with wide, expectant eyes, waiting for me to say something, anything to make sense of the hostility they just faced. I went there once, I said, my voice cold and hollow, still feeling the phantom chill of that auditorium. I went with Cole, back when I thought he was actually a friend. And I'm telling you, those kids in the lobby didn't just decide to scream at you on their own. They were sitting in those seats listening to that guy talk about spiritual pruning and cleaning the garden. He told an entire room of people that autistic people are broken vessels and LGBTQ plus people are weeds that don't deserve rights. I looked Alexis straight in the eye, wanting her to understand the gravity of what she'd walked into. He literally looked at a crowd of hundreds and said we should be sent down the better road home. And he wasn't talking about a car ride. He was talking about eternal fire. Those students cornered you because they were told it was their holy duty to confront the errors in the system. You weren't just bullied, you were being disciplined by a script they've been practicing for a year. The girls looked at each other, the political weight of Lake Point finally sinking in. The room felt smaller, the safety of the house suddenly feeling very fragile. Despite the morning's heavy revelations, my plan remained the same: meet Abby after school, no matter what the day threw at me. And boy, was it about to throw a lot. The school day itself was mostly the usual gauntlet of sideways glances and hushed whispers, though Hala was noticeably absent, probably for one of a dozen reasons. None of them likely good. Cash also caught me in the hall to vent about how their boyfriend moved their date. How dare he, right? LOL. Eventually, I found myself back on the bus. That's when I saw her again. It was that girl, not Cole's stalker girlfriend, but the other one. The one I'd locked eyes with several times throughout the year. Now, seeing her again in the same dim light, a thought hit me: maybe I could actually find out who she is. I started to move, to maybe say something, but the thought was jolted right out of my head when the bus launched forward with a violent lurch. When the bus finally hissed to a stop at the OC, I hung back, letting the crowd filter out into the humid air. I kept my eyes glued to the door, thinking that maybe if I caught her in the daylight, I'd finally get a clear, unobstructed view of her. Eventually, she stepped down and brushed past me. Our eyes locked for a heartbeat. She tried to force a small, polite smile, but it faltered halfway through. And she ended up just blushing a deep crimson and staring at her shoes. She was a short Latina girl, that's the best way I could describe her. I knew that after class would be my only real window to talk to her, but for now, the bell was a countdown. I walked into the classroom. It was mostly quiet, except for Riley, Giovanni, and Brandon huddled in the far corner. Their voices a low murmur. You actually figured it out. I'm impressed, Riley said, his voice cutting through the silence as I approached. I stopped dead in my tracks. A long, heavy silence stretched between us. My heart hammered against my ribs, the anxiety making every second feel like an hour. I looked at his face, searching for a sign of a threat or a joke. Finally, I found my voice. Figured out what? Riley let the silence hang for another beat before he broke into a small, playful smirk. The whole lights out thing, he replied, leaning back in his chair. Honestly, it wouldn't have been any fun if you didn't piece it together first. I totally could have just told you and avoided all this drama. But where's the lesson in that? I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and chuckled, shaking my head. This is because of last year. Isn't it? Seriously, Riley. I know you were mad, but didn't she break up with you anyway? Why are you still holding onto this? Riley paused, rubbing the back of his neck, then let out a dry laugh. Yeah, I guess you have a point there. I know I should be over it by now. Everyone tells me I should be, but I'm just not. It was a messy time. Still, you probably shouldn't have said you didn't care if she died. That was a bit much, even for you. I meant it more as her being dead or alive would be the same to me, I exclaimed, throwing my hands up in frustration. Because I just didn't care about her anymore. It wasn't like I wanted her gone, I was indifferent. It wasn't a threat. You could have just said that, Riley pointed out, his grin widening. Logic, try it sometime. I tried. I shot back, the tension finally snapping into something normal. I leaned against the desk, giving him a pointed, jokingly serious look. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something Hala told me a while back. Get over her. She doesn't want you back, and nothing you say or do is going to change that. Riley rolled his eyes, but I kept going. Hala told me not to hold grudges. She said they only create worse issues. In fact, pretty much everything that's happened since I started at Forney High 3 years ago was because I held onto some stupid grudge. I grinned. Did you seriously think hiding stuff from me was going to fix your problems? Riley laughed, the last of the awkwardness between us dissolving. All right. Point taken. But the humor faded instantly when Giovanni leaned in. His face pale. I'm more worried about Ice, he whispered. His hands visibly shaking. I can't even listen to my own music anymore. My mom told me if I play my Spanish tracks in public, Ice could just show up and snatch me away. No hesitation. No questions. Just gone. Yo, VIP, let's kick it. Brandon barked, his voice echoing off the classroom walls. Ice, baby. Vanilla, ice, baby. Stop. I yelled, the sudden noise making me jump. Collaborate and listen, he sang out, his voice rising in volume. Ice is back with my brand new invention. Brandon, seriously, shut up. Riley snapped, his face flushing a deep, dangerous red as he stepped into Brandon's personal space. This isn't a joke, man. People's lives are actually at risk here. Something grabs a hold of me tightly. Brandon sang louder, dancing in a circle around Riley's mounting fury. Flow like a harpoon daily and nightly. I'm not kidding, Brandon. Cut it out. Riley growled, his fists clenching at his sides. Will it ever stop? Yo, I don't know. Brandon shouted back, grinning like a maniac as he did a clumsy spin near the desks. Turn off the lights and I'll glow. Riley was vibrating with rage now, his eyes locking onto Brandon's. If you say one more word, I am going to lose it. To the extreme, I rock a mic like a vandal. Brandon continued, using a water bottle as a mock microphone. Leaning in close to Riley's face. Light up a stage and wax a chump like a crack. Before Brandon could finish the lyric, Riley's leg whipped out in a blurred, precision strike. His foot connected squarely with Brandon's privates with a sickening thud. The song died instantly. Brandon's eyes bulged, his face turning a sickly shade of gray. He let out a high-pitched, strangled wheeze before slowly collapsing into a fetal position on the linoleum, clutching himself in total, agonizing silence. I told you to stop, Riley muttered, his chest heaving as he stared down at the heap on the floor. Giovanni just stared at Brandon, his jaw tight. Dude, That was a lot. But thank you. Brandon stayed there for a long, agonizing minute. Sucking in shaky, wheezing breaths. Finally, he managed to use the leg of a nearby desk to haul himself upward. He was hunched over, his face a sickly shade of gray, but the second he was upright, that familiar, impulsive glint returned to his eyes. He looked at Riley, a pained but defiant smirk stretching across his face. And Riley? Brandon wheezed, pointing a trembling finger at him. You still like freshmen? Riley's face went from a flush of anger to a vein popping deep purple in half a second. Brandon! Riley roared, the sound practically shaking the windows. The final bell shrieked through the room, sounding like a starting pistol. Brandon didn't wait for a second strike, he spun on his heel and bolted for the door, still slightly hobbled but moving with the raw desperation of a man running for his life. Riley and Giovanni didn't even stop to grab their backpacks, they just launched themselves over the desks and into a full-on sprint after him. Get back here, you idiot! Riley screamed as they disappeared into the crowded hallway. I stood by my desk, watching the chaos unfold. Class finally let out, and I made a beeline for the bus. I scanned the rows as I boarded, and there she was, the short Latina girl I'd been seeing all year. I headed toward the back and moved to sit in the empty spot right next to her. She was looking out the window and didn't see me approaching. When I actually dropped into the seat, she jumped so hard her shoulder hit the glass with a loud thud. Her eyes went wide, and her face went that familiar deep shade of crimson almost instantly. Oh. Sorry, I muttered, feeling my own face heat up. I didn't mean to scare you. She didn't say anything yet, but the tension vibrating off her was intense. She started twisting her fingers in her lap, looking down, but she couldn't seem to resist peeking back over at me every few seconds. Every time we accidentally locked eyes, she'd give me this small, flustered smile before darting her gaze away again. It was like she was just as anxious about this as I was. The bus groaned as it pulled away from the OC, the rhythmic thud of the tires against the pavement filling the space between us. I leaned my head back against the cracked vinyl seat, finally letting out a breath I felt like I'd been holding since the bell. I am so ready for this weekend, I said, not looking at her yet, just watching the blurred trees passing by the window. Honestly, for Christmas break. I'm just ready for this entire year to be over, really. I heard a small, soft movement beside me. When I turned, she was looking at me with a shy, genuine smile. Tell me about it, she said, her voice steady but quiet. It feels like we've been in these hallways for a decade already. This week especially. She reached into her bag and pulled out a yellow bag of M&Ms, shaking a few into her palm before holding the crinkled bag out toward me. Want some? Thanks, I said, taking a few. I'm Logan. I'm Emily, she replied. Emily Martinez. I blinked, the name catching me completely off guard as I processed it. Emily Martinez? I'm not going to lie, I wasn't expecting that the name Emily, I mean. But that last name, it reminds me of someone I used to know named Cole Martinez back in 10th grade, but after that year, he just changed into someone I didn't recognize anymore. She tilted her head, her dark eyes searching mine with a look that felt surprisingly grounded. I know how that goes, people turning into strangers. But I'm definitely not him. I can tell, I muttered. I looked at her, curious. So, you've really been noticing me on the bus all this time? Why were you staring then? Emily immediately looked down at the M&M bag, a deep, unmistakable crimson creeping into her cheeks. Oh, I wasn't. I mean, I was just looking around, she said. Quickly, her fingers nervously picking at the edge of the yellow plastic. We just happened to make eye contact a lot because of where we sit. It was just a coincidence, you know. Just observing the bus route like everyone else. She said it with a forced casualness, her gaze fixed firmly on the chocolate in her hand. It was hard to tell if she was just embarrassed to be caught looking. So, what grade are you in? I asked, trying to keep the conversation from stalling out as the bus turned back toward the main campus. 10th, Emily said, tucking a stray hair behind her ear. Sophomore year is a total grind, isn't it? My stomach did a slow, nervous flip. A 10th grader. Of course she was. I felt a cold chill as I remembered the last time I tried to make friends with a sophomore. I looked at her, I almost asked her right then if she knew Zachary. If she did, there was a chance she'd just run back and tell him everything the same way Kylie likely did. For some reason I still couldn't wrap my head around. But then I looked at her. Really looked at her. She wasn't smirking or looking for a reaction, she was just sitting there, waiting for me to speak. I realized I actually wanted to get to know her. If I started an interrogation now, I'd blow the only good thing that had happened all week. The bus hissed to a halt as we pulled back into the Forney High lot. As everyone started shuffling toward the door, Emily didn't just bolt. She stood up and waited for me to stand too. "Hey," she said, her face flushing that crimson shade again. As she looked up at me. Would you mind walking me to my class? It's just right inside." I blinked, my brain momentarily short-circuiting. No one had asked me to walk them to class ever. "Yeah." I managed to say. "Yeah, I can do that." As we stepped off the bus, she grabbed a scrap of paper from her bag, scribbled something down with a quick, practiced motion, and pressed it into my hand. "That's my number. Text me later. And we should definitely sit together again." I gripped the paper, feeling the weight of it. For the first time in a year, a sophomore wasn't just talking to me to get information or to set me up. She was actually staying. I walked her to the entrance, the tension in my chest finally replaced by a genuine, dorky grin. As we walked through the heavy glass doors of the Forney High entrance, Emily stayed close, her shoulder occasionally brushing mine as we navigated the sea of students. "Hey," she said softly, slowing her pace as we neared her classroom. "You been looking over your shoulder ever since we got off the bus? Why do you seem so worried?" "Is it something I said?" I bit my lip, my mind flickering back to Kylie and the way that whole situation had imploded without a single word of warning. "It's not you," I muttered. "It's just, the last time I became friends with a girl like this, she just stopped talking to me. No explanation, no hey I'm busy, just total radio silence. One day. I guess I'm just waiting for the same thing to happen with you." Emily stopped walking entirely, turning to face me right outside her door. The hallway traffic surged around us. But she didn't seem to notice. "Maybe someone in their crowd told them something," she said, her voice full of a quiet, surprising maturity. "And they made a choice based on that. It happens a lot. People get pressured into thinking they have to pick a side." She reached out, briefly touching my arm. "The way I see it, that's not really your fault. That's on them for not being strong enough to think for themselves. I'm not them." "Okay. Thanks," I said, a genuine smile finally sticking. I really needed to hear that. "Good," she grinned, stepping back toward her classroom. "Now, I've gotta get in there. Don't forget to text me. Logan." I stood there for a second as she walked into the room, watching the door close. I had finally found someone who seemed like they were going to stay. But as the bell for the next period echoed through the hall, I remembered the paper in my pocket and the meeting waiting for me. I sat in 8th period, the low hum of the classroom air conditioner buzzing in my ears, but my focus was entirely elsewhere. A few desks away, Sarah was checking her phone, a small, exasperated sigh escaping her lips as she looked at a text. "Gosh, friends can be so difficult," she said, leaning over toward my desk with a look of casual annoyance. "I just had to tell one of my girls to stop talking to this guy she met. He seemed totally fine at first, but then I found out some stuff about him. I told her it was better to just make a choice and cut it off before things got weird. It's better for the group if everyone just stays in their lane, right?" The room felt like it tilted. Emily's voice from the hallway slammed into my mind. Maybe someone in their crowd told them something, and they just made a choice. The realization hit me. It was August 27th, 1:42 a.m. I saw the blue light of my phone. Kylie Fox was texting me about dairy. We were clicking. Then, There was that 5-minute silence while she was typing. I had always thought it was Zachary, but Zach didn't have any issues with me. I had told Sarah I was autistic just days before that. I thought I was sharing a secret with a friend. In that 5-minute gap, Sarah must have reached out to Kylie. She had made an assumption based on a stereotype and warned her off. Zachary had leaned in later and told me to stay away from Kylie Fox. He wasn't the mastermind, he was just the messenger. I remembered Sarah's toxic confession. I chose the hammer because I thought it would keep me safe. I've done a lot more than just turn you down for a dance, Logan. A hand waved in front of my face, snapping me out of the daze. I blinked and looked up. Sarah was still leaning over. Her expression softened by a look of genuine remorse. You okay? You just went completely blank. You look like you saw a ghost, she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. Just thinking about something Emily said, I muttered. Who's Emily? Sarah asked, tilting her head. Before I could answer, she sighed, her posture slumping as the weight of the unspoken truth settled between us. Look, I just hope we can still be cool with each other despite, well, everything. I looked at her. The anger was there, but it was tired. I found it in my heart to let it go. Yeah, I said. We're cool. Sarah. I forgive you. I mean it, Logan, she whispered. I'll try not to run by stereotypes next time. I realized way too late that the normal side isn't always the right one. The final bell shrieked. We stood up and actually shook hands, a silent treaty signed. As she shouldered her bag, she leaned in with a mischievous smirk. By the way, she said, nodding toward her sister, just because it's going to be just you and Chloe in here now, that doesn't mean you can start hitting on my sister just because things didn't work out with me. I rolled my eyes, a genuine laugh escaping me. I never had feelings for you, Sarah. Seriously. We were always just friends in my head. Sure you didn't, she teased, but then her face softened. Seriously though? Not even a little? Because I know I can be a lot, but I thought for a second there, well, never mind. If you really didn't, then I guess my ego is the only thing bruised today. Wait, don't you have a boyfriend? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Sarah burst out laughing, the sound echoing through the emptying classroom. Yes, I do. You caught me. She shook her head, grinning. Honestly, looking at it now, things probably would have been way worse had you actually asked me. It would have been a total disaster. Agreed, I said, a weight lifting off my shoulders. I quickly shot a text to my parents, claiming I was stuck in after-school tutorials. Somehow, against all odds, they actually bought it. I didn't have time to celebrate the small win, though. I had a much more urgent meeting to attend. I took off down the hallway, my sneakers squeaking against the linoleum as I broke into a full-on sprint toward the freshman center. As I rounded the corner, I practically blurred past Hala and Keek. Logan. Keek called out, her voice trailing off as I blew past her. She exchanged a look of pure confusion with Hala, both of them watching me with concerned expressions as I disappeared into the crowd. I could feel their eyes on my back, but I couldn't stop to explain. Every second counted if I was going to make it to Abby before someone saw us. I finally burst through the heavy exterior doors of the freshman center, the humid air hitting me like a wall. I stumbled into the secluded back area, my lungs burning, and my vision swimming slightly from the sprint. Abby was already there, leaning against the red brick wall, with her arms crossed, looking like a nervous sentry. I doubled over, hands on my knees, gasping for air. I made it, I wheezed, my chest heaving. Hala and Keek saw me, sprinting. They probably think I finally lost it. Abby didn't laugh. She just looked around the corner one last time to make sure we were truly alone before stepping closer. Her face was set in that same hard, analytical line from her texts. You're late, she whispered, her voice tight with anxiety. But you're here. Good. Because what I found on the social media threads. I straightened up slowly, wiping the sweat from my forehead, the hollow ache in my chest returning with a vengeance. Show me, I muttered, my breath finally catching up to me. You remember how that message just said tick-tock, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the wind. We thought they were coming back for round 2 on the app. But it wasn't just a platform. It was a countdown. A clock. Logan. And it's running out. I wiped the sweat from my eyes, squinting at the screen. What do you mean? I found other things that are more recent, she said, her fingers flying across the glass to pull up a private thread. They're straight up talking about purging all 3 communities: the autistic, LGBTQ+, and POC students. They're saying it's almost time. I think the government is about to pass the final part of that bill. Let me show you the posts. She scrolled through a series of local Forney threads. My stomach did a slow, sick flip as I read the vile comments. 2026, no more neurospicy glitches slowing us down. The weeds are getting pulled. We're clearing the deviants. Out in 2026. If they won't mask, they're out. The anomalies are on borrowed time. They aren't giving a date, I muttered, my voice finally returning. That's the scary part. They just keep saying 2026. It could be New Year's Day, or it could be tomorrow. They're keeping us looking at the clock so we don't see them coming. Abby nodded, her face pale in the shadows. They aren't going to wait for a specific deadline. They're just going to start. Abby instantly froze, her hand gripping my arm with a strength that nearly bruised. SHH, she breathed, her eyes darting toward the edge of the building. A group of 3, maybe 4 students rounded the bend. Their voices loud and jagged with an excitement that made my skin crawl. They weren't whispering, they were talking as if the world already belonged to them. It's definitely passing, one of them said, a sharp, arrogant edge to his voice. My dad said the final vote on the bill is basically a formality now. 2026 is going to be the year of the real norm. We're finally pulling the weeds. I heard the purge is starting early in Forney, another chimed in, their laughter sounding cold in the open air. No more neurospicy glitches or anomalies dragging the curve down. They won't even see it coming because they're too busy looking for a specific date on the clock. My heart hammered against my ribs, the hollow ache in my chest flaring as they stopped just a few yards from our hiding spot. They didn't see us tucked into the deep alcove. They were too busy gloating about the cleansing to notice the 2 glitches standing right in front of them. Abby didn't wait for them to turn around. Her eyes pointing toward the narrow gap between the building and the perimeter fence. We moved like ghosts, staying low and silent as we slipped out of the alcove and vanished into the thick line of trees bordering the parking lot. We didn't stop until we reached the edge of the campus. The thread of the unannounced purge finally feeling like a physical weight on our shoulders. The cafeteria was a roar of everyday chaos. At exactly 10 a.m., the roar of the cafeteria was severed by a sound so sharp it felt like it pierced my eardrums. A synchronized, high-pitched emergency alert shrieked from every single pocket and table in the room. Hundreds of phones screamed in unison, a digital siren that turned the lunchroom dead silent. Hala pulled her phone out first, her face going a sickly, translucent pale. It's from the Department of Justice, she whispered, her voice trembling. They've officially eliminated disparate impact liability. Discrimination is no longer a violation if it's for national stability. And there's a joint statement from Autism Speaks, they're labeling the autistic community an enemy and a drain on the economy. Wait, Pedro said, his voice dropping an octave as he scrolled. It's not just them. Look at the surveillance section. It mentions monitoring POC student groups for radicalized behavior under the same data platform. Cash gasped, their eyes wide with horror. And here, the let them die directive. It suspends funding for any life-altering procedures or specialized support for non-traditional identities. That's the LGBTQ+ community. They're cutting off everyone. It's all of us, Abby whispered, her face pale in the blue light of her screen. Autistic, LGBTQ, POC, we're all the target now. The cafeteria was a sea of blue light as students stared at their screens, the hollow ache finally turning into a physical weight. We had been erased in a single second. Jacob was the one to break our table's silence. He looked up from his screen, his eyes vacant and dark, his voice flat and terrifying. It's beginning, guys, he said, staring past us. We're too late. The clock's run out. The group turned as one to look at me, the confusion and the raw, jagged fear in their eyes making my stomach churn. Their gazes were desperate, begging for an explanation I didn't want to give. What does he mean the clock's run out? It's the TikTok message, Abby whispered, her voice low, as she scanned the hallway. We thought they were just coming back to the app for more harassment, but it wasn't just a platform. It was a countdown. The TikTok was the sound of the clock running out until this alert hit. She's right, I added, my eyes darting toward a group of seniors who were openly staring and shaking their heads at us. They've been waiting for the DOJ to drop the disparate impact liability. That was the green light they needed. This isn't just a threat anymore, it's the official start of round 2. Hala gripped her phone, her face a mask of stoic dread as she looked at the emergency notification again. They're purging all 3 communities at once: autistic, LGBTQ+, and POC. They aren't just bullying us anymore, they're monitoring us to make sure the purge is total. As we moved through the halls, Grant suddenly grabbed my shoulder, his face a mix of shock and frustration. Why didn't you tell us this sooner, Logan? If you and Abby knew there was a countdown, why wait until the alert actually hit? I looked him in the eye, the hollow ache finally turning into a hard, defensive edge. Considering how you guys usually react before finally realizing I'm right, in short, I didn't think you guys would trust me. The group went silent for a beat, the weight of my words hanging in the air. Before anyone could respond, Riley Moore stepped out from nearby. He didn't have his usual smirk, he looked shaken. He walked straight up to Hala. We are on a very slippery slope, Riley said, his voice unusually low. I'm sorry I didn't say what I knew earlier. I was mad, and maybe I should go by what Logan said and just leave it in the past. Or at least try to. Hala gave him a single, stiff nod before turning back to us. As we reached the hallway for first period. Watch your backs as you separate, Hala warned, her voice vibrating with a new kind of authority. But listen. New Year's is still on. We're getting together for pizza, ice cream, and the ball drop. As a team, we fight whatever happens next. I'm FaceTiming everyone after school, Jack and Rylen too. She started to walk away but suddenly stopped, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the classroom door. She glanced at the security cameras overhead, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Logan, do you want to do something crazy after the party is over? What are you thinking? I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. Hala's eyes flashed with a defiant light. As long as our problems don't get in the way, I have a crazy idea. In fact, considering the new laws, it would be the most insane act of non-compliance this group has attempted yet. Epilogue. The Drock instruction room was a tomb of cinder blocks and fluorescent hum. The air was thick with the scent of starch and floor wax, a sterile environment meant to instill order in seniors who were mostly just counting the days until graduation. Inside, the instructor paced the worn linoleum floor. He scanned the faces of the students lined up against the wall, but his mind was on the directives coming down from the top as 2025 drew to a close. The headlines were full of the national restoration, the systematic targeting of neurodivergent programs, the dismantling of LGBTQ+ protections, and the aggressive policing of marginalized communities. To the instructor, it wasn't chaos, it was a long overdue cleaning of the house. He paused, his gaze settling on a figure standing in the shadows at the very back of the room. The student wasn't slouched, but he was motionless, leaning against the cold brick with his cap pulled low. He hadn't participated in the drills all hour. He just stood there, a silent observer to the instructor's rhetoric. The instructor cleared his throat, the sound sharp in the quiet room. Listen up. The world outside these walls is shifting. We are moving past the age of diversity and accommodation. The people who don't fit the mold, the ones who drain the system or complicate the narrative, are being sidelined. The agenda for the coming year requires hands that don't shake when it's time to enforce the new reality. He took a few steps toward the back, his eyes narrowing at the silent figure. You've been standing in that corner for months. Watching the headlines on your phone. The instructor stopped inches away, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Are you just waiting for graduation? Or are you just another one of those marginalized cases looking for a handout? The figure didn't flinch. Slowly, he pushed off the wall. He didn't move like a student, he moved with a lethal, predatory economy of motion that made the rest of the class look like children. He stepped into the light, snapping his heels together with the crisp finality of a lock clicking shut. He shoved his cap back. His face was clean and terrifyingly calm. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only the cold, hard certainty of a man who had finally found a purpose that made sense to him. I wasn't waiting for graduation, sir, Cole Martinez said. His voice level and sharp enough to draw blood. He looked past the instructor, staring at the flag on the wall with a chilling, single-minded devotion. I'm here because I want to save this world. And if saving it means eliminating every single threat in our way, then I'm exactly where I need to be. The instructor nodded, a dark grin tugging at his mouth. That's better, cadet. Let's get to work. To be continued in Warriors. Long Way Home.